All right. Another Saturday night. So another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I know I'm a few minutes late. Um, Forgive me. A few minutes. That's probably someone texting me as to what's going on with me. But I'm here. I'm here. I had some running around to do, and then I had to quickly put this list of topics together tonight. But we're here. Well, everything is happening at the same time. Give me 1 second. We're here. Drop a one in the chat for me. I see Daily Affirmations by Pauline is out there. Sister Tanzan is out there as well. Drop a one for me if you can hear my voice. Drop a one for me if you can hear my voice. I'd appreciate that so I could know that I'm being heard. Drop a one for me. All right. Okay, so Sister Tan says I'm being heard. I appreciate you dropping that one for me, Tan. So, you know what it is. I like to come on early before we really kick it off. Let you guys know what subject matter we're going to be discussing tonight. So tonight, we're going to, and by the way, a lot of these topics tonight are carryovers from last week. So if you posted a topic this week on the Discord, if you want to join the Discord, click the link. You posted topics this week on the Discord. I might not get to your topic this week because I had almost like 5 left over from last week. So I'm gonna finish those this week, and I'll put yours up next week. Okay, that's how I do it. So we're gonna talk about Bruce's Beach today, finally, and the fact that the family who Bruce's Beach was returned to sold it back to the county for $20 million. We'll get into that. We're gonna talk about snitching. Is snitching on your homies a real thing in the Black community, or does everyone snitch? We're going to talk about a particular talking point that some say is the key to the salvation of Black folk all over the world. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Julius Malema. Is he controlled opposition? That's an interesting prompt. And by the way, you guys have been dropping some fire prompts. This week, there was so many prompts to choose from. So this week and next week should be good. We're also going to be discussing, is Adi Amin a hero? Interesting question. Is Adi Amin a hero or a despot that the Europeans claimed he was? We're going to be talking about who's responsible for the child's failure. We're going to talk about whether or not fathers should strive to maintain a relationship with their children, even if the mother is uncooperative. We're going to talk about Lord Kitchener tonight. R.I.P. He passed away within the last 2 weeks. R.I.P. to him. We're going to talk about who Lord Kitchener was. We're going to talk about, I think this was a Shakara video, if I remember correctly. Shakara speaks. He says, I'm not Aboriginal or Jew. We're going to talk about that statement. And lastly, if time permits, there's a bonus. If I can, I'm not going to mention the bonus because it might not, we might not get to that at all tonight. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start the show properly. I see Sister Ross here, Daily Affirmations, typed 1. Ross says, greetings to you, me, Idrin, Koku, and the Yard. I appreciate that, Roy. I really do appreciate you guys who come every week and tune in and share in this discussion with us. For the folks at YouTube, by the way, I'm going to be discussing videos under the fair use disclaimer. You'll probably ain't gonna care regardless, but I'm discussing these things under fair use, so let's keep that in mind. So anyway, let's start the show. On the other side of the show, on the other side of the intro, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. I put the link in the chat for those who want to join the panel, if you're out there. we're going to start the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, we're back. So, I see a few other people joined us. Keto says greetings. Lero is here saying peace, loved ones. Happy birthday to Lero's mom. I saw that on Instagram earlier. You can follow me at the BM podcast on Instagram. And that should probably link you with a bunch of other folks like Bobby Wright, Lero, etc. So happy birthday to your mom, Lero. Trigger Happy 262 says to be extra careful. You could maybe use that banner before every video you play. It may be tedious, but maybe it will get to their head better. I'll try it tonight. We'll see. We'll see how well that works tonight. But like I said, to YouTube and its minions, fair use for everything I'm discussing tonight. Let me welcome in some of the folks who joined us on the panel tonight. Let's start with Tanzan. Sister Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Carl's with us. Carl Hezekiah, how are you this week?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Koku?
I'm doing good. Happy to see you here as well. And last but not least, Bwana Hagaziki, Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm good, bro. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there.
Hey, Koku, you remember this song? This song from back in the day where we used to listen. Original Kimbo King. You remember that song?
Yeah, man.
For some reason, that been in my mind for a second. I don't know why, but all right, I'm good, though, bro. I'm good.
Them see you. Yeah, man. Of course. That was right in my time as a youth coming up, man. Yeah. So thanks for that memory too. Without further ado, let me grab the first prompt. Should have done that before. My apologies for not doing it. This first prompt, I got to make sure there's some instructions in here too, 10 to 15 minutes. All right. This first prompt is a little bit lengthy, but you see it right there. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Bruce's Beach returned to black families. Families sold 3 acres of prime real estate back to L.A. County for a mere $20 million. Was it worth it? Were they fleeced? Was it good reparations? This came with a link. Let me set it up, and then I'll share with you guys. We watched about 10 minutes of this video. This is from Tone Talks, I guess. We'll watch 10 minutes of the video, and then we'll discuss it. Let me share my screen. All right, here we go. So this is Tone Talks talking about Bruce's Beach. We'll watch about 10 minutes of this, and then we'll discuss it.
Beach, this announcement that they're going to sell the property back for $20 million. Which doesn't seem to be fair market value if I had to speculate. And then in addition, we're going to get into the details of how we got here on the reparation discussion. I myself co-founded the American Descendant Slavery Movement, covered by New York Times, ABC, among others. And so when we have this discussion, we're not having it in the abstract, we're having it in the actual reality of. Also, I testify as the lead expert on the California Reparations Bill. That bill was birthed out of, not just out of my show and Breaking Brown. Shout out to Miss Maureen Simmons that helped actually anchor this thing. She doesn't get enough credit. I want to give credit where credit is due because she is being forgotten. In my view, I want to remember and shout her out. She anchored the California Reparations Bill as an intern. She took parts of my show, parts of Yvette's show, got me to testify as the expert on the bill. Therefore, I got like 200 people to support. Normal bills get 3 people to call. We had like 200 people. That's how this happened. So I don't know. And now it's not a reparations, like a housing discrimination bill. And the whole point was to be here for this moment when things like this happen. And we're not here for this moment. We talking about housing discrimination. Here we go. So Daily Breeze, state LA County efforts underway to return Bruce's Beach land to descendants of original black owners. This was about a year ago, I believe, or so. Don't quote me on that. It was around there. And state and Los Angeles County officials will soon undertake an effort that, if successful, would return a strip of prime, understand the word prime, Manhattan Beach real estate to the descendants of the original black property owners who missed the chance to build generational wealth when city leaders in the 1920s took the land from them. So in essence, we're going to give them back the property, but not assess any of the generational costs. Then we're going to actually create all kind of limitations on the way that they can access and use that property. We'll talk about that in a second. So do we give them anything at all? That's what it seems like the question is. Returning land, officials and descendants of those owners would help rectify a historical wrong. This was the press. This press happens in the context of a national discussion triggered by myself and Yvette Carnell, controversial group. ADOS divides Black Americans in the fight for economic equality. That triggered reparations. My show regularly before 2017, 2016, Yvette's show, you guys asking for solutions. We demand for reparations. Out of that comes the energy for this to happen. So this happens and everybody celebrates it as an example of people getting back property they were due. But we here now to ask the question, is that what happened? Can I get to it? Can I get to it? But before I do that, I want to run a short clip to give some context too, because this is what I'm saying about like levels. We need to get out there and do the work. I want to run a short clip to give context to what we talk.
Hey y'all, this is an ugly day. It's raining here in Los Angeles, as you can see, but I'm going down here to film Bruce's Beach so we can get some context, because I don't understand how you sold that for $20 million. Let's go, Rod. So I'm down here at Bruce's Beach to give you a context of what we talking about, because I don't think that anybody has done service to the scale of what we're talking about. We are talking about a massive amount of property. We're talking about lineal wealth sold for $20 million. Even these homes across the way, those might be $4, $5 million homes on little tracts of land, 2,000, 3,000 square foot. And we're talking about 3 football fields of property sold for $20 million. So we're talking, just giving you an idea of what we're talking about, the scale of this property that should have been this family's. All of this that this lifeguard station sits on, beachfront in Manhattan Beach. I wanted to come down here to give you a visual on this thing, even though it's a rainy day, because nobody's really contextualized this. The fact that this was sold back for $20 million should have everyone in an uproar. The fact that there's a California reparations task force, a little to nothing said about this, it's abject failure in my view. I don't want people to come down and try to say something now. Where you been? So we're talking all of this here, all of this property, the size of 3 football fields into the beach. That should have been owned by this family. They had no way to remove this tenant, most likely, which is the L.A. County. It was a condition, most likely, that this is kept for them to even get the property. So they never gave it to them. At least that's my view. I'm not saying that I'm not speculating, but the fact that this was sold for $20 million should have everyone in an uproar. I wanted to come down and give a visual on this thing, because we've been talking about this thing in the abstract, but this is total nonsense.
So we getting right into the discussion about this family and this property. I'm not here to attack this family. I'm more so here to question how we got here. To explain the context of who I am in the middle of this discussion, because there's going to be people that come in this video and don't understand. This show, what you're watching right now, is the genesis of the modern reparations movement, along with Breaking Brown. You don't have to guess. You can go look it up on the New York Times. You can go look it up on ABC, anchoring a discussion around being American descendant of slavery, which led to the California reparations bill. I'll let you hear me testify on the Senate floor towards the latter part of the show, so you can see I testify as one of the lead experts on that bill that was supposed to be about reparations, that's now become something limited about housing discrimination and isn't really about addressing Bruce's Beach. That was my vision. Let's talk about it. So what do I mean? There should have been a budget inside of that task force. We cutting this out. Hey, we want to see the paperwork. You know, it's up to you guys whether we can, but we got money for you to have a full review of that paperwork. That's just what I'm talking about. I guess we're just going to talk about salaries and fees, but we're not going to get into the details of how we can actually activate in California during your stop it. But city leaders used eminent domain to strip the couple of the land as well as property belonging to several other Black families in a move that the historical records show had racist motivations. The Manhattan Beach City Council formally acknowledged as much and condemned those actions this week. It's not often we can correct those atrocities in America, said State Senator Stephen Bradford. Okay, so they're saying that they gave back the property. I'm gonna jump around a bit because I want to explain something. There's a bundle of rights when it comes to property. There's the right of possession, the right of control, the right of exclusion, the right of enjoyment, and the right of disposition. So you can sell it. Which one of these rights did they actually have at any point? A buyer of property gets a bundle of rights along with the title. These rights generally give the buyer the freedom to use the property within the limits of the law. Let's ask that again. The right of possession, meaning I possess it. At what moment did they possess the property? The right of control. There's a literal, and we'll go through the video again later on in the show. There's a literal lifeguard station, multi-million-dollar property on the property. So when did they control it to be able to say, I don't want this lifeguard station on the property? The right of exclusion, the right to exclude anybody walking around there. All those people who have low condos and stuff, can I exclude them from that whole walking through my thing, all of that? the right of enjoyment. At what point did they have the right to enjoy this property? At what point did they have the right to enjoy that property without anyone else around? The right of disposition. We'll find out in the contract that they had a preset agreement to sell it back to the county at a preset amount that was likely under market value, far under market value. I want everybody to understand on the corner of that video I just showed you was a property. That property shows kind of what the value is. This is it right here, $4 million for 1,700 square feet. We're talking about acres. And we sold it for what? $20 million? I want to get into Bruce's Beach. This yellow is just the lifeguard, but I believe it's like more into the parking area here. So it goes all the way out. The property kind of extends into this place. This yellow is just the lifeguard station. That's the big building you've seen. But it sounds like they got, it looks like two of these tracks, these two. And that is priceless. To me, it's not $20 million.
I'll pause that there. That video goes on for like 37 minutes. So I played 10 minutes of it. You guys get the idea. And you guys have probably heard about the story. It happened like 2 weeks ago. I put in the chat a quick poll to say, do black folks really know their worth or the worth of the things that they're interacting with? I wonder that sometimes. Because Tone Talks tells you like the properties across the street on these little slivers of land is like $4 or $5 million houses. You were supposed to know that 3 football fields of land is worth more than 20 mil. I don't get it. Who's advising these people? Anyway, let me not belabor the point. I don't know if Tan is still with us, but I know she had to step away.
Now I'm here for a bit.
Tan, Bruce's Beach. You heard about that out there, right?
Yes, I know just the cursory details of it. But I think it was they took the land from their grandparents or somebody, and then
some ancestor they took land from back in the day. Yeah.
Yes. So somebody back in the day, and then now they gave it back to them, and I guess they sold it back. The only thing that I would say for maybe selling it is that it's generations afterwards, and maybe even within the family it might be difficult to know, to be able to to decide what to do with it, because this like a house, when people inherit a house and then they inherit as siblings, sometimes they might not agree what to do with it. Some people want to live there, some people want to turn it into a rental, some people want to demolish it. So sometimes, especially after generations, people have very different ideas of what they want. So maybe sometimes instead of spending years and years squabbling with your relatives, you just take the money and go. I'm not saying it's a good decision. I don't know enough to say one way or another, but it's just that when you're trying to split things between family and then in this case descendants, that can be a bit complicated. Yeah, I'm not saying it's worth that. I'm just saying that sometimes it might be just very difficult to because you can ask some people, well, let's wait and see if we can sell it later for a profit, and some people for them it's like the lottery, they want it now and instead of later. And also, how do you divide it and so on. So do you know if it was in the hands of one person or two people, or how was it? Who actually owns it? Is it a family holding, or is it a person? Is it one person?
That I'm not sure. They said family, so I'm assuming it's more than one person.
Okay. Yeah, I think that should be the only reason, because I'm not an expert, but that would definitely be more than 20 million, I would think, but
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I'll add this.
Mm-hmm.
I said I'll add this and I'll say this. One of the things, because people outside of the U.S. might not be aware of this, but one of the things with property in America is you have property taxes. And a lot of black families end up selling property because they didn't set themselves up to be able to afford the yearly property tax bill. And I imagine a piece of property like that in LA, beachfront, that the taxes on that is probably crazy. And maybe that's why they got rid of it so quick. But still, I mean, that price is just unbelievable. I have to wonder if these people are Joneses or crackheads or something, because that price is just way too low. But let's see what others say. I know I can bet you a Jewish guy was involved in the sale of that piece of land there. So let's ask a Jewish guy about this whole deal here. Let's welcome in David Goldstein to the chat tonight. Is Goldstein there? Oh, look like Goldstein dropped off. Yeah, it's good to hear from the pale faces sometimes on these things. Daily affirmation by Pauline says beachfront in California should be worth in the billions. Imagine how much the homes they plan to build. That's what I'm saying, right? Highly Favored says they should have asked us to fundraise to help keep the beach. Yeah. I agree with that too. Let's see if this Jewish guy is here. Goldstein, are you there? Goldstein having problems. That Jewish internet ain't keeping up tonight. Let's go to.
But Bakari's Goldstein.
I know, but he keeps dropping out of the panel. Let's go to Carl. Carl, what say you?
Well, just my thoughts on this. First of all, Tone talks, man. I got a big problem with these ADOS type of dudes, man. They really just they really irk me, because we're not gonna get reparations, not the way that they're going, because white people don't want to give it to us and we can't make them. Unless we come from a position of power and from a position of strength, we're not going to get reparations. And the ADOS movement, it fractures our strength. You have African people throughout diaspora who deserve reparations, but you want to divide us up, based on our nationality. We're not going to get reparations like that. And this is just an example of that. This beachfront property that Black people owned and was taken from us. It just kind of underscores how we're not going to get what we deserve because of the tactics we're going about it. Of course, it was too low. They probably didn't have the ability to maintain the maintenance, the taxes, and just. I mean, when he said we were the first ones to bring the reparations movement, like, have you never heard of NCOBRA? So they have a whole organization that's been doing this for decades. But whatever. But yeah, of course, the beach so low. And there was a study. I don't know if I did it, but it was saying that Black wealth in the United States is projected to be at zero by the year 2050. So the methods that we're using to try to accumulate wealth, they're insufficient. We need to go about it a different way. So I'm not surprised. It's sad, and I'm disappointed about the outcome. But I'm not surprised, because we've lost literally millions of acres in farmland for Black farmers over the last 100 years. It's just a consecutive pattern. So I think we're going to have to reevaluate how we're approaching the reparations argument, and do it from a position of strength. And I just want to put a historical parallel. At the end of the First World War, France, Great Britain asked for reparations from Germany. They didn't ask for reparations during the war. They waited until Germany was defeated before they got their reparations. I don't think we can ask for reparations if we're not coming from a position of strength. and the ability to inflict, consequences for us not giving those reparations. So I think that, this is just a consequence of us coming from a position of relative weakness in this demand for our reparations. That's just my thoughts on it.
I agree with that, Carl. It's also ironic too, because in a sense, you could look at the family getting back this property as like a reparations. They got back what they were owed, and look what happened not too long after they got it. And when folks say to black folks in America, hey, when folks say to black folks in America, hey, if you get cash money reparations, you're just going to spend it right back with the folks who gave it to you. You're going to give it right back. And everyone pushes back and say, oh, what someone does if they fumble the bag, blah, blah, blah. But look how easy it is to fumble the bag. This story shows you just how easy it will be to fumble that bag. But let's hear from Jaime.
I want to say one thing. I just, as a parallel, I remember hearing about how important home ownership was for Black people, to gain wealth and generational wealth. And we see that Black people have the highest rates of home foreclosures. During the housing crash of 2008, it was mostly, Black and brown people, Black people were victims of those subprime loans. And even when we own homes, our homes are devalued just by us living in them. We have home appraisals done and we get, offers that are way below market value. So I think that we're going to have to really look at this, and working within our oppressive system is not going to work for us and our trying to get out of the situation we find ourselves in. And I'm done.
I appreciate that. Let's try to welcome in Jaime Goldstein. Jaime Goldstein, what say you?
L'chaim, shalom. Well, only thing I can say, I knew you people would figure out a way to make it be a Jewish problem. Once you look up the property was literally worth fair market value, according to Manhattan Beach News. $75 million was the fair market value. That's what Bruce Beach was worth. They sold it for 20. I told you you need us to do your finances. And is this a representation of what would happen when you get your reparations? How you would just clearly give it right back to the people that you are asking for it from? Is that what I'm seeing here? Is that what we're seeing here? Maybe, maybe y'all was shysted by some Mexicans out in Southern California. Maybe that's what it is. But I don't know, man. You could easily study this stuff and look it up. And we could see. I hope the family do well with the money. But hey, they didn't get half, according to Manhattan Beach News, what they say the fair market value was.
Goldstein, if it's the case that they had to sell it, or they felt compelled to sell it because they couldn't keep up with the maintenance and all that kind of stuff, what should they have done in your opinion? Like, what would you have done?
Well, the Jewish people, we would have come together and raised money for taxes, and we would have worked together until we were able to get the place back on their feet the way it's supposed to be. But instead, they ran, instead of calling out to their people who they call brothers and sisters, my brother, my sister, they refused to ask for any help. In which I think, the guy who you was playing on that video, I don't think he would do any help, because I don't think I've listened to him before. I don't think he liked Black people that much. He say he do. He say he's an American descendant of slave, but I don't think people like him. But I heard from you. I heard about you guys through Forecast, and I think people like y'all would have come and helped and did what y'all could with finances until it get on its feet. So when you go to Southern California, you have a Black beach that you can go visit. But that's what should have been done. That's what should have been done. Black people as a community, as a whole, nationwide, or maybe even worldwide, should have come together and make sure it stayed in the hand of that family.
Shalom, Brother Bakari. Let's go to Buana. Buana, what say you?
I mean, I appreciate Mr. Goldstein and his comments, but the issue is when he talks about the whole global world chipping in. I mean, people like this guy who's on this video, he thinks that we're a bunch of tethers. So, I mean, even if we had the ability to help, why would we even want to? I mean, it makes no sense. But I wish, and I hope. My question is, there's a lot of missing parts in this commentary, a lot of missing parts, and I would like to have had filled in because I don't have enough information. For instance, what was the value of that undeveloped land before the land developers came in and would probably raise the land value, into the hundreds of millions of dollars? That's the question I have, because if eminent domain came in when the land was undeveloped land, then I'm assuming the land on the market value of that land wouldn't have been, excessive like what we believe after the land developers would have came in and caused the rate or the amount of that land to increase dramatically. So I think that I would really like to have some more information. I think that Mr. Goldstein said it was around about the market value is around about 75 million for undeveloped land, and the offer, well, what they took was 20 million. What they took is 20 million. So when we talk about fairness, now fairness is an abstract term, especially when it comes to law, because what's fair is what these guys have signed off on. If you sign off on a document that says that we agree to hand you over this land for $20 million, knowing full well it is way below market value, well, that's the fairness that you would have wanted. So and another thing too is I want to know who had the ability to sign off on the acceptance of that so-called $20 million deal. Was it a bunch of families together as a class action situation going on? Or was it just a few individuals who would have had the ability to sign off on that $20 million deal? It's just so many different missing parts. And because I don't have enough information on it, for me, on a professional level, I can't comment on it. But on the face of it, it looks very unfair. So I would understand that the people would be upset at the fact that it only went for $20 million and would have wanted it to go for much more. But there's a lot of missing moving parts, and I don't have enough information. But I think it's unfair on the face of it. But I'll leave it there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's things we wouldn't know. But like I like the term you use, on the face of it, yeah, this is some bullshit. At the end of the day, because after you make the 20 million, I was just thinking about it while you were talking, you're still getting tax on that 20 million. Highly favored just said it in chat as well. You're getting tax on that 20 million. You lucky, depending on how many people, if it's 2 to 4 people, you're lucky to get much out of this whole deal anyway. But highly favored, I think, said earlier that in the contract, I guess, that they gave them when they returned the property, they couldn't sell the property for more than 20 million. God damn. And this is where folks want to say that they're putting up the most fight in America. This is what you're fighting for? A completely, totally rigged system. This is what you're fighting for?
They get robbed. They really get robbed, because after the government take their share, which is probably almost into the half, and after the lawyers get their share, I mean, you getting crumbs. You getting crumbs, man. Crumbs. So I mean, hey, I don't know who their lawyer was. Like I said, man, it's too many missing parts for me to really give a precise analysis on what went on, man. There's too many missing parts.
Let's hear from Man of Tomorrow. How are you? Man of Tomorrow, unmute your mic if you're there. All right. Let's go to Azuli. Azuli, how are you this week?
Yo, I'm good, bro. I'm good. What's so tragic about this thing is that I heard brother Mr. Untouchable said that how much it was before it was not developed. This was a vibrant community before they came in. These people had built, that was a vacation away from home for a lot of Black folks. So my thing was this: not only they stole the property, it's the way this. How much money did that 20 million include? All the personal and injuries that they caused to that family, or that was just 20 million? And another thing, all these Black superstars that are in LA, nobody came to the rescue. None of these supposedly athlete, entertainers, and entrepreneurs, I know I'm not pronouncing that right, businessmen, doctors in California, nobody said, you know what? Let's put our money together and turn this into the hot spot. The brother said this is 75 million. This is highway robbery. But they did that on purpose because they knew, like Brother Koku said, they knew that the people wouldn't be able to pay all the taxes. But why am I paying taxes on stolen land that you stole? Shouldn't that all have been included in the contract? And this is a big piece of land. It's not just on the beach, but it goes all the way back. So my question is, the sad part is, where's LeBron James? Where are all those athletes that be talking about, oh, I'm a businessman? Where's Jay-Z?
I feel like they kept that quiet though.
No. I'm gonna disagree with you, because these people have their. When you're a millionaire and you're a millionaire in LA, you don't have your ears to the ground. How did we know about? So even when I heard that they were giving, this is my mind is, when I heard they were giving that property back, I knew there was some bullshit that was gonna happen. And Lord and behold, they sold it back. This was an implicit sale, not an implicit. What is it? A forced sale. If we don't know how many of the people of the family are alive, maybe it's a couple. How are they gonna pay the taxes? They knew what they were doing, and I agree. Why didn't the family have it in their mind to reach out? Denzel Washington, where are those people? This is how I know this. Like, these people that claim they have all this money, it's all bullshit. It's all for themselves. You mean to tell me y'all could, all that money that y'all have, y'all couldn't turn this into the hot spot to go down to California?
Sir, that's not how that works. I mean,
what do you? Who's that?
What is that? I'm the man tomorrow, and I can explain the system to you, so that way you can be able to respond. Just let me know when I can be able to speak.
Go ahead, speak. Speak.
You have to understand that most of these people here who have money are highly individualistic. They don't have a level of community or anything else with them. Okay? Most of these people are not politically involved. A lot of these people don't even know what's going on. They know everything when it comes to sports, but they don't know anything when it comes to anything else. So to expect these people to act like a community that they don't have, as a Black American citizen, I could tell you, that's never going to happen. I pick up most of the properties that I pick up is off tax lien sales. People who do not go and pay the taxes, especially after the death of a family member who owns a house, they don't even understand how the system works. They don't want to read about how the system works. They just expect for the system to be equal and fair to them while everybody runs in and they rush through and they take everything away from them. It's an inability of the people to actually respond to the actual demands of the environment itself, which is really not that difficult and hard. This is a socialized system and process that we're actually talking about here. So when I deal with the Africans who come here, I get them up on how to actually navigate in the environment. Information that I cannot give away for free to black people, by the way. And I'm also black. I'm telling you, people have an inability to navigate the system properly. All the people that you name, they don't give a damn about black people. They exploit them for their actual views and opinions and everything else, but they're not really with them like that overall. And you have to understand that these people are not your people. Like when I look at things that are going on in African countries, I know I can't help them. I know I'm not over there. Therefore, they're not my people. The only people that are my people are the people within my household and the people that I advise and the people that I have some sort of level of influence over. When these things happen, you're expecting things to happen that is not set up by the American environment, even though they all see it the same as you and I do. The actual response is not what's going to happen, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you're saying, brother. I'm just saying it's a shame.
It is
I
a
don't
shame. It's
I don't
beyond a
disagree with
shame,
any,
sir.
I don't disagree with anything that you said, because like we could apply the same thing to Detroit. Like Detroit was like I heard they had the real estate was there. All it took for all these superstar, all these supposedly I don't understand.
Okay. Well, let me
No,
help
I'm
you
just saying
understand.
I understand everything that you said. I'm not when I say I don't understand, it's mind-boggling to me. But I do get what you're saying is facts. So I'm not trying to dispute that. That's what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is there are certain people like me who got money who still go to these places and do those things. Now, when you try to go to other people within the area to try to team up with to do the same thing, they're not there, sir. It's only individual efforts that's going to be able to create this. I've been to South Africa. I've been to Ghana. I've been to these places. They don't allow for people to overbreed who cannot produce for the environment itself. That's not how the American environment works. The environment works off of clout and influence and all this kind of stuff, not really substance. So when you're talking about what you would like to see within that area, you have to be able to get out there, go on the ground and do it yourself, because most of these people don't even know how the system works. It is a socialized process that is handed down from woman to man to child on how not to do things, because most of these people are barely productive within the environment that causes for a lot of freedom. So you have to understand that when I deal with Pakistanis that are here, when I deal with Arabs that are here, when I deal with Indian people that are here, who I counsel, and I get paid a lot of money to help them take over areas. This is information that I cannot give away for free. And even if I did give it away for free, sir, they're still not going to capitalize on it because they don't want to do the work. So what you have to do is you have to move on to personnel who wants to actually do the actual thing. I guarantee you, if I were to go to the environment where you was raised, there would be people inside the place that know everything about you, know your parents, who would not team up with you for anything in the world to do anything because they want to just walk in off the top rope, take credit for things. They want to do it without any type of investment. And you have to be able to like, look, these people didn't do X, Y, and Z. Here's what I'm going to do the next time this situation is in front of me. And you have to be able to box out and isolate these people out whenever they come in with this brother nonsense. And you have to be able to lock them out. Like when you require and suggest principle and actual substance out of people, it cuts down on the amount of people that you can actually deal with in total. Because within this environment, within America, you can get over with a lot with just being full of garbage, right? You don't need any substance to make it here within the environment. The entertainment actual spectrum is very high here. Like the only thing you have to do is be a dude who is full of crap, who got no type of concentration, and people will follow you. So the things that we're complaining about is the people that we don't want to team with. You don't want to team with the Jay-Z's and the Denzel Washingtons and all this kind of other stuff. They're musicians. They are movie stars. They're here to exploit the ignorance of people within this environment. These are not people that you can team up with. The people at your chamber of commerce is people you can team up with. The people at your local church who actually have their stuff together is people who you can team with. And it's very a small group of people. At the end of the day, most of these people within this environment, sir, do not understand power. You're talking from a guy who was raised in the Mississippi Delta who didn't even know how lost I was until I left. I understand power now. I understand. And once I understood power and I understood that my only actual works was going to make it so far, but I had the coalition with people who actually thought like me, that's when I got the real benefits of my actual productivity. But a lot of people, they're too busy sitting around waiting for somebody else to do it for them, sir. You have to leave these people behind. It has to be a culture of leaving these people behind, leaving them out the conversation, not concentrating on them. You concentrate on the people who do, not the people who do not. I'm from here. I've seen it all my life, sir.
What part of Mississippi you from?
I'm from the Mississippi Delta.
Well, I'm from the Delta too.
Indianola.
Oh, I'm from Greenville.
No way. What side of town you lived on?
I lived on the south side.
Where?
You ever heard of Glen Island?
Huh?
You ever heard of Glen Island? See, I knew when I say Greenville, you know Greenville. I live, but I'm from Glen Island. But I lived on the south side of Greenville, of Booker Town.
I'm from Booker Town, sir.
I'm probably older than you. I just used to live over there for a little while, but I'm from Glen Island. Yeah, I know you.
Sir, I'm from Booker Town. I guarantee you, you know who the Hobbs are. You know who the Wrights were back in the day. I'm from Booker Town.
You know the do you know the William boys?
Yes.
The black tees down from on
yes.
left. Yeah,
yes.
They're my people.
Yes.
Not blood, but they're my people though. They from Glen Island too.
Yes, like that's where I was born at, but I moved after that. But I am from Booker Town, sir.
Oh, okay. So you were born.
I am from Booker Town.
You were born in King Daughter.
Yes, I was born in King Daughters. I live right across the street from T.L. Weston, around there. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I went to Riverside.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like all my older brothers and shit went to Riverside too.
Yeah,
they all went to Riverside.
I went to Riverside.
Yes, sir. So we are from the same. Wow. I just jumped on the live stream and I meet a dude who's from Booker Town and know where the hell I live at. That's what I'm saying, man. But I'm just saying. So you know what's going on down there, right? So
I'm from there. I love. I'm gonna be honest. I love home. One of the bigger mistakes I ever made in my life was not going back when I got out the military. But it's a good thing I didn't go back because I met my wife here where I live in the Atlanta area. She passed away 16 years ago. But for me, that's one of the biggest mistakes. Because I tell anybody, and I'm a firm believer in this. If black people truly want something, like when the brother Azuli, what's up, Azuli? You know when you come on here, before you speak, you know you're supposed to say the greatest second baseman ever in the history. But anyway,
how is it possible that we're from the same area town in that small ass city? You know how big that city is? It's not that big at all.
No, I know, but I told you,
wow.
I see you probably younger than me. I'm actually, that's why I would start mentioning people you probably know. I just lived over there for a minute. I'm actually from Glen Island. You know what Freedom Village is? The Blues Festival.
Yes.
I know you ever go to the Blues Festival. See, the Blues Festival wasn't in Freedom Village.
All right, this is not a Mississippi meetup.
I'm just saying,
bro. I go back every year. I go back every year. I go back to the homecoming at Greenville High every year because our high school got consolidated. But I go back every year. I go back every year. I go back for Mother's Day to visit everybody in the neighborhood. Well, the people who's left, because I know most of the property in the South Side now. Outside of the projects in the Loop, I don't own that, but I own the projects and the actual the projects around Weston. I own all those projects.
Oh, okay.
I have to open them back up. Yeah.
I had family over in Soybean City, Round Park,
Yep.
Yeah.
What is going on here, dude? Like, bro, they don't even know how small these places are, man. Like, bro, these places are like 2 blocks, maybe 15 houses, but we know where
Right.
each other have stayed at.
So I mean, yeah. So I didn't see it was nothing but a project too. But check this out, right?
Yeah.
We were talking, right? See, when Azuli was talking, I'm like you, like I'm a firm believer in forget about these entertainers. They ain't gonna do a damn thing. It's more of us, right? It's more of us than it is entertainers. Literally, if we think about it, even though we think
Yes,
we don't
way
have
more, way more.
even though we don't think we have nothing, if we just look at how the amount of black entertainers, then look at us and we put our money together and we want to do something, we outnumbered and forget about those entertainers. See, that's why, oh, excuse me, I'm a firm believer in, I always talk about economics with sports, and I talk about teaching our youth to go to HBCUs, but the biggest thing about it is we have to mentor. If we want some of these things that we want to control, I'm a firm believer down south, places like Mississippi. I'm a firm believer in if black people truly want something, black people gonna have to leave big cities. That's the honest truth. If black people truly want something, black people gonna have to go somewhere where they can build for themselves. If you're going to New York, and I ain't saying everybody should leave New York. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're in New York, you're in LA, you're in Atlanta, you in any of these cities, right? White people built those cities for white people. Everybody's there is enjoying what they can get from what white people built for themselves for the most part. But when you come down south and you see places like what we're talking about, Greenville, got about 40,000 people, 50,000, go to Jackson. You can go to parts of Alabama and you can see what they haven't built nothing yet. If we truly want power, we're going to have to go to where we can get power. So and with this Manhattan Beach, the Bruce Beach thing, these people didn't want power because we don't understand what power is. They are enjoying what they're able to go spend the rest of their money, spend the little money they're going to get. It's not a little money, and I'm not going to knock them, but probably where they're going to move to, it won't last long. That's just a fact. Now, they can come to Mississippi with the few $1 million that they got after paying the attorney and paying the lawyers, and they can buy shit and build shit and have a whole lot. But that got to be
That's what I'm
something.
doing down there. That's what I'm doing down there. Like,
Yep.
I've taken over most of the like what I'm trying to do now is open up all the clinics down there because people were like, "Oh, you can't find nobody to work." I'm like, dude, you haven't tried. There's a lot of people down there who got nursing and all the kind of other stuff. I'm trying to get home health up back down there because when my grandmother who was actually raised on the south side, that's where we grew up at. There were people who were getting paid 16, 17, $18 an hour. We're talking about in the 80s. You can go down there right now off of Medicare and Medicaid. There's too many people down there who need help. It's just that there is no business down there to
Yep.
take care of those people down there like that.
Yep. And that's what I'm talking about. We have
Excuse
to
brothers.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Hello, 1 2 1 2. Hey, I don't I don't want to interrupt you all, but let me just say quickly. I don't believe in coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidence. I think that is the order to the universe, and there's a reason why two brothers probably from distant sides of the world right now would have met on a Saturday night on a Shoot the Breeze channel, which is really dominated by Caribbean people. But I don't believe in coincidence. So I would say that there's a reason why you all are connecting. I think that you all should build on it, exchange information, and see where y'all could go with it. That's my advice. But for the continuity of the show, brothers, man, we won't move from the subject, man.
Okay. So sorry about that. Man.
No, I'm sorry about that. But I was trying to get back. But I apologize for that, man. But it's like Zuli Koku, they from New York, and you always say y'all from the island. And it would just be like, damn, I met somebody from Greenville who know what Glen Island is, who know about Freedom Village.
It's a reason y'all meet. Yeah, it's a reason y'all meet. No, we love it. No, not at all. We appreciate y'all, man, but it's a reason y'all met. Definitely. So y'all should build on that. Definitely,
All right. In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way he says the Bruce Beach descendant married white. People ignored that. So that's another bit of information for that topic. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 2, though. Shoot the breeze topic number 2 is not snitching on your homies a real thing in the black community, or does everyone snitch? Don't be a
They
hood.
do.
Don't be a hood in your own neighborhood.
I can answer that. I used to be a police officer. I can answer that.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. There's a
Okay.
there's a video that comes with the prompt. Let me play the video
Oh
first,
wow. Yeah.
and then we will speak on it.
Sensei ripping back again with what's going on, world? It's your boy Sensei ripping. I'm back again with another video. Today we got an interesting clip. Let's just put it like this. Imagine hiring someone to carry out a robbery that ultimately goes left, and when the person you hired to carry out the robbery gets caught, they tell on everybody. And as you can see the facial expression on this kid's face, you can tell he was scared to death by any means. He was willing to say anything to get home, right? Out of harm's way. So when you see this clip, y'all let me know your thoughts in the comment section below, man. It's sad that, there are a lot of kids out here that think they want to be a part of this lifestyle, but they soon realize it's not for the weak, man. So with that being said, let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. And tell me, do you think this young man was scared or not? All right, so with that being said, y'all know the drill, man. Hit that thumbs up, and let's get right into it.
So who robbed me?
Trayvon Wright.
And who else?
And Kylan.
You trying to pay me with this, right?
Yeah, they sent me on the mission.
Who's
Trayvon Wright.
Instagram? They sent you what?
They sent me on this mission to come do this right here.
To rob me again, right?
Yes. Trayvon Wright and Kylan. I don't know his last name, but that's his last
Who's
name.
the dude down?
Oh, the nigga that was in the
Who was in the passenger seat with
That's
you?
my homie Elijah.
Elijah. The address you gave me, whose address is that?
That was just an address that they sent us to. They made they dropped us off.
And who was those kids standing on the block?
That's Boobop and them. They live over there.
They was telling you we was coming, right?
No, they wasn't. That's
Yes,
not
they did.
them. That's Boobop and his
I'm
little
really
brother.
knock you, cuz.
That's Boobop
I don't
and his
give a
little
fuck.
brother.
So why did they rob me? What
Look,
my shit?
I'm gonna tell you a whole story. Look,
You
so
don't tell me the story.
them niggas wanted to buy a Rolex train off of me, right?
Okay.
7,000. I meet up with them niggas by El Dorado Park. They robbed me, put me at gunpoint and everything. Once they
What
put me
kind of
at
guns were they?
They was just black guns. I don't
Black
remember.
guns. Did they have?
Yeah.
What did they have?
And one had
What they have?
one had a beam on it, and then another one had
What color was the beam?
red. It was red.
Okay.
They robbed me with that at nighttime. And
What else was there? How many guns?
And it was only 2 guns that I seen. I remember it was only 2 guns. And then that's when
The
they
police is looking for you, bro.
I know the police. That's what I'm saying. I'm waiting.
And the police got you, nigga. They got you, bro.
Interesting. Is not snitching on your homies a real thing in the black community, or does everyone snitch? Don't be a hood in your neighborhood. Let's start with Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what are your thoughts on what you just saw on the prompt?
It was funny, but I think that's how most of them would do. But that don't snitch culture do need to leave our community because they expect people who don't live that lifestyle. They want to bully people like us. You understand? So that no snitching lifestyle needs to be done away with in our culture because they bow down to everybody else. Remember, I told you somebody did a drive-by on my house, right?
Yes.
Allegedly, they thought my daughter saw a murder and told her. So they come by and they want to scare you. And the reason I did move, because I let them, I'm part of my French, let them know I ain't scared, but ain't nobody seen nothing, but they want to scare you. But we have to get rid of that, and we have to get rid of these menaces in our community and now back to this, I believe most of them talk. Why do you think so many big time drug dealers get caught? Somebody is telling, and the person that's telling is the person who want power over black people, and then going to tell you, you better not tell on him most of the time. That's my take on it. But I yield.
I appreciate that. Let's have from Mana tomorrow. What say you? Unmute your mic, brother, if you're there. All right, let me move on. Razuli, what say you?
My thing about this is that he got when some, did this man, he probably thought they was gonna take his life. The way it looks like to me, looks like, I don't know if he felt that they was gonna take his life or whatever, but at the end of the day, I've seen people, most people, if you're not about it and you just want to doing it for money, you're gonna snitch. And I'm tired of the people saying that no snitching. Somebody who snitch is a person who's in that lifestyle, and then they get caught and they tell, like this young man. Because a lot of the time they want to say, if I see a crime and I go tell the police, they're gonna call me a snitch. No, my boy, I'm not a snitch because I'm not a criminal. Only criminals could snitch on each other. Regular individual people are not snitches. So that snitch culture is only for criminals. And also, we want to talk about them. How about the cops that don't snitch on each other? There's a no snitch culture on the cops too. So what they call the blue wall. They don't. A lot of cops don't snitch on each other when they see a bad cop doing people dirty. So how could you criticize this young man for that? Or when they say, the stop snitching stuff, while police are themselves, they on that stop snitching thing. They don't rat each other out most of the time. So I mean, this young man, what can I say? Yo, he's not built for that life, but everybody got to play tough in the hood. Maybe that's now. This young man, you think he could go back where he's from? He might be good as dead now. If this is a true video, if it's not a skit, how they put you on camera? You snitch on the people that told you to come rob these people. Now, if this young man who's holding the camera is a gangster, might go after them. Now you go into jail. This young man, it's one thing to not be on camera. Now he's on camera. I don't know what he's gonna do, man. He got to move out of that neighborhood. He might be done for. This is terrible, man. That's all I got to say on that.
I feel you on that one. Did Man of Tomorrow return yet? Okay, let's go to Carl Hezekiah. Carl, what say you?
Well, I find myself agreeing with Azuli. I do.
You sound shocked.
I know, right? I find myself agreeing with him 100%.
Yo, y'all stupid. Y'all stupid.
Like, I really don't got nothing else to add. Like, I think people will snitch if they have to. And like you said, it's criminals that snitch. We're just regular, everyday working class people. I kind of think this is a skit as well. These damn skits. I was hoping they'd be over in 2023, but I guess not. But yeah, I feel like people snitch if they're not about that life. You're looking at doing 20, 30, 40 years. The prosecutors talking about giving you football numbers. You're gonna sing. You're gonna tell everything needs to be told. I know. This idea of people not snitching this caused a lot of harm. So yeah, people snitch if they got to, if they feel like their lives are against the wall, and they're incentivized to snitch. And to his point as well, the whole thing about backing the blue and the thin blue line, they're the ones who ain't snitching. So I'll pass the mic, but yeah, I think Azuli said it all. My God.
Yo, that's foul.
Let's have from Buana. Buana, what say?
Yo, hey, Coco, I know what fair look like. You know what I mean? I've been in sticky situations. I know what fair look like. That's fair on this man's face. He was afraid for his life. Yeah, he was literally free. It's like I don't. If he's an actor, he must be the best actor in the world. But let me say this, because Zuli, it's interesting how you calling him a young man. He's such an angel, even though he going over to this man's spot to try to rob him. But he's a young man now. He's a play pretend gangster, and he's a pretend gangster. He's a pretend gangster. And when a hammer was in his face, now he starts singing like a canary. He was singing like Anita Baker, telling on all his friends. And you know what? This is what I recognize, because I watched a program back in the day called Another 48 Hours. It was a cable show where the police officers used to try to, find the criminals, people who would have committed murders and stuff like that. And the amount of these hoodlums who used to come into the police department and be singing on their friends, because now the pressure on them. Don't play dumb games because you'll win dumb prizes. You know what I mean? If you are not built for that kind of lifestyle and what it comes with, the good and the bad, don't play them games. I don't feel sorry for the man. Like I say, when the hammer is in your face, you'll really see who the real gangster is. You know what I mean? So stop being a hood in your neighborhood. Be kind to old ladies, carry their groceries, help them across the street. You know what I mean? Help them upstairs. Don't be a hood. You don't need to be a hood. Go find a job. Go work at McDonald's. It's many things you could find to do in your neighborhood rather than being a hood. Don't be a hood, because if you can't, this guy, I mean, look how many people he's singing on. He's singing on everyone. You know what I mean? He almost sounds like the Harlem Quartet. He's singing on everybody. You know what I mean? He can't handle that lifestyle. He bite off more than he could chew. Leave it alone. Leave them guns alone. Focus on the books. Go learn a trade. Don't be in that business, that lifestyle. If you can't handle it, you can't handle it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. But that's what I have to say on it, man. And you know what? I think that Arzuli is right. Snitching is the language of criminals and gangsters. That's not the language of the common man, the hardworking man who goes out 6 o'clock in the morning to go, fight for his meal every day and support his family. That's not the language for him. You know what I mean? Telling somebody about a criminal activity that he would have seen in his community or seen going on or whatever. He wants his community to be safe. Snitching and shit like that, that's the language of criminals and gangsters. You in that situation, so you can have that language of snitching or whatever. This guy, he's lost. You know what I mean? He need to go, he need to go to the bishop. That bishop dude who's be preaching in, what's his name? Whitehead, Bishop Whitehead. He need to go to his church. Go to Bishop Whitehead Church and try to get saved and become a born again, whatever. But don't, this is not the business view. This is not the business view. I'll stop there.
Anybody else want to add?
Yeah, can I add something right quick? And even in this lifestyle, right? Today, there's no rules. It's this documentary of this guy on Amazon. He was about the drug kingpin or something of Baltimore. He did his time. He got out. He ended up being on, I don't know if y'all ever watched the HBO series called The Wire. He played the preacher on The Wire, right? I don't know if y'all ever watched that or not. But anyway, yeah, the bald head preacher was actually in that. He was in that lifestyle for real, right? So I mentioned him because it was him, and then there's one from DC. There were rules. Well, I heard him talking. They said there was no. It was okay to snitch on a murderer. That ain't snitching, cause you bring in too many cops. That ain't snitching. You harming innocent people like civilians, people like us. That ain't snitching if people want to stop that. There's no rules in what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying out here doing that and you can mess up your community in different ways, but even they talked about how they messed up their community, right, with what they did. But what I'm saying, there's no rules. And to say, I want to see my community straight, I shouldn't say nothing. I should be okay with it. Now, the thing about it is when if us saying something to the police, it's really not much going to happen. You have to really truly get together and go out here and stop it yourself. See, that's the conundrum that we're in, because when you get together, and I linked up with somebody who out here doing that, they got a few of them. And but the thing about it is, when you get out here and you want to stop it because the police is doing nothing. Now the police don't bother these young people that's becoming menaces to the community. They want to tell us, you know, we're grown, you shouldn't be harassing little kids. Now, obviously, they must be snitching, because if they wouldn't, they wouldn't know nobody out here telling them to stop. But they're not stopping the youth. You know, they do what they do. Like when my house, I mean, it happened to my house was the fourth one in a month and a half, bruh. Was the fourth house shot up over here in this area, in which it's supposed to be a pretty decent neighborhood, you know, majority black. And it was but they're not doing anything. They are not doing anything. They're not doing anything to stop it. But then they don't want us to stop it. We end up going to jail. We end up getting some time if we do anything, you know. So it's a conundrum that we're caught up in as a people, but we're gonna have to fix it. I get it, Mike.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you said.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Were you able to see that video?
I was. And the problem was tolerating these people in the first place. That was what the problem was, is showing too much tolerance to these type of people. The problem is that these people owe reparations to the community that they came from. Like, we shouldn't even be asking the government for reparations until we get it out of the actual people who damaged and destroyed the actual communities themselves. Like when they dropped crack cocaine and weed and heroin and all this stuff there, they decided to sell it to the actual lower class people within the environment itself. So there was an economic benefit there. And if we were to take a different route to say not tolerating these people was the best move, it would have been the best move. Like, most of these people today want to be as liberal as these people were, selling poison to their actual people. And the problem was tolerating the presence of these people in the first place, just because they had money. And we should have shows principles in the future of our children over money. If we did that, then these people wouldn't have been able to spread as much as they did and be able to create music and actual literature and music to actually cover up for the things that they actually did. I think it's no better than any Nazi SS officer trying to write a documentary about himself, about how he was working for the so-called cause and how he went down and how all of a sudden he's a repentant person. Like, no, Germany chases these people off the planet. Doesn't matter if you're 90 years old, you're going to prison. Yeah, you in that oxygen machine is sitting in a cell. Doesn't matter how sorry you were. Doesn't matter how many orders that you thought that you was going to follow. And we have to be that way with these types of people. Otherwise, it's never going to change.
Thank you for that. If there's no last thoughts.
The only pushback I have with that is that. Hello?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
You have a buzzing.
Yeah, I heard a buzzing. Is that me? Okay, the only pushback I have with this is that what you said, we need to have reparation from them first. Let's not act like the cocaine, the heroin was made by the same people that was selling them. And again, it's a conundrum because like you said, they chose to sell it. But also they sold you an American dreams, which there was no job in the environment to keep them from going that route. I don't know, but I don't understand what you're saying. But I'm just saying that, like, a lot of these people, like you said, like, for example, like I was watching, what's the guy from California, Expressway? What's his name? Oh my God, what the fuck is his name? Freeway, Ricky. What is his name?
Freeway Ricky Ross.
Rick Ross. Rick Ross did an interview, and then they asked him a question. What did you? I forgot the question they asked him, but his answer was, "You know what I miss? I miss the thrill." Freeway Ricky at this age He was being interviewed by Vlad or by something. Freeway
Yeah, it's
Ricky
about Vlad.
said,
It's
he
about Vlad.
said he missed the thrill. So you damn near 60 now. You know what that shit did to the community. And what you said is that you missed the thrill of selling drugs to people? So
this is why I say you shouldn't show no quarter toward these individuals, and they should keep their mouth shut. Their stories should not be public. None of it. You have to erase all of it.
fact. I argue with you 100%. It's like a lot of time now there's movies about them, making all these movies about them and stuff like that for you to spend. And then he's gonna say, oh, he didn't know that he was being used. But you found out all of this. You answered the question, I missed the thrill of selling to your own people? Yo, we ain't, but so this is where I understand what you're saying. It's like some of these people, like, bro, you destroy generation upon generation upon generations, bro. But hey, yeah, that's what I have to say.
And it wasn't just the generations of people that they destroyed within the environment. It was the generations of people that were not allowed to live. We're talking about young kids that were maimed for life off of the actual violence that was caused by these things that was going on in the community too. I mean, how many stray bullets that killed kids that should have been raised in an actual problem-free, violence-free environment, right? Like all that stuff, like every time one of these, I call them black Nazis, who talk about their old life, it's about the thrill of destroying the community. Like, and it's like people look at those people as leaders, and it's like they're not leaders. They didn't want to take the fight to the actual people that they needed to do so. They just came and fed off the individuals who didn't have a choice.
Yo,
And that's where they sold their actual things to. And I will never forgive those people for that. They don't get forgiveness from me.
Nah, I agree 100% with what you just said. That was, and this is my thought too. They didn't have the kahunas to take the fight to the people, but they let them be used and destroyed. And what you just said, it's not even the stray bullets. You know how many kids had to go to foster home, got molested, got raped? Because
based off of not being raised in a two-parent household, based off of the actual substances that they've sold their families. And this is why people should be a hell of a lot more upset of these so-called reform street dudes who's trying to come out here, sell their stories to the public for money. I'm like, what's the difference between selling your stories to the public for money and engaging in those same type of activities in that community for money? What's the difference? It's the same thing. The same thing. Like, they're not shutting up, they're not going away, they're not being quiet, they're not trying to fix the environment. They want the same relevance that they had then right now. And it's like, you got to get these people out of there, all the way out of there.
And I'm gonna bring this guy up. People might just kill me for this. It's like Tookie Williams, right? I get Tookie Williams was doing everything that he did, and when I speak to people about it, people were like, "Oh, the Arnold Schwarzenegger should have let him not get life, should have let him live, or whatever," right? But what about all the stuff that came out of what he did? Yeah, he saved a couple of kids with him talking, but how many lives did it destroy? So I don't know if people might disagree with me. I'm not saying that Tookie should have been murdered, should have been like executed, because they say according to he changed his life, he did all of this. Okay, but Tookie, you was not a child. Like, till this day, what he started is affecting the community after his death.
That's why I disagree with killing them. They should have let him out, very much supervised. They should have took this dude on a world tour of apology and fixing the things that he destroyed with his actual movement. They should never have killed that guy. They should have let him out.
I get what you're saying, brother. But anyway, we know who these people are. They're gonna kill him regardless. Yeah. But I'm not talking. I agree with you. They should. But people who were like, "Oh, this is racist," they killed him. But bro, Number one, it's not our world. We didn't create all of this. But do people realize his movement that he did, how it affected youth, black male youth until today? Gang violence is a problem in the inner cities.
I noticed that all these men, black men, you see on Vlad TV who are trying to, speak that reform life or trying to speak that consciousness in some of these cases. I look at all of them, and a lot of black folks tend to be in the comment section really appreciating these so-called reform guys. I look at all these guys like Trey D and Mob James and stuff, and I say, 20, 25 years ago, this guy would look to sting my head right off my body. He would look to gun me down if I glanced at him the wrong way. But here we are falling for the bullshit. These guys get old and now we're facing the retirement home. Now they want to come and act like they're so remorseful for what they did. Now you know what you was doing.
It's like, what's his name? Guy Ritchie, the one that Mr. Untouchable snitched on. What's his name? But anyway, Mr. What's his name? Oh my God. Guy Ritchie got snitched on by Mr. Untouchable because they say he slept with Mr. Untouchable's wife or whatever.
Nicky Bond.
Yeah, Nicky Bond. So they just released Guy Ritchie because Guy Ritchie went to jail and then snitched. But Guy Ritchie said he got a bachelor's degree in jail, associate bachelor degree in jail. He got a master's and he got his PhD. And then he's now out. He's like 70 because they let him out because of the corona thing. Now he's out and he's on stage talking about, I did this. Bro, but Guy Ritchie, you went to prison when you was in your 40s. You didn't know that was wrong, brother?
Of course he did. Of course. Which is also, by the way, one of the reasons why there's a certain thing I used to say, because I heard it said in the conscious community, and I thought it for a while, and then I realized it's nonsense. That the gangs and the thugs in the streets, that they are our warrior class. No, they're not. No, they're not, because you can't be a warrior if you only could prey on your own folks and harm folks in your own community and terrorize your
Cowards
community.
And parasites.
It's cowards and parasites.
Well, Thomas Sankara did say that, a soldier without the proper political and ideological training is a potential criminal. And we see that we give these young people guns, but they don't have any type of, education, no type of political meanings. They just prey upon the people. Look what's happening in Haiti right now. The threat of international invasion, this so-called foreign intervention, they're not going to be opposing the UN. They're going to be preying on the people, which is what these gangs do all the time.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you something, Koku. When I hear other men look at another man as their warrior, don't even talk about calling the warrior. What kind of man is that? Oh, that's our warrior class. So what the hell are you? So what the hell are you? If they are the warriors, what are you? You just somebody out here talking, and we got enough talkers.
The problem is that a lot of these people are not self-actualized within their own life, and they look to outsource their masculinity to other people that they think are strong. Those people are not strong. They're weak. They're weak to do something like that. It doesn't take a lot of sense to destroy your own community. It doesn't take a lot of effort to do that. It doesn't take a lot of effort to be a parasite. It doesn't take a lot of effort. It doesn't take a lot of thought. You just see someone that can be easily exploited and do that. But the problem is that the generations of people within this country have raised generations of cowards. That's what happened. We let cowards have children. We let people who did not care about families and building things to take the fight to the people have families. to rewrite the DNA and the struggle of people within this country. We allowed this to happen. We allowed it to happen, and we're all paying the price for it collectively.
It's like one thing. It's one thing to say, I argue with you, brother. It's like, let's look at the 50 Cents, for example. 50 Cents has like three television shows or 4 television shows right now about men that destroy the black community. Not just men, I apologize. About people that destroy the black community. But guess what? A lot of our black people are loving these shows. What does that say about a society that enjoy watching a series about a group of people that destroy beautiful black boys, beautiful black girls for the sake of money? How can we fix a community like that?
You don't. You separate, man. That's what you do. Like me, I had to separate. I had to separate from Mississippi. I had to separate from that. When I went to the military, I went to a better society. I seen how things actually worked when the actual government actually invested in its people. My mind was changed. I went from Mississippi Delta getting books that were 15 and 16 years old from the other side of town to a whole society where everybody had things that were equal. My mind changed, and it changed forever. And it was the people who decided to accept crumbs, who did not want to work to get out of those places, who didn't want to move to better environments themselves. And then once they got their stuff together, to move back down there and take things over. Those people were the problem. It's 2 sets and 3 sets of problems itself. But the people who just wanted to pop out kids for their own survival, they threw these kids out there for their own survival. They rewrote the DNA of our actual people for their own collective benefit. And we're all paying for it here within the United States. We're all paying for generations of cowards having kids. That's where we are today.
And this is the thing that people, I don't like, that what hurts me so much is that what people don't understand, you cannot recreate, let's say a young black man named John. Once you kill it, you can't recreate that. How easy was it for them to do that? And the name for a Rolex, for a Rolls Royce, for a fur coat. And this is the people like these rappers, still right now. Yo, we really have to do a mental detox, a spiritual detox. Because I was watching one of those 50 Cent joint, and 3 of his shows, he got the son killing the father. Like, what kind of message are you sending, bro? If people watch in Power, the father got killed by the son. And Canaan, the son killed the father shot the father under the mother's command. But we as a society, did you watch BMF? And I'm not saying that visualistically, the artistically, it might be good, but spiritually, this is not good for us.
We the only people that allow people to become millionaires off our destruction. And when I say only, because I'm being all honest, I'm the only one I care about, right? We the only ones I care about, in all honesty. But we allow people become millionaires off our destruction. Listen to the music. They brag on killing N-word. N-word this, N-word that. That's what they're gonna kill. Then when you watch the TV show, what are they gonna kill? Then when you see a black woman, she gonna be, in order for her to be happy, she gonna be with a white man. When you watch the TV show, in order for the black man to be happy, he gonna be with something that's not a black woman. So the whole thing is, man, and then it's a lot. So then when you see the sellouts here who willing to move, who's searching for white acceptance so they can be happy. Black people don't think they can be happy around one another. It's anti-black. Most black people in this country is anti-black, right? They're anti-black because of what they have been taught by the system. Now, one thing the brother just said, he said when he went to the military, he saw how things supposed to look when the government invests in its people. So I'm glad he said that. So now we should understand that we are not the government's people. They have never invested in us. In me, I don't expect them to invest anything in me. We have to do it. If we want our streets clean, we have to clean our streets. If we want the violence and everything out of our street, we black men, we have to get out there and do it. See, the problem, this is, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna finish. When Koku say he heard the people in the conscious community saying the street people and the people, and I hear a lot of them say, yeah, and the people in prison, when they break out of prison, like, God, how weak are we? We waiting on people to break out of prison before we fight back. Well, so that means we will never fight back. So that's why I'm seriously, it's about 2 or 3 channels that I watch on social media, because black social media is full of ish. It's set and it show you how black people feel about black. There's no difference than the 50 Cent movies, the rap music, and the majority of black social media. People don't like when I say it, but the majority of black social media is the same damn thing. Just go look at the channels where people can get bragging on their time in prison. Go look how quick their channels grow, 30, 40,000 subscribers. Just go look. This has become our culture. It has become our culture. It's this guy, and I listened to a couple of times. I won't listen to him. I heard him talk for a couple minutes. Somebody named Gilly the Kid or something like that, right? And whenever I hear him talk, the couple of times I heard him talk, he was bragging on his time in prison. Like that make him tough. And during the interview, he got to spark up his weed and act tough and talk about, he did time. So then you can get a football coach that'll go to an HBCU and coach, and you call Gilly the Kid to come give an inspirational speech. Nobody saw a problem with that but me. Out of all of the people that I talked to, nobody saw a problem with that but me.
Or brother Bakari, that was a straight problem. Of course. And the men of God too? Nah, I argue with you 300%. That is sure. Hello?
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, man. I got to roll to my show at 10 o'clock, man. It is good to talk to you, brothers. I have subscribed to your channel, and I'm going to come through every time that y'all do a show.
Nice.
And the guy from,
nice talking to you too, bro.
Hey,
no problem, man. Like,
I'm gonna email you my number, man.
yes, sir. All right, no problem, man. Thank you so much.
Right,
thank you so much for having this much needed conversation. You guys have a really nice night. Peace.
Yes, sir. Thank you. With that, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3 tonight. That was a real good discussion, man. I think you guys really nailed that one. Some connections have been made so far tonight and all that. So that's pretty cool. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is this talking point the key to the salvation of black folks all over the world? This comes, of course, with a link. We'll watch the video as always, and then we'll comment to it. I think I have to find, what's it, 130? Shoot. What was it again? Is it 115? Hold on. From 121 to 135. So that's the minute mark I have to find. 121 to 135.
Respect is where our biggest problem starts. We have lost African spirituality. Africans do not even understand what is their spirituality. And when you look at how it is that Christianity has become a very central player in the spiritual space of Africa, it has actually not brought Africans together, but it has divided Africans. Because when the Christian comes into the equation, he does not want to speak to the African traditionalist, to the African spiritualist, to the African who doesn't believe in Christianity. Automatically, and then with the Muslims who also came onto the continent, and they divided the continent. So the spiritual aspect is becoming tricky for me, especially when the manual of a particular spirituality, be it the Quran or the Bible, come into the equation, they begin to cause problems. One, because people don't understand them. Two, there's a chance that they've been tampered with. And three, they have got concepts and doctrines that sometimes go against Africanism in its own respect. But I believe that that's where we need to start. African spirituality must be founded and grounded, because spirit is the way that humanity achieves its objectives of the designer. When the designer created man, man was created for a purpose, to achieve a certain purpose. That purpose can only be known by the designer. And the designer can only speak to man through the spirit. And that is why I do understand this conversation of the Holy Spirit, the Bible, but my spirit, and I'm a Holy Spirit-filled Christian who has got all these questions that are now conflicting with what it is that I heard in the Christian doctrine. And the question is, what spirit inside me is beginning to question these doctrines? So we've got to find ourselves spiritually as Africans. And our spirituality can only be true if it brings us together, if it helps us maintain nature, if it helps us to prosper together. As long as we're prospering as individuals, as long as we're prospering by destroying another person, I believe that we are not in the right spirituality. So we have to ground that. Once we ground our spirituality, it will then guide our governance system. People need to be led. The leaders of a people need to be led by the right spirit that is aligned with the designer for them to meet their purpose. I believe that all the leaders that we have on the African continent right now are not tuned with any ideology or purpose of a designer. That is why they're looking for foreign investment. They're looking for industry that is destructive to the environment, industry that exploits people's labor. It exploits people and destroys people with the products that it brings up. And I keep saying to Africans, the reason why you're central, the reason why you're the most important people is life came out of Africa, and it came out of the womb of a black woman. It came out of a black, God put seed, or the creator put seed in blackness to give life to everything else. When we look at what it is that the Chinese and the Europeans are creating, it's death. Their technology is death. Their knowledge is death. The reason why Europeans came from Europe to Africa is they were running from the death they had created there through industry, through pollution, through destroying the soil, destroying the air, and war. They finished all their foods, they finished all their animals, and this I will always insist. No European can come to Africa and say they are bringing anything to Europe, to Africa. They finished their animals, including the bears and the lions, that they had to run away because there was nothing to eat. That is a death culture that only Africa can remedy.
And they came here and they call it industrialization.
And they came to Africa and they said we were behind. And they said they brought us civilization. And by saying they're bringing us civilization is they brought us this culture in which you have to defecate in the water that you drink. Yet the basics of African knowledge says you do not defecate where you eat.
In the well.
Where still you cannot defecate in the well. So this toxic culture can only be remedied by African Ubuntu, by African Hunu, that starts with the basics. Do not crap where you eat. Do not crap in water. So that means mining licenses that require a water license, where we take fresh water, give the rights to that fresh water to a mine
who pollutes it
that is going
cyanide.
to put it in cyanide. Put sulfuric acid.
Get some few grains of gold.
And this is where I also want to speak to Africans. Last time a gentleman came to me and says, I've got a contract from one of the biggest mining companies, Glencore. And this contract, I've got a truck, I need trucks that can take sulfuric acid from South Africa to Congo, to Fungutengamera mine. Once we get the chemicals there, then we must bring back copper to be taken out of the Durban port. Immediately I told him, I'm not interested. How can I be the kind of African who wants to build Africa, but I am facilitating a deal and making money of taking sulfuric acid that is going to be put into Congolese soil, into the Congolese water table, and into Congolese rivers, that is going to affect the health of the Congolese people in the name of making money.
You're going to make a few millions.
And I'm going to make the few millions for what? To buy a car, a house, nice clothes, and eat in white restaurants and support white companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange that won't even allow South Africans to participate in their own economy, that have monopolized all the real estate, that have monopolized everything so that the South African cannot be a participant in his own economy because there's a monopoly system that destroys blackness and builds this destructive character, person, and criminal against humanity.
No, that's a wonderful word.
Criminal against humanity that caused apartheid and impoverished the people of South Africa to take the money out. I can't be a part of such a system. Surely. This is where now we also have to fix. After we've got leadership, we need leadership that understands what we must invest in Africa, what will grow Africa. Not what will continue to destroy Africa as a cancer, like the industry, the type of industry that we have, the type of farming that we have, the type of economic system, which is what I was trying to break up in a piece that I wrote for people this week. To say, when you look at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, then you look at the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, you look at the Botswana Stock Exchange, when you look at the investors that are the biggest investors in those stock exchanges, you will see that they are predominantly South African companies and American companies. The biggest shadow banks of the world, which are 4. These are the biggest banks in the world. We've got Vanguard, we've got BlackRock, we've got State Street, and then we've got Vanguard. These are the biggest shadow banks in the world. No funds are bigger than these 4 funds. They're all invested in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and all the stock exchanges on the continent. They then have investors that come from Momentum, Liberty, what is this other one? Sanlams, the big South African financial institutions, which also have shareholding of these big shadow banks from America again. In Zimbabwe, we've got sanctions, but these big shadow banks are in Zimbabwe. And my question is why? Why are our stock exchanges monopolized and dominated by these American 4 big banks that were involved in slavery, involved in the Second World War, which brought about colonization of African countries to be shifted from Europe to the Americans through their corporate control? Why are they still invested in Africa? Because then it means Africa is still controlled by charter companies, and the finances of the slave owners and the finances of the colonial empires, like the Rothschilds, like the Rockefellers, like the Morgans, who are now invested in these shadow banks. That is our economy. We must change that economy, and we must stop the language.
You went on spirituality, you went on governance, now you're on economics and industry and shadow banks.
And remember, those are all dependent on spirituality that builds our governors, who determine who is investing in our country, who determine the investment policies in our countries. Right now, we were trying to create a fund in Zimbabwe where we say we want 100,000 Zimbabweans to be able to come together, collect their $10, $50 into a fund. And we want to make sure that that fund can only invest in the control of specific resources. Right now, we've got gas in Zimbabwe. It's not being exploited because no foreign investors came. Yet Zimbabweans have lots of money. If 100,000 of us come, 1 million of us come, we put our $10, our $100 together, we will have enough money to exploit our own gas on our terms with our own facilities. But if you try to look for a vehicle, a legal vehicle to collate these funds and then target them to a specific project, you won't find such a vehicle because our laws have got vehicles like mutual funds, investment funds, some form of a banking system that prescribes where these monies must be invested. We've got to change the laws that suit us, not this Roman Dutch law system that is created by a minority. Zimbabwe was colonized by only 2% white people. Those are the Romans. And they brought their Roman, Dutch law, English law, discovery law, which is the colonization law, and they imposed it on us. And we remained with Roman Dutch law.
We put politicians to manage it.
We even created a constitution recently in which our government has said it will compensate white farmers for land that they stole and developments that they made on stolen land. You can never develop a stolen piece of property. You can only defile it. You can only vandalize it, because anything you do on someone's property without their authority is vandalism. But we are going to compensate. We are going to change international legal custom. And we are going to create a new legal custom of compensating thieves for what they stole. We are going to compensate a criminal who steals your car for putting rims and putting tints and then using it and devaluing it for as long as they have done. We are going to compensate them. And yet the Jews, and I say the Jews, not the Hebrews, after Second World War, they were compensated.
You're right.
For being oppressed just for 6 years.
And Africans for 400 years.
We've got Emerson
about
Mnangagwa.
700 years, maybe.
We've got Emerson Mnangagwa, my president now, together with a ZANU-PF, the most radical and most revolutionary political party on the African continent, writing a constitution in which they are going to compensate the people that killed our ancestors, took their heads, took their land, cut the trees off the land.
While you're on that, respond also, Vic Falls has been sold to the Chinese. There's a rumor.
I don't usually respond to rumors because the problem with rumors, especially in a country like Zimbabwe, the rumors are ill-informed, usually not backed with evidence. That's why we believe that $15 billion of diamonds were stolen in a country that couldn't even produce $10 billion of diamonds and sold $6 billion of those diamonds through the Kimberley process. Doesn't make sense. So I don't usually talk to anything I haven't researched and confirmed. And I try to teach Zimbabweans not to have a culture of relying on gossip and relying on what comes from the mill of the gossip to make their
conclusions.
That's the same reason why Zambia. They say Zambia has been taken over by the Chinese. The Chinese are taking over because of Zambian debt. It's a nonsense because the deals that have made between China are bilateral. They do not attach any assets of the country because when China comes in, it comes in as a partner taking advantage of an opportunity in Zambia. They bring in their money, the Zambians bring in their money, and then they try to create value. If value is not created, the shareholders of those investments have lost out. That doesn't mean they go and take any assets because it wasn't debt. It was a partnership. It was a mutual investment. And
Okay, I think he's covered quite a huge terrain, and I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted you to give us a full length conversation in that discussion.
Let me finish off quickly.
Yeah.
So we said we need to change the legal system. It must be African. It must stop being Roman Dutch. It must stop being the colonial discovery law system that we're using right now. Our constitutions must serve the people of Africa and benefit them. That's the purpose of making the law. And the Zimbabwe's law constitution is a living document. We must change this compensation of white farmers. Then the education system, the one that frames our mind, the one socializes us. Software, this is education, what we're doing right now. And all the textbooks that need to develop Africa haven't been written. We must write them from the content that we generate on shows like this. And once we've got the education system right, we then change our agriculture. This nonsense of using hybrids, seeds that don't reproduce, seeds that are owned by certain companies to produce our food, GMOs that are owned by other companies to produce our food, is a clear nonsense. And common sense will tell you we need seeds that can reproduce. We need seeds that we own that are not owned by anybody else. These fertilizers, we must stop using them. That now needs to be the education system that tells us. This double entry system of accounting, where we have a multiple extraction system, but we have a double entry system that only worries about the bottom line. In our language, you don't have bottom line and profit. So that means that we need to start having accounting systems that go with our culture and value system. We don't have profit, bottom line, and exploitation in those. And we don't have these resources. People are not resources. So we need to change that language.
I'll end that there. That was a real good. That segment was good. Now he covered multiple topics, so it's interesting which talking point the prompt refers to. I guess it's a spirituality one. But I mean, a lot of points. I gotta check that video later on to hear what else he said. The last part he said, I'll just say this quickly. I like what he said about the prophets thing, and how that does it. There's no word, there's no term bottom line in any African language, right? I like that. I like that part, and I'll be interested to hear what else he had to say. Carl, what did you get from the video and the prompt? What do you say?
Well, from the beginning prompt, he was talking about spirituality. I don't think that spirituality is going to be the key, because I mean, we had African spirituality before our oppression, and it didn't really help us back then. So But as far as the other points he was talking about, I think that was really good. Especially how he talked about there not being a bottom line, and he's talking about the use of capitalist exploitation in Africa. And like Malcolm X said, you don't get to be a capitalist without being a bloodsucker. So he understood that it's this exploitation of Africa's resources, Africa's people, that helps further the European domination. And he also talked about the sanctions in Zimbabwe. And it was so interesting that when people talk about the conditions of African countries, how Zimbabwe was going to give, take the land from the white farmers and give it back to the people, how Zimbabwe got hit with these sanctions that destroyed their economy. And really that was really a way to punish Zimbabwe, but not only that, but as a threat to South Africa for them not to do the same thing. So I think that the way he's talking about and the way that Christianity and Western religions have a hold on our minds, and they've conditioned us to accept our treatment on this earth with the expectation that we're going to be rewarded in heaven. I think as long as they have a hold on our mind, we have to really combat that. I don't see African people free still holding on to Western religions, because these religions were created to shackle us mentally as well as physically. So he's absolutely right that we're going to have to tackle that. Now, is that the only key? No. I think that the key is really going to be us organizing the masses of people for our liberation. But I really like how you touched on the we can't use capitalism as a means of getting ahead either. So I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Carl. Let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
I'm doing good.
Good. Real Black Gentleman, you see the prompt.
Yeah.
And you saw the video. What say you?
Well, I mean, I agree with some of what he's saying. Some of what he's saying, I think is I like to say the concern about environmental exploitation. Some of the solutions that he says, I think are nonsense. When he was talking about he was trying to talk about speaking in metaphors about we don't shit we're in our water. I get that, but sewer systems did exist in even in pre-Roman times, and what I'm saying, in Africa. I'm saying, this is not anything that is the concept of making sure that your waste goes away. I don't think that that's anything foreign to Africa. I'm gonna say that I get tired of hearing a lot of fake dichotomies about what is African and then what is not African, because it really bugs me that African is supposed to be this rigid type of ideals, and that anything that's not of that or the opposite thereof is automatically there's too many things that I mean, I spoke on this before about. I'm going to talk about the spirituality. This is the second thing. Spirituality is okay, but I don't want African societies to devolve into spiritualists that again that phrase society. I'm not a fan of Christianity. I'm not a fan of Islam. If anything that can be done to dismantle those organizations, but not necessarily, but to replace them with something else simultaneously is I think the best outcome. I worry about talking about industrialization. Look, if Africa goes back to basically being subsistence farmers, that still won't prevent any kind of defense, technologies, a lot of what, the world learned, they came out of Kemet. I think that a lot of people do not state this hard enough. All this science that we talk about the white man had came out of ancient Kemet, period. All this science, all this math. So when we say that, we shouldn't use, we shouldn't try to have industry, or we should kind of we shouldn't try to use mechanical advantage. That's people say, oh, machines are of the devil. That's some Amish talking stuff. I don't want to be on that type of time. Anything that these white people can do, we can do. Okay, anything, but not necessarily everything. You know what I'm saying? Let's just make it real. Let's not get caught lacking on some kind of defensive system. I mean, it's not swords and spears no more. It's rockets and missiles. I mean, if black people can't have a defense towards that right now in today's world, I mean, How are you going to do that with a couple sticks and some mud? Let's keep it a buck. Let's get these metals and get some metallurgists and get some alloys and you know, there's going to be good land and just going to be some bad land that is just going to have to be, you know, tore up so we can get some metals. You know what I'm saying? You just don't pick up metals on the top of the ground. You got to dig it up. And this idea that, you know what I'm saying, let's not overstate it. You know, you don't want to have pollution when you want to manage the waste of industry. Yes, you don't want to be reckless and just put a whole bunch of useless waste and just right next to the river. You got to have a little bit of foresight, but let's not be gully. Come on. I don't want to talk about deindustrializing Africa at all. You know, fertilizers, when you put them in the wrong spot, they're bad because you waste a lot of it in the rivers. Managing the resources. Just don't take what these white folks do for granted. Assess it, take out what's good, and then let go of what's not bad. But I mean, a lot of this, like, you know, we should just kind of just like, no, because they still want to come and attack us. You know what I'm saying? So like, make sure you have some hard gear. Man, I'm a yield, man.
I appreciate that, real black gentleman. Buana, what say you?
Shout out to real black gentleman first and foremost, because what he detailed just now, I respect and I agree 100%. You know, so shout out to real black gentleman.
Thank you.
I am not interested in the going back from modernization back into this primitive form of living and lifestyle when the whole world moves on while we want to devolve. Well, I consider it to be devolving. There are brothers who may not consider it as going backwards, but I would like the African continent to be not only modernized but futuristic in that outlook. So I agree with the brother. So I say shout out to real black gentlemen first and foremost. But let me go back to some of the points that what I have made and listening to this brother. First, I think that he is a walking contradiction. And the reason why I say that is, first, he starts talking about African spirituality. You know, and I am not the best person to talk about spirituality, spirituality in terms of religion and things like that. I think that there are other brothers on the panel who are more spiritual than I am. But for me, when I look at him talking about spirituality, and then he mentions him being a Christian, and then he tries to couple that with African spirituality, I am confused. You know, as far as because the Christian doctrine say no, the African spirituality. You know, from what I learned in terms of Kemet and other places on the African continent, they talk about man, woman, and child. You know, and you see the symbols that are all over the world, all over the global world: man, woman, and child. The Christian doctrine say man, the God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So they turn the woman into a ghost. They don't want the woman to even have a form anymore. So I'm asking, you talking about African spirituality, but you saying you're Christian, so you holding on to vestiges of something that take out the woman out of the equation altogether. As a matter of fact, turn the woman into a ghost. I am confused by that. You see him to be a walking contradiction. The next thing he talked about was disassociating himself from European companies and European this and European that. Well, I could see 3 or 4 different European companies he patronizes just by looking at the clothes he wear. You know, you're wearing Italian boots, you're wearing jeans, probably produced in some European company. You have this European jacket on. How many European companies you have to patronize? You are actively patronizing European companies while saying you want to divest from it. He is a walking contradiction. I don't want to disrespect the brother, but I find that some of our brothers sometimes they don't really. I look more towards what people do as opposed to what they say, because we are great grand talkers. When it comes out to actualizing these things, you know what I mean, actualizing these things, then you see some inconsistency. And I'm more prone to watch what people actually do, even though they give the most best speeches in the world. You know, it breaks down to brass taxes. How are you really in your personal life everything he wear, he is patronizing some European company. I could bet you, But needless to say, there's some value and validity to what he said when he talked about the gas in Zimbabwe, gas, and the fact that no one is. And let me remind the brothers, when I lived in the UK, I lived with some Zimbabwe brothers, the Shonas. They were Shonas, but I lived with Zimbabwe brothers, and I didn't really hear them talk about the gas issue and the fact that no one is patronizing it. This is something that should be investigated with us. I find that the Zimbabwe people are some of the most politically sophisticated people on the continent in terms of out of South Africa, Zimbabwe people and Nigerians. But Zimbabwe people are extremely sophisticated. But I do believe that and African, more African centered, really and truly, even though they have a lot of Englishness to them, they don't see the white man ice as colder. And I think that the reason is because of the political situation that existed on the ground in Zimbabwe. But the fact that he directed us all, under the sound of his voice, to the fact that the gas is a mineral resource that people are not looking at, I think that we should look at that. And I think that all of us individually who may have connections in this to Zimbabwe, or people on the ground in Zimbabwe should talk to somebody about that. Be proactive and find out what is what, because this could be the next new thing that could do a little thing for us over here in the West. So I think that is important that he talked about the gas issue. I never really even considered it, and I think that it should be considered. But as far as other things, in terms of certain things he would have mentioned, my only issue is do as I say and not as I do. And there's some inconsistency with the man, what he professes in terms of him being a Christian person, and in terms of him wearing everything European, but he tends to debase Europeans and Europeanism. It's just it's a lot of confusion going on. And you see this in other groups of people. But like I said, I'll leave it there. This is what I gathered from this discussion. But I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I'll just point out that in consciousness, and this is one of my big pet peeves, we see the same problems in consciousness that we see amongst unconsciousness. And that's a problem. We're supposed to be different than that, so to speak. There's a lot of contradictions in consciousness. So a lot of guys, he's like amongst the intellectual class. He's conscious, right? But he's a contradiction. There's a lot of that going on in consciousness too. There's a whole bunch of that going on in consciousness too. But Bakari touched on that earlier in the show. Some of these channels you go to, it's the same nonsense, as if you went to mind-numbingly dumb YouTube. Someone was telling me how one of these folks around here, a guy on the channel, was offering to pay another guy on the panel, right, on this one particular channel, to fly them out so they could fight it out. Like, this is the shit that's going on in so-called conscious spaces, So yeah, that's why I like Shoot the Breeze. Shoot the Breeze points out a lot of the contradictions as well that we all have, but some of us have it heavy. Let me just read a couple things from the chat before I go to Zuli. Afro-Native World says, check Decolonizing the African Mind by Chinwezu. Nama X is here. He said, we showed Europeans how to build sewer systems in Kemet, Egypt. I love how they talk about Africa as if these things didn't come out of there. Trigger Happy 262 says, this is a whole late. And by the way, Trigger, we did say in this new year, you got to come up. You got to come up on the pound. But I'll read this for the continuity. But you gotta start dipping in, my friend. He says, this is a late response. My phone died as I was writing this question. But here's my question. Why do we make the point that our spirituality is useless when Europeans put an effort to destroy it? If Europeans had to put in effort, put in a new value system into our societies so we can be easily malleable, then how does it not have value? This can be said for the Western Hemisphere as well. As I've said before, our spirituality is simply the means and guidelines to sustaining our life force, and that holds our value system. There's no other solution besides our own. Now, my ex says, yeah, he out there looking like a celebrity. He says the way someone dresses says a lot. He says Mugabe was powerful. He was a true leader. Nama goes on to say a lot of people are here preaching one thing and doing the opposite. He said it's like Tariq with that museum. He's doing the same thing Umar did. Very sad. Afro-Native will agrees with Trigger. Bakari has returned. Let's go to Bakari and then Uzuli. Bakari, what say you?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to say this real quick because I'm out. Got to go pick my son up from work. But what I want to say is when they talking about spirituality, right? I'm going to be honest with you, and it bothers people when I say this. If your spirituality and them spirits ain't making you fight back, I'm sorry, to hell with them spirits. I'm just being honest with you. If it ain't telling you got to build a damn nuclear weapon to protect yourself, to hell with them spirits. Because our spirits laid down. I don't having European ways or whatever, and Arab ways. I don't think we need those either. But if you practicing African spirituality and your African spirituality and it's working for you, making you be a better person and making you be a better person for the people, for your people, keep it. But it's supposed to you can't be a better person for your people if your spirits ain't making you fight back. Because we need something. We need something. And I'm going to touch on what you just said, Koku, before I get on here, because I came back and I heard you. When you said you heard some YouTube nonsense where somebody was telling to fly somebody out. Now, this spirit, we do need to get rid of. If it take African spirituality to get rid of it, because trust me, I study voodoo, so I'm not telling nobody don't study African spirituality. But what I study gonna make me fight, have me want to fight, right? But when you say gonna fly somebody out so they can fight, this is on the last prompt, but it go to this too. That type of spirit it has to be done, because I tell people it's no different. I said it last time, I'll say it again. It's no difference in social media. I'm gonna say 90% of black social media of what I see. That's why I turn most of them off. There's no difference in social media, the way we talk to one another, the way we treat one another, than it is on TV and in music. It's the same thing. We will call somebody a sellout. Their spirit calls them to sell out to go be in Hollywood and make millions. But these people on YouTube selling out a couple thousand. It's the same thing. So all of this is together. And the spirit won't change unless we want it to change until we're ready to shut a lot of this nonsense out of our lives. And on that, I'll give the mic. And I'm going to listen because I'm on my way to pick my son up from work.
All right. Thanks for coming through, Bakari. If you have a chance, join us a little bit later. We'll be here till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. With that said, let's go to Uzuli. Is this talking point the key to the salvation of black folk all over the world? Which talking point in particular are we talking about?
Well, I mean, I agree with what this man said, but basically all of it. We want to talk about first of all, we're going from point to point. Say, like Trigger Happy said, if spirituality was not important, why did the Europeans until this day, why is it being crushed over and over and over again? The other thing the brother spoke about, this whole thing we're talking about using technology from the earth to do this. These are European ideas. So for you when the brother said we don't shit where we eat, he wasn't saying that African didn't build sewer system. He wasn't saying that. What he was saying is you can't destroy the place where you live because you wanna forage minerals, natural resources that when you take them out could destroy the land. Because let's look at it. When you farm, you're not supposed, like when you farm in an area, when the next season comes, you're not supposed to farm in that same area again because it destroyed the soil. So for people to be like, for people who claim we are all pro Pan-African, when this brother said you're not supposed to use certain technology that you claim, the phone that you claim that you're using, that we're talking on right now, all of that, they have people digging it in the ground, not you, people who are digging it in the ground, which is destroying the soil. So if the brother said, I'm not gonna take money to become rich to destroy the soil, yeah, I was like, oh no, that's retarded, because I want to be futuristic. Your futuristic is in your spirituality. That's why they are messed up. The African spirituality that you guys don't want to deal about because it didn't do nothing, or it didn't do nothing. But one of the greatest revolution that they claim started with that mystic spiritual technology that you guys say, it's nothing. So the brother said a lot that I agree with. If you can't use the technology with the earth, with the environment, without destroying it, I don't think it should be used. So if we want to use Egypt, or if we want to use different civilization, yes, they had technology, but the technology worked with the environment. So if you see in certain part of the world, they built a whole thing in the canyon. They built a whole palace within the canyon. They didn't destroy it and create. So if you want to be, at the end of the day, you're not gonna win nothing right now because you're so behind in that technology that is out today. There's no way you could overcome it. So what the brother was saying is that, let's reach, and for the brothers who say he's Christian, yes, this brother said, if you watch this video, is 2 hours. I watched the whole 2 hours. He used to be a staunch Christian, but after a while, he said what he saw was going on in the Christianity world, he wasn't happy with it. So he's not saying that he came from a Christian background. He turned it into a African spirituality. So me, I don't see why anything he said, and I believe that if we practice some of the thing that he said, I don't see anything wrong with that. Us coming from, let's go create a technology. Let's go. You're not going head to head with the people who have been doing technology for over 200 years.
No, I think that if Africa had a 10-year plan, it could do it. Africa had an Apollo. Major African countries had an Apollo plan to have mass production. I mean, and this is the thing: the whole destroy the environment. That's a whole farce. Black people do not do anything compared to how actual Europeans do. European people really do things with productive with how they produce. They do things where they put the water in it. We know how to do without doing that.
That is not a farce. Farmers tell you that you should not be planting,
and that can be changed.
That is not a farce,
That can be changed, and that's just like the idea of like property, of like a farmer having the state can do that. The state just have land set aside just to make sure that there's enough. That these things can be managed and like adjusted. I'm just saying that you can't get stuck on what about iron? I mean, are we serious? Like the iron, like for tools? I mean, this stuff is just like on top of the earth. You have to dig down there quarry for rocks.
Iron was what? I don't understand why you're bringing iron. African people was making iron from the beginning. You have to dig up. You have to break the earth.
That
did not destroy the soil. That did not.
But I'm saying that we don't destroy. Black African people don't have yet to do anything compared to what these white people do as far as toxic waste.
Did you not hear what he said? Said I don't think you understand what he's saying.
And what the fertilizer?
Go ahead.
Yeah, with the fertilizer and the farmland and repeated. I mean, I'm aware of that. Yeah, you will destroy the topsoil, but again, that can be mitigated against. You can do that. You can rotate crops. That's not a big thing. You know what I'm saying? That's not even a big worry. That can be managed. We can. That's a hurdle. That's not even a big hurdle. That's just a little bit of planning and foresight. But all I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that we can't. I mean,
so
yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying you said something that said in 10 years we could reverse this. Brother.
Well, no. I'm not saying reverse. I'm just saying as far as like, look, if African people don't want like stuff from around the world, then African people have to build capacity. We have to actually have all the raw materials sourced in house. There's no other way. You're really going to have to have you're going to have to get this stuff from somewhere. I'm not saying it's like it'd be an all hands on deck kind of a thing, but you got to build these facilities, get these pipelines to do this stuff. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Yes, sir. So if I could chime in here briefly, I don't want to cut both of them because both of y'all are wise. And for my great, you know, my new best filmmaker, Erzuli, I just want to ask him one question. So if you don't want to destroy the topsoil that exists in Africa, that will mean that all the cell phones that you enjoy and all the minerals and material that go in for you to produce the wonderful films you make, there's topsoil that needs to be destroyed to get to the minerals, to get to these things. So which you benefit from right now, because I'm sure you have more than one cell phone. I'm sure to make your films, you know, there is minerals that they have to extract out of African soil to put in to manufacture the things that you use to produce to make these wonderful films. So I'm asking, how do you go about doing these things without disturbing the topsoil like you would have suggested? That's my question to you.
Well, if you ask me, would I give up this in order to save the earth or to save my people? Yeah. So I have cell phones. I have this. How did we communicate with each other 50 years ago? Why is it all of a sudden now you need a cell phone, you need a laptop, you need this and that? How did we live 100 years ago? And let me tell you something. This is one thing I found out. In the film industry, right?
Yes.
Before the invention of cameras, cameras, right? The film, when you film a movie back in the days, it was on film. And that film was made from animal parts. So before the invention of digital cameras, the film that they used to shoot movies on, parts of it was made from animal parts. Did you know when I found that out, you think to me, if I would rather shoot a movie, this is a great destruction of resources. So even though the film brings you something nice, but there's animal parts in it. So that's okay?
Well, you ask a question. You say that how do we communicate with one another 50 years ago? And the answer to that is we didn't. We didn't communicate the way that we do.
Yes,
it
we
in
did,
a
bro.
massive
You
way.
talking?
Let me finish. Let me finish. And I'll let you rock. Let me finish. What I'm saying is the way that we communicate with one another globally around the planet. You know, if matter of fact, it used to be a huge expense to do so, not like now. Because of the coltan we could extract from out of the ground in Africa, because of technology and advancement of technology, that I could sit in a room in Nassau, Bahamas, and speak to you in New York City, and the fact that you are from Haiti and the fact that I am from the Bahamas, and we never met each other on the ground, even though the fact that we are neighbors, the fact that we could do so, you know, live right now in a living color, I feel like it's a benefit to humanity and human development. I don't feel like it's a regression, you know. But you know, everyone has the right to. Well, I don't say fuck them kids. I think that when you say fuck them kids, what I mean is there is a way. I feel now this is where we do agree. There is a way that the laws could be set in place where child labor should be restricted in Africa and actually executed. I think that if grown men would want to engage in an industry, they have a right to do so and get paid fairly for it. But as far as child labor, no, I am not with that. So I with you when you say that, it's not about F them kids. It's about, if a grown man decides, say, hey, let me do this list labor because there's material in this land that is going to be beneficial for my community, my society, and the greater world, and I'll be paid fairly for it. Yes, I agree with that. I agree that we should use whatever resources that we have at our hand to benefit humanity. And if you may consider that to be a wrong thing, I don't consider that to be a wrong thing, because I appreciate the fact that technology put me in a position where I could talk to my brothers all over the world where I didn't have an opportunity to do so on this platform right now. So I am grateful of that. I don't blight that whatsoever.
You know why? This is what the thing, because you don't understand that. Well, we're coming from a different point. We're coming from a different stance. You believe that this technology makes you connect with people. You ever sit sometimes and then you think about somebody, and then all of a sudden they get in contact with you, or you bump into them? That ever happened to you?
Yes.
That ever happened to you that you haven't spoken to somebody for a minute?
Yes.
And then you turn the corner and you see that person?
Yes.
And the person tells you, I was thinking about this. I was just thinking about you.
Yes.
Explain that technology. That's technology, my brother, that African people have.
No, but
you might not agree with me. You might think I'm talking nonsense. It's okay.
No,
but
not
you
at
know
all.
why?
Not at all. Not at all. I think that what you're saying have a whole lot of validity, because that have to do with the metaphysical world. What I am talking about is on a tangible world. Because I would not have known you if I had not come on the use of this technology and patronize the services that Koku provides on this channel. And I am having a connection with a man from Haiti that I may never had contact with. So I appreciate the technology that I have right now, the platform that I have right now. I don't think it's a regression for human development. No, I don't agree with that.
If I might interject, I think what the real issue is that in the reality, so to speak, the economic system that's imposed around us, the problem is not the extraction of the resources and the exhaustion of the labor. The problem is the over extraction of the resources with the exhaustion of the labor. These materials, I see people keep talking about phones and all that stuff, right? The problem is, why should you have an iPhone? I don't know what number they're up to now, 13 or 14 or some shit, right? Why should you have a 14 when there's people still walking around with a functional 9 or 7 or whatever? Why is it right after you go and buy an iPhone, 2-3 months later there's another iPhone on? It's because these guys are overdoing it. The problem is not the extraction. The problem is the over extraction. You see, and that's the thing we have to come to understand. So when you talk about destroying the environment, I think there's a threshold to that. I think you could dig in the earth to a certain point, and then it's not destructive to the system, or irreparable damage to the system. But the point is, these guys are overdoing it. By the way, we don't talk about the fact that Europe exports its nuclear waste and all that kind of stuff to Africa and buried in the ground over there. That's the shit that's destroying it. So keep it within the means. Go ahead.
So, Coco, I agree with what you said. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say, like what you just said. If an iPhone 9 is still working, this is the exploitation for money making. It's not even to bring you technology. It's the exploitation. I gotta get a new iPad. You buy an iPad this year, next year you need a new. It's the exploitation, and then that exploitation comes at a cost of people from another country that we don't see. Perfect example: diamonds. Oh, for a while now, people think diamonds are rare. Diamonds are not rare. But the exploitation, people, it's like Kanye, where Kanye said something about, about the diamonds. He got to look fresh. But a shorty was left armless because of what he wanted. We're digging into the earth. We're digging all of this, like Koku just said. Every other day, there needs to be a new iPhone, a new car, a new this, a new that. We are not saying that, okay, like the brother Goku just said, yeah, okay, we could have a phone. Every year is a phone out. Every year is a car out. Every year is a new technology that's happening out. And again, I'm saying technology, like I just, brother, he just saw my movie. One of the brothers in there, an actor dropped out. And one time I was like, damn, what am I gonna do? So I was like, yo, I should reach out to that brother. But I couldn't get him. One day I'm in Manhattan looking for props for the movie. I go to a store, the store is closed. When I turn around to go back to the train, guess who I see? That same actor I was looking for. So, like you just said, brother, Mr. Untouchable, you said those two brothers met on this. It's not an accident. You see me talking to you right now? We were gonna meet one way or another. Me meeting Goku, me meeting all of you guys right now, there's nothing is a coincidence. We may not have met through this technology, but we were supposed to meet. So I'm not saying, I just don't want to dismiss the African spirituality, throw it out, the thing. And I'm not saying that technology is bad, but the exploitation, there's exploitation and there's doing it the right way. I have a Note 9 right now. I have a Note 9. You know what they're on right now? They're on the 22. And you know what they stopped doing? They stopped sending me updates. Because you know why? Yep. They want me to get another one.
Yep.
I used to get update regularly about a year ago. Now, 2 years ago, no updates. So now the phone is already giving me problems. All of this stuff. And I'm saying this, we're not going to win this or even be up to par with these people when they are like 300 years ahead of us. Not in technology, not technology-wise, propaganda-wise, and all of that. So the brother said in this, and I'm a brother Hagazaki, sorry for mispronouncing. You said, he's wearing European clothes, A lot of this garment that those Africans have on, you know where it's made at? In China. So what are we saying? Just because the brother is anyway, I think I'm not gonna be too much. If anybody has time and watch, it's a 2-hour interview, and they have some good points. There's also points about where they're talking about Christianity. The lady is in support of Christianity because she talks about, but she relates the Christianity to Black people. So even that brother that was doing the interview, the host, he used to be like a staunch Christian too. So that's it. But I get what you're saying about technology. But I'm saying is, Black people, we used to be the technology. So that's all I have to say. Hold up, one more thing. One more thing real quick. Real Black gentlemen, you ain't shit for saying I'm simping for Mother Earth. One. Number two.
Look, I'm just saying, but for real though, but you know what I'm saying? A lot of that whole idea of Mother Earth and the environment, that is straight white folk. Mother Earth refers to the Roman Greek goddess Gaia. When you talk about Gaia, that's straight Rome. When people talk about Mother Earth, I direct that straight to Rome. Fuck Gaia. Fuck her, Mother Earth. I don't need Rome. Africa gotta purge itself of the Roman influences. That's like almost like a
I get what you're
primary
saying.
thing. So when we talk about, you don't build the pyramids by like, kind of scraping at the soil. No, you dig it out the ground. And I know what you mean by like the topsoil. I get it. I really respect what you're saying. But for real, look, if we got to dig up some soil and get some iron going, forget about that acre. That acre is going to be a bad, dirty acre. But the 99 bajillion other acres of Africa can be pristine.
That's real black gentlemen. What I'm saying is that they built the pyramid, but they built it with the earth. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
I'm not saying that
no doubt. And I'm just saying that the idea, any kind of notion that just a reactive notion that black people got to worry about the environment. Look, we got to disabuse ourselves of that. We will never do anything as hard as these white people do. I'm pretty confident. I don't need to like constantly like doubt check myself. We're not going to have nuclear waste. Even if we had nuclear power, we didn't have the wherewithal not to even try to do anything like that. If it was for real in African hands, I'm confident we would know what to do.
But brother, real black gentleman.
Yeah.
How do you have you seen kids that are in areas where the water's polluted? They grow body parts. They are not healthy.
Yeah,
so
I know
that affects. So this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What the brother is saying, don't shit. Wait, okay, I give you an example. Haiti, a couple of years ago, was hit with cholera.
Yes, but
mad people died. But you know what happened?
Right? Yeah.
No matter how poor Haiti was, prior to that, nobody in Haiti was dying of freaking cholera. Because we knew not to shit where we eat. But the UN soldiers came.
Yes.
I think over 30,000 people, or not even 30, I don't want to say all of that. I don't know the exact. A lot of Haitian people died from that cholera. Was that on purpose? Was that by accident? No, I believe everything is not by accident. All I'm saying is, yes, I get what you say. All I'm saying is, if you're going to work with the technology, work with it to benefit the earth, the people, the animals. Don't do it just because you want to make money and drive a Rolls Royce or earn a Rolex. That's what I'm saying.
No doubt. It's about infrastructure. It's about the basics. All of this comes from like, a lot of like innovation is just like, I think comes from like from the ground itself, from the people on the ground who want to advance their daily things and like come up with tinkering with things. This is where you this is where you drive your code. This is where you drive things from a local, and you just look. I'm with you. I know we don't have to worry about destroying the environment. I just think now I think that again, now localized areas are different. You live on an island, sir. Haiti is an island, sir. You know what I'm saying? So every resource is very, very, very extremely important, sir, on that island. I'm with you 120%, sir. So I'm very sensitive about what you mean by the environment. I just want to make sure that. Yeah, I'm with you in the various locales. In your locale where you don't want to shit where you eat. I'm with that 100%. Nonetheless, when we're talking about the great broadness of Africa, there's a bit of like spaces where, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, look, it's 1 billion acres. 1 acre is just gonna have to be the bad acre. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just gonna have to be a couple bad acres. That's the only kind of solution that I have. And it's just recognizing and managing those bad spaces where it's just, it's gruddy it had to be like that. It had to be managed with the foresight of knowing how, well, you don't want to do it like that because you see how these white people do it. Just had the foresight to put it there. Make sure you put it all the way there. Those are the ideas I'm trying to come with. I'm with you 100%, sir.
I think I'll say this before we move on to the next prompt. I see Gassim up in the chat saying good morning. Morning, Gas. I think the thing we need to challenge ourselves in thinking is when our folks say we need to return to an African way of doing something. What I take from that personally, from my understanding of our ancestors on the continent, is let's get back to the idea of we ain't gonna overdo it. Stop overdoing it. Right? So I think when you like what he's talking about, I think is a fair point. If you look at it from that perspective, is that when we need to control our our reality. And in fact, we need to get back in tune with our original reality of who we were. And as Africans, we just wouldn't overdo it. Like Urzuli said, there was a time when we would farm land, and this was true in the Caribbean too. I grew up around a farm. When you farm land, you farm that plot of land for 7 or so years, or 6 years actually, and in the 7th year, you let that land rest for a year. You don't overdo it. So that's what we got to get back. We got to stop thinking when we say getting back to African or some Africanness, that it's somehow, let's go back to thatch roof huts or some shit like that. No one's supposed to be thinking that. You're supposed to be thinking it simply means let's get back to doing it how we do, which to me, my thesis of how Africans view that shit, don't overdo it. Like Nama X says in the chat, we've always been conscious. Exactly. We've always been aware. Don't overdo it. With that said, let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. I think I got everyone in that one, right? Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is Julius Malema controlled opposition? I was surprised by this prompt. Let's see what the video is about.
With Julius, the issue is not a Pan-Africanist, he's an opportunist. And you were saying that there were times when we used to make videos that used to inspire people like you.
Yeah.
And I was one of the first Pan-Africanists to start really bringing out this issue of African unity and what it is that the book that was written by Kwame Nkrumah, which is the neocolonialism, the last legs of colonialism, was actually talking about why we need to unite.
Mm.
Julius never spoke about that at any point before people like me started speaking about it.
Sure.
And so he was opportunistically groomed to start talking about that so that he could take the position of revolutionary in South Africa and Africa to shut out other voices that speak like that. How do I know this? Because when I began to make those videos, I used to have videos that would hit 100,000 easily. 200,000, 300,000, 500,000 at that time.
And that's besides being shared on other platforms.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what started to happen is the moment I started making those videos, I got shut down by Facebook, by Twitter, and every platform.
Welcome to my life.
They shut me down. People can't see my videos. People can't find me. And worse still, when other Pan-Africanists would come and ask me to come on their shows, like what you have done, immediately after I've come there and we've spoken on the issues that I speak about, they would have their pages unpublished and removed.
Sure.
And then they began to realize there was a problem. But when Julius began to talk Pan-Africanism, they never did that to him.
Yeah.
In fact, the South African media, which is white-owned, which is controlled by the Ruperts, which is controlled by the Oppenheimers, gave him so much platform to speak. Social media gives him so much platform to speak. His pages are never muzzled. His Twitter page is never muzzled. Go to my Twitter page. You'll see that 60% of the people can't even see my post because they'll see that it's written sensitive content.
It's called shadow banning.
Shadow banning.
Yeah.
They've never shadow banned Julius. Now, if you remember South African history, PAC, they shadow banned. In fact, they actually got to point of banning outright Mangaliso. Till today, Sobukwe's voice cannot be heard. It has been blackwashed by even the independents. You've got a people who are intellectual enough to have wanted to emancipate blackness, not by defeating white supremacy, but by being part and parcel of white supremacy. That is why the ANC has always kept up the intellectual fight and not turned it into the militarization of that intellectualism. And they have committed themselves to this perspective all the way till to the end, including to the time that they sit at the CODESA negotiations, is they're not trying to destroy white supremacy. They're trying to be partakers by managing black interests or black hurt or black suffering or the black aspiration. So when they get to CODESA, they're not trying to destroy white supremacy. They're trying to be part and parcel of white supremacy and to be the management of the white, of the blacks. And they successfully got that arrangement where they are managing Black sentiment, they're managing Black aspirations. They give Black people in this country your grants. They give Black people as much freebies as possible. They've even allowed white companies to continue to intoxicate Black people with alcohol so that they are continued to be placated, not to ever up and fight. The EFF is exactly the same. Julius Malema is created to be a valve for Black youth when they get frustrated, when they're ready to revolt. He will always tell them the day is coming, relax.
Pacify
and
them.
they'll pacify them, because the ANC alone can no longer pacify them. So there are now two Black liberation movements that are closing the revolutionary space by pretending to be revolutionaries so that they continue to placate Black people and continue to make Black people feel that one day we will do it. But now, what this has done is it has allowed white people to continue to manifest their monopoly on South Africa and the region. And right now, the South African financial system has got reach across the entire continent.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things in there. One, I noticed, because he seemed he was on the continent doing this interview, and I noticed that he readily referred to people in that country as Black people. So this notion that continental Africans don't know they're Black until they come to America or something like that, it's madness to me. Because look, I mean, listen to these two guys. They're talking about Black people, in the country. The other thing, he did touch on something that you guys mightn't care about, but I took stock of it. The real truth tellers, for the most part, they're shadow banned on these social media platforms. You know what I mean? I've proven it with a little experiment. I've proven that the number of views that they show on Shoot the Breeze is way lower than what it really is. I've done my work. And the idea that guys like Tariq and them, yes, Tariq Nasheed, shout out to Nama X out there and gassed him up. But Tariq has never he's never banned. His pages are never dinged. Nothing. And he can have 250,000 people following him on YouTube or whatever. The guy reeks of being an agent. Which brings us back to the topic here. Is Malema an agent? Right? Is he controlled opposition? Real Black gentleman, what say you to that?
Malema, man, look, I always have to give him some distance because it's like he's always out there. He kind of does like a lot of like stunts and whatnot. I mean, I know of the BLF. I mean, I don't think that they're like controlled opposition. I think that's like the other party that they want to like squelch down. That's like the kind of, to the best of my knowledge, I don't want to say bad, wrong, bad stuff like that. Seems to be like the true like People's Party in South Africa. So like there's ANC, there's the EFF, which is like, again, the popular kind of like, Black movement. Then it's like the Boers Party or whatnot. And then it's like the BLF, the Black First Land First Party. Like I've heard Malema say some things about places that always make me look at him as like not really as like authentic and like solid as one might think. I'm not mad at him, like anything that he can do, but like I don't put my stock in him. You know what I'm saying? I've seen some things, I've heard him say it, like I think, like things are making me go, So, like, is he controlled opposition? He might be compromised opposition, but I don't think he's really controlled. I mean, I think he's saying what he's saying. I just think that his worldview maybe is not as solid as, people give him credit for. He's just out there, getting attention. He walked into their parliament with, like, a red jumpsuit. That was their, like, little color. Like, that's, like, like, attention-grabbing stuff. I mean, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, Namar X disagrees with me about Tariq not getting dinged. I'll say this: he don't get dinged that often. I'll put it like that. With that said, let's mix it up a little bit. Let's go to Buanagazi here on this one.
Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. So I have listened to South African Parliament. Been listening to it for a long time, and I have followed Mr. Malema for a long time, and his politics, his
wait, Buana.
Marxist Leninist who has front.
What
Yes.
What led you to follow South African politics like that? Parliament.
Oh, okay. So when I was in the UK, I was among a lot of people from South Africa. Like I say, I live among people from Zimbabwe. So I just, in looking at Zimbabwe politics, it kind of like, it kind of like led me to South African politics. So I always heard this young voice when he was in the ANC, and I listened to a lot of his speeches, when he was younger, and it just jived with me. So I kind of followed his career. When Jacob Zuma kicked him out of the ANC, I felt like, in listening to him speak, I felt like this guy, he is speaking in a language of not only a leadership, but his discourse is resonating with me. A lot of the things he said would have resonated with me from a very, very long time. So I'm saying I always watch his career. So I wanted to see what would happen when he got kicked out of the ANC, and all of a sudden he founded this part of the EFF. So I've been fought because they were very young. They were very different from the regular, run of the mill ANC, talking points. They was kind of like very radical. So there's a lot of, because he was an intellectual as well. I think that all these things would have resonated with me. He was just a young intellectual, and for me, he was just hitting a lot of the ideas and the points that I thought that it would be good for South Africa, and also, the fact that he was very close with Winnie Mandela. And Winnie Mandela politics, I like Winnie Mandela politics. I like her politics. Her politics didn't necessarily jive with the ANC, and I don't like how the ANC did her. But she kind of like her acquiescence. Her basically saying that, basically she didn't say it verbally, but her basically saying that this is the man. This is the man. For me, it kind of like gave a cosign to say, let me watch this man to see what he does. To see what he does. Because I knew that he had the fire. I knew that he had the rhetoric. But the fact that he got a cosign from Winnie Mandela, I say, let me watch him. Let me watch this man. So in my watching him, as far as his politics is concerned, because I listened to different lectures and listened to different interviews. And when he said that his politics was Marxist Leninist and a little bit of Frantz Fanon, he's a Fanonist. So I say, well, I really with the socialism business, I really with the whole nationalization, the industry business. But it's just he's in an environment on the ground where his situation is different from mine. So our politics may disagree a little bit. And also in terms of LGBT business, I into that either. I'm not into that either. However, I think that the fact that he was able to bring down a president, who was engaged in a whole lot of nonsense, I think that speaks volumes. And to suggest that he is not a Pan-Africanist, well, the man been in the Pan-Africanist Congress for a long time, very, very long time, and as far as African Union is concerned. And the man said he is a Pan-Africanist. Not only that, in terms of when the South Africans was beating up the Nigerians and beating up the Zimbabweans, trying to prevent them from coming into South Africa, he was one of the really distinctive voices. These are our brothers. They are entitled to South Africa just as we are. It should be open borders. You know, Pan-Africans talk like that. Pan-Africans talk like that. He was talking about the unity of Pan-Africans a long, long time ago. And not only that, I watch who Julius Malema's enemies are. And this is very important. This is very important. Who his enemies are. You know, if the West is your friend, your good buddy, I looking at you with a side eye. If the West say you was a no good so and so, I say this is the man I need to listen to. This is the man I need to listen to. You know, and this has been my perspective because they did it to Mugabe, they did it to Adi Amin, they did it to several African leaders. Anyone who stand up in the face of the West and say, well, listen, man, we're gonna be men regardless of what y'all talking about. I'm with it. I'm with it. So even though he is trying to not allow the South Africa not to devolve back into the 1980s politics, where it's get it where you live, you know, gangster society, they ain't giving us equality, we gonna meet it out in the streets. And his thing is, let's do it politically. Let's try to do it governmentally. Let's try to do it formally. For me, Julius Malema is trying to hold back. He's standing to the revolutionary shorelines and trying to hold back the tide of the injustice of what was happening in South Africa. Because the South African men on the street saying, man, listen, after Nelson Mandela gets so-called, became the president of the country, we still ain't see the measures of equality that we feel like that it needed to be made in society. So we gonna get it how we live. He said, no. Y'all wait. Because if you do it that way, the international community, they gonna issue sanctions against us. They gonna crash the economy. They gonna make sure we don't eat. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. He is trying to do it a legal way, even though he understands, just as Mugabe did, that there are factions within South Africa who saying, F all of that. This our land, and we're going to take it by force if necessary. I think that Julius Malema understands and has the foresight to suggest that, listen, if we do it that way, we're going to go the way of Zimbabwe. We don't want to crash our economy. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Let's do it in the political arena. Let's do it in the legal arena. Let's do it in the formal arena. And he is one man trying his best. Not only one man, because there are many men with him, intellectual men, very intelligent men with him, trying to do it in a different way, in a different format. I think that he is walking a tightrope, extremely fine tightrope, because South Africa could go two ways. South Africa could go back to the 1980s, where it was like, get it how you live, which it is right now, because I think that South Africa have the highest crime rate. It ain't a crime, you know. It's just that the man on the street realized that, hey, even though the ANC in power, we still getting a raw deal. Let's get it how we live. And this man saying, listen, man, let's do it this way. This is the alternative way of getting it done. And he is walking a fine line while you have external enemies. You don't only have the boys in South Africa who is trying to make him look like he is just trying to make money and he is corrupt. You have external forces who these boys patronize and say, make this man look like an evil man. Make this man look like a gangster. Make this man look like he's only in it for the money. You know what I mean? So there's so many different nuances is going on in South Africa right now. It is incredible. But I reserve my criticism of Julius Malema because I kind of understand the position he's in speaking to brothers from Zimbabwe, and speaking to brothers them on closer to what's going on the ground, closer to what's going on around. So I reserve judgment, but I understand the international media. They make our leaders, our heroes, people in positions of power, people in positions who would do well, look like evil enemies. This is historical. This is historical. They make Malcolm X look like a gangster. You know what I mean? This is what they do. But when you listen to this man speak, and I know it's not only about what a man says, it's about what a man does. And he's done many things in South Africa, I believe, that has been been contributory to South Africa. But I wait to see, because like I said, I am not a Marxist. You know, I know that if Julius Malema gets power, he can nationalize the economy. I think he's gonna mash up the economy. But because our politics is different, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with his politics. Him as a man, him as taking different political positions. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't agree with. But I know the alternative being the DA, which is nothing but the Boer party, nothing but a bunch of Afrikaners. You don't want that with a black face, because they had I can't remember the name of him. Can't remember the name who leads the DA right now. And then you have the ANC with the I can't remember the president's name right now. He is just a businessman. He is just a businessman. You know, what's in it for me? So there's a bunch of different nuances going on in the country, but I would not say he's a bad man. I wouldn't say that at all, because I understand that there's greater enemies out there who is trying to create a narrative that he's an evil individual. But when you hear him personally speak and talk and look at some of the things that he would have done on the ground, I reserve judgment until then. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Untouchable. In the chat, Nama X says Brother Malema is basically the only black person in any kind of government who says Africa for Africa. He has more balls than any black government person out there. Gas is making some comments in the chat. You guys could check that out. Let's go to Brother Carl Hezekiah.
Well, you know what? From what I know about Malema, I do believe that he is, you know, he says, you know, he says the right things. I agree. Also, too, you know, Malcolm X said, you know, when we start to see the Europeans praise a black person too much, you got to look out for him. So the fact that he is, you know, willing to call out the people who are in charge and, you know, the theft of the land, and he's calling for Africans to receive their land back. I don't know. The idea that he's to control opposition, it just kind of makes, you know, it just makes me wonder who's saying that, because I think it's another attempt to divide us and to keep us from our true goals. And, you know, I'm not really too, you know, too well familiar with Malema, but from what I know, he appears to be, you know, the next leader of South Africa, and I think he's going to be somebody who makes some, at least attempts to make some real changes. He's going to be put on the shit list. I think, look at what happened with Mugabe when he decided to, you know, take the land back from the Afrikaners, you know, the thieves who took it from them, and the world sanctions that came down on them. So that's how I look at it. I think that, you know, time will tell.
I appreciate that, Carl. Let's welcome in this brother here who I've seen on Tanzan's panels and etc. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. Icon Fire, how are you this week?
Hey man, thank you for acknowledging my presence in other streams. Yeah, man. Personally, I'm with Julius Malema, and Roto. He's not speaking that way now. I think this video has been him in the past. I hear some echo. But this video has been him in the past. I think he has even come in formal, I think, apologized for a lot of his views in the past. So he's a good dude also. You feel me? But Julius Malema, I think he's on the right course. He's actually, I'm thinking, one of the best people for South Africa. You feel me? He's not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but nobody's closer to what we actually want to see and hear. You feel me? And I see black people even in the DA. Oh, what would you be doing there? You feel me? I mean, like, you understand? So people really need to back Julius Malema for the 2024. You feel me? That's my view on that.
I appreciate that, Ike, and thanks for coming through. Let's go to let's go to Zuliism. Zuliism, you heard everything everyone had to say. Is Julius Malema controlled opposition?
My spirit, when I first saw him, I was thinking, yeah, he is, because the way he was speaking with so much zeal, so much. It's like the brother that used to be the Black Panther Party too. That was in America. What's his name? The guy did not. They arrested him and he got he got to go to court or something. What's his name? There was a brother here during the pandemic. He was the leader of the Black Panther Party too or something in here. So to me,
you talking about the dude from the Not Effing Around crew?
Yeah, he just got arrested. I forgot his name.
Grandmaster Jay.
Yeah, him, right? So a lot of the time, and people said this, what Malcolm X said, when Malcolm X said, show me somebody that the West hates, or show me somebody that the dominant culture hates, and that's the one I'm gonna follow. Well, that was 50 years ago. Now they could change the whole operation now. So what I'm saying is, could Malema be control opposition? Yeah, I don't have any issue with what this brother said. He could be, because to this day, he has the economy shifted to the Black people in South Africa. So I don't know. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, Malema speaks great. He says all of this thing. Could he be control opposition? Yes. Could he not be? Yes. But we just got to know. We just got to know when they are switching the play, the calling the plays. Because 50 years ago, Malcolm X said this. Now, look. You could use we could use Kanye. Kanye is talking all of this about this, all of that, and the third, and stuff like that. Are we gonna say he's not control opposition? So I think the game is changed, because nowadays we may never know until 50 years after. Like Gaz said, they put it in the history books. They said Julius Malema was working for the whatever agency. We never know. So I think the jury's out on this one. So that's what I'm saying with that one.
All right. Does anyone want to add anything to what was said before? Any last thoughts? All right.
I want to say this, right? We have to be our own. We have to analyze things for our own, right? And I'm saying this: if loving yourself is the answer, right? And you have this individual speaking about loving yourself, I'm not sure if I care if he's bad, because he's not talking bad. Now it's different when someone is talking bad and you think he's good. Now there is where I think that person, you stupid for thinking a person is good when they talking bad. You feel me? Now it's more likely that if a person is talking good, they might be good. You feel me? Or even if they're lying about being good, then they don't trick the baby anyway, because they talk good. So the baby, who is impressionable, see him talking good. He don't know that he's bad. So good. But you don't want the person that is bad talking bad in front of your babies. So that's how I look at things like that, right? So I'm not sure if Julius Malema is tricking us, but he inspires the youths. He's not talking frivolously for the youths to be thinking stupid. You understand? not like the others that talk a whole bunch of nothing. You feel me? And these people are terrible in the society for the youths to look up to. So it's best to have this type of people who at least speak something uplifting to the youths. That's my view.
Bro, I have something to say about that. I get what you're saying, but what was any difference between what Malema is saying now and what Winnie Mandela was saying? What was the difference between Stephen Biko, what they were saying? Malema ain't saying shit that is new. So
I
that's
can
what
explain that.
What you said?
I can explain that. It's a different time. It's a different time. You have to put that in perspective, right? In the time of Stephen Biko, which is one of my heroes, you feel me? He was fighting against a potent apartheid system, very potent. You feel me? And very upfront, very in your face. So it's a different time. That man got kidnapped, got brutalized. They carried him in a trunk across the goddamn country and buried him, bro. That's what happened to our people. So Julius Malema is using his freedom of today to put things in perspective, and I admire him for that. Miss Mandela, she got the back end of apartheid. You feel me? In which she suffered for it, and these people need payback, and I need someone, Julius Malema, to begin that payback.
What
All
I'm
right.
what I'm saying, brother, is that I don't understand what you mean when you said that Winnie Mandela got the back end, because Nelson Mandela went to prison, so they say, for 27 years. So Winnie Mandela, all the thing that Malema is talking about right now, Winnie Mandela was talking about that. Nelson
But
Mandela was talking about that.
But Winnie
So
Mandela, when I say
let
the
me
back
finish.
end, yeah, go ahead, Lam.
What I'm saying is that what the brother is saying in the video, the youth already know that. What is the next step?
Okay. So I will answer that. But the back end of apartheid is 1992, when Mr. Mandela got out of prison, because he got in prison in the middle of apartheid. So when he got out of prison, that's the back end of apartheid. So the apartheid system was still engaged in destroying Winnie Mandela. You feel me? At that time. But now that the apartheid system has fallen, you feel me? They have, by proxy, some white boys there that owns everything. You feel me? So so apartheid is still in South Africa by proxy. You feel me? And that's why Julius Malema is so powerful. The reason why Miss Mandela was the situation is different is because he is actually running for the government, and he is actually in a position of status and respect. You feel me? He can be the next president of South Africa. So he's in a different ball game with the whole thing, bro. You feel me? So, and he's in a very important position to us as Pan-Africanism. If you don't get somebody like Julius Malema in, these other set of vultures will destroy the Pan-Africanism spirit in South Africa. You feel me? So we need to be careful of who we choose, and remember what we be careful of what we ask for, because you just might get it. I'm done. Go ahead.
I appreciate that last note there. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Someone mentioned Adi Amin earlier. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is Idi Amin a hero, the masculine gender mind, or the despot the Europeans claimed he was? Of course, this comes with a link.
He was a hero.
Hold on a second. That video is not available apparently. So Erzuli, describe what the video, what the message of that video would have been.
Oh, and the video, Idi Amin, it's not available. Damn, that was anyway. Idi Amin gave the Indian people like 90 days to get out, and then they told him, and then the guy asked him, "What's gonna happen if they're not out by 90 days?" And he was like, "Okay, wait and see. Tell them to wait and see." So that was, I think, the gist of it. They was talking to him about him expatriating the Indians back to India or wherever they came from or whatever.
Yes.
So that was the gist of it. That was in the gist of it, and stuff like that.
So let's keep it with you for the time being, because you were familiar with the video and the concept of the prompt. Is Idi Amin from the video? Is Idi Amin a hero or a despot?
Well, I'm gonna say this. When I was younger, I thought Idi Amin was a despot, was a cruel person, and then a lot of black people, due to propaganda and then from the West, from the European countries, said Idi Amin was a tyrant. But then when I look, my uncle had his nickname. He called himself Idi Amin, and I was like, "Uncle, why would you? That guy was not a good person." And then they had the movie The Last King of Scotland. Has anybody seen that movie? That movie destroyed Idi Amin. Destroy. But when I look at certain videos of Idi Amin, his physical appearance, the way he speaks, that should exude masculinity. But based on what he was talking about, he was for the people. He was trying to get the resources back to his people. So I don't know.
I watched that movie, right? And I like that movie. I like that movie. They try to make the white man look like he's the hero, but I like Idi Amin's respect.
But that movie made Idi Amin look terrible, bro.
Yeah, I understand. I heard that he tried to invade Kenya one time. But if you try to invade the other country because you want to get out the colonizer, great. You feel me?
Oh, David, I think that might be it. Is that it? But the thing is, in that movie, Idi Amin, and the movie The Last King of Scotland, they made him murder a black woman in cold blood.
Yeah. They tried.
And again, that is done on purpose to make people look at him, ignore the part where he was trying to save his people. It's just like the same thing, like what they did. What's that? The guy that took the land from the white people and gave it back to the farm, and then he had what? Mugabe.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe in 10 years and 20 years, they're gonna say Mugabe was a despot too.
So, bro, this is my answer. We need to make our own movies and formulate our own narrative and make our own heroes. You feel me? That's what we need. We can't be depending on these people little broadcasts. You feel me? At least I'm ashamed of Nigeria because all they make is voodoo fuckery. You feel me? They don't go around and try to get our people's history and our people's story and try to enhance it. You feel me? Even put a little fiction in it for our own benefit.
I watch Netflix, and I'm gonna say some of those African movies I watch are pretty good, but for the most part, it's all about voodoo or it's about It's like a soap opera.
Magic and ghost and all them bullshit. You feel me?
So
They have no ideas.
the
Listen, to me, without Pan-Africanism and a conscious mindset, you gonna run out of ideas. You're gonna be a non-functional person, black person.
Let's hear from a real black gentleman.
Hey yo, like this is my thing. I'm gonna split it down the middle. I'm gonna consider him a strong man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know this is the thing. Like, okay, my perspective, right? Like the whole invading of Tanzania, from an African perspective, I wonder, like, what was the motivation for that? Was that necessary? Now his domestic, kicking out all the foreigners. You know what I'm saying? Like holding it down on the home front. Oh yeah, I dig it. You know what I'm saying? This is Adi Amin. Like you're a whole soldier. You're a whole soldier, mind you. He not so some technocrat. You're a whole soldier. You know what I'm saying, about his country, doing what he's going to do, good, bad, or ugly. Look at him. Look at him with that book in his hand. Look at him with that book in his hand, about to throw it at someone about his business right now. That's what the man is. I mean, look, again, he's masculine. I wouldn't necessarily say he's a hero. I mean, I don't understand the motivations behind him.
How did he die?
Huh?
How did he die?
I don't know. But is he? And also, like, I don't know how.
Tanzanians, wasn't it an invasion by the Tanzanians that killed him?
No, I think he died. I think he got exiled. I don't think Idi Amin died in war. I think he got.
Idi Amin died in Saudi Arabia. I think he died of old age.
Really?
Yeah. Hold on.
And again, like, and that's another thing. Like, I mean, it's like you really got to be buried in Arabia. Can't you be buried at, still in Africa? Those are like little things that like look questionable. But again, on the home front, held it down. I got no problems with Idi Amin. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I'm saying?
Let me play this video clip, and then I'll hear from the rest of the panelists.
44 years ago today, on the 4th of August 1972, then President of Uganda, Idi Amin, ordered the expulsion of Asians from Uganda after allegedly getting instructions from God in a dream.
I dream completely in Karamoja in August the 4th at about 5 o'clock in the morning that if you take decision now and remove the whole non-citizens who are been milking the economy of Uganda, this is the only chance Uganda will get. You must take immediate actions. I left the place without breakfast and I went and declared economic war. And it is true. Today the people in Uganda are enjoying. This is the truth.
Amin's motivation for chasing Asians from Uganda to this day otherwise remains unclear. He faulted them for allegedly sabotaging the economic performance of Uganda by taking up key positions in running businesses in the country, while Ugandans remained unemployed, poor, and unskilled with manual labor jobs such as construction or farm work.
Actually, I took this decision for the economy of Uganda. And I must make sure that every Ugandans get a fruit of independence. Since independent, actually, Uganda is not yet independent, I will say that. Even when the British handed over on the 9th of October 1962, the Uganda still not yet independent. Uganda will be independent after this, my decision, after I want to see that the whole Kampala street is not full of Indians. It must be proper black and administration in those shops is run by the Ugandan.
In the 1890s, over 32,000 Asian laborers were brought in by the British to work on the construction of the Uganda Railway. Slowly, the Asians would work their way up into the middle class of Uganda, subsequently owning many businesses. These were estimated to be over 5,655 enterprises, cars, homes, and other properties. After the 90 days, some 80,000 Asians had become stateless, stripped of Ugandan citizenship. Most of the Ugandan Indian refugees who were accounted for went to Britain. Britain took in around 27,200 refugees. 6,000 refugees went to Canada. 4,500 refugees ended up in India. 2,500 refugees went to nearby Kenya. Malawi, Pakistan, West Germany, and the US took
That was
1,000
an
refugees each.
invasion.
Smaller numbers immigrated to Australia, Austria, Sweden, Norway, Mauritius, and New Zealand, while about 20,000 refugees were unaccounted for.
We had to act very fast indeed. Entire bureaucracy was geared to receiving refugees at the fastest possible speed. Ultimately, we resettled some 38,000 people.
Some of those expelled were prominent names then and today. Many experts have over time weighed in on Amin's move, stating in their judgment what this move holds for Uganda. This is just but the tip of the iceberg of issues to be discussed on this time travel back into history 44 years ago on a journey following Amin's kicking out of Asians from Uganda. Report compiled by Sarah Kisache for Urban TV.
All
Damn.
right. I can don't talk during the video, someone please. It muddies up the sound, right? Yeah. So you'll see how we do it here. It's a turn-based type thing, and then everyone gets a free fall to respond. So I didn't talk to Carl about this. Carl, what say you?
All right. So I think Adi Amin is a nuanced individual. You know, he's not. He did good. He did bad. Now I understand. You know, his desire to remove the Indians from Uganda and his purposes behind it. I saw the movie Last King of Scotland, and it was told. It was a. I looked at it as propaganda. The way they portray him is just evil being, and he was just crazy and everything else like that. That's how, you know, when you have a media industry dominated by Europeans and they have an agenda to push, they'll always demonize black people, especially black men. You know, they always try to portray us as, you know, monsters and violent. Like, you know, they mentioned how he killed a woman in the movie. That was in a graphic way. But yeah, I don't believe he's a despot the Europeans claimed he was. I don't know if he was a hero. Again, I think it's more nuanced, but I don't believe he was a total despot. And I think that he understood how the Indians were being used as a way to, you know, offset their economy. And he, when you have a population of people who are extracting all the resources from your nation, and instead of them contributing it to your nation, they're sending it overseas. You know, you can't prosper like that. So I think he was. Is it extreme? Maybe it was extreme, but I think he did what he thought was best for his country. So again, I think he's a nuanced individual, but I don't think he's the monster that Europeans claim he was. I mean, is anybody? White people like to, you know, always point out the flaws of everybody else and ignore all the fucked up shit they do. You know, when we always hear about white people talk about black people are looting cities or they're stealing stuff from during a riot, but yet they ignore the fact they looted and plundered and murdered entire continents. So I don't believe. I question their narrative. That's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, Carl. Buana, you heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you?
For me personally, you know, I like Idi Amin. See, the British, who are a bunch of devils, by the way, the British devils, when he was fighting against the Mau Mau in Kenya, he was at the cat's meow for the Queen. The Queen basically said, "Well, this is my guy. You know, I like this guy." When he, I don't know which African president would have spoken to him, but when he started thinking for himself, doing a little bit of thinking for himself, and say, "Well, wait a minute, this is what's going on here. This is my country. Let me run this country for my own interests." Automatically, overnight, he became this despot, this gorilla, this individual who didn't know his head from his hand. You know, it's interesting when the British step in and do that little devilishment in these so-called colonial countries. But if the Indians, the Asians, had the position where, okay, we're gonna establish our businesses and we're gonna suck off your economy, suck off the labor force of the Ugandan country. We're gonna become millionaires, and for the rest of y'all get it how y'all live. I have no problem with him saying, get the hell out of my country. Because a lot of Caribbean countries should have done that, to be honest with you. A lot of Caribbean countries should have done that. But needless to say, especially Trinidad and Guyana, but needless to say, I think that, you know, when you say he's a hero, depending on what time you are referring to Idi Amin. Because when he was fighting for the British, I don't think he was my hero. When he say y'all Asians need to get the hell out of my country, you know, let the Africans practice African business, because y'all ain't trying to be a part of our society. Y'all trying to, you know, have it relegate us to consumers where we purchase from y'all. But we could never be the owners in our society. Get the hell out of my country. That's my hero right there. Hey, the same way Idi Amin is my hero, I even say Papa Doc is my hero to a degree. And I have reason for saying that. Because like I say, it depends on who you talking to and which time.
No. Don't ever say that. Don't ever say that.
Let me finish. The reason why I say that is because I gotta give the reason for that, because I know I talk in the Haitian mind. So the reason why I'm saying that is initially, when Papa Doc was doing what he was doing, you know, he was practicing something called, the French call it Negro to it, but it's really just Pan-Africanism, you know, in itself, you know, and he take a switch. So I understand, like I say, it depends on who you're talking to, depending on who Haitian mind you're talking to too, you know, it'll determine if he's a hero or a devil. But I like I said, I like to choose my heroes, and I know it might not necessarily be popular for a popular consensus among everybody, but I consider him to be a hero, you know, in the latter part of his life in the terms of what he would have done. I think he stand up as a man, and I think he did what he needed to do. And people may have issues with him, but I respect what the man did in terms of kicking the Asians out. But I'll stop there.
Rosuli, I'll let you talk about it now that we dropped the video. Then after that, you guys have a few minutes just going back and forth, free discussion. Go ahead, Rosuli.
What I want to say is, Duvalier was never a hero. Duvalier never kicked nobody out. Actually, Duvalier killed a lot of Haitians. So I don't understand how people say he's a hero. Duvalier chased a lot of talent away from Haiti because he was a tyrant. So I don't comprehend why there should be no comparison between Duvalier and what I would say is what Boana just said that is very true, is that a lot of those Indians were brought to steal the economy from Caribbean people and Trinidad, Guyana, and all these islands. So, and a lot of them came in and brought that racism to the island. That's why a lot of Caribbean people sometimes have what's the internal racism with each other. What is it called? When it's called I forgot what it's called, but Idi Amin, the way they want to they portray them, you just got to look at it and make and do your own. Anybody who they tell you is your enemy, you got to do your own research to see if what they said in their fake history books is true. That's what I'm saying.
Any other comments?
I have a question. I have one quick question for Zuli. Which Haitian president said that voodoo was a state religion? Was it Duvalier or was it Aristide? Which one of them? That's the question I have.
Say the question again. Say that again.
There was one of these Haitian presidents, right? Said that voodoo would be recognized as a state religion, not Catholicism. It was either Duvalier, it was Aristide.
Duvalier used.
I don't know which one of them. So
Duvalier,
I don't know
yeah,
if
I'm
you
gonna
know
tell you.
which one of them did. I know one of them did that. I don't know which one.
Duvalier used the African spirituality to enslave his own people to remain in power. He used voodoo to make people be afraid of him to stay in power. And he died of diabetes or whatever the fuck he died of. Aristide was the one that said that statement, to make voodoo be a recognizable religion in the world or in Haiti, because he allowed.
Okay.
So that was the difference.
Okay.
One used it to imprison its own people, because a lot of Haitian people believe in there. So he claimed that he was ordained, just like ordained by the spirits. The spirits were behind him, were using him. So he used that to create fear throughout Haiti. So if you know, like the Tonton Macoute is what they call the Tonton Macoutes are boogeymen. So he used their own language to help him stay in power and then to mistreat his own people. So I don't think, but if you speak to some Haitian was gonna say Duvalier was good, Haiti was cleaner, the dollar was the same, shit like that. But Duvalier was and the funny thing is, somebody told me Duvalier is not a Haitian last name, quote unquote. Some people believe he was a op.
Some people say
Duvalier.
Some people say Duvalier
last
come
name
from the Bahamas, but that's what,
from the Bahamas or from they say it's either from Bahamas or from Guadeloupe or from what's the other Guadeloupe in
yeah, that's a myth.
Martinique.
In Martinique. So they say Duvalier is not a Haitian last name.
Yeah,
so a lot of people don't believe Duvalier was born.
Yeah,
it doesn't say so Duvalier was not a good guy. That's all I know.
Let me ask this. Is this a Caribbean person channel?
Hold up, say what he said again?
Is this a Caribbean person channel?
Yeah. I mean, no, it's a Pan-African and everything black channel. That's what I think.
Yeah. Not that part. The organizers.
Goku, speak. That's what.
No, I didn't hear the question though. Say it again.
Are you Caribbean?
Yes, I am.
For real? From where?
From the Bahamas.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, respect.
Yeah, so I think I got everyone on that. If there's no last thoughts there.
I'm loving Mir Mutton. You see me? I feel it. I feel her.
Yeah. We talked about it
God,
before.
we have patience on the panel. Yeah, we have patience on the panel. Enough patience on the panel, yes.
Yeah, respect.
Provide Triggers asks, what economic tools did Amin put in place to empower his people once the Indians were exiled? Ketter says Duvalier was propped up by the CIA. He said there's lots of Duvaliers in St. Lucia. Gassim says these puppets are the devil in his Haitian voice. Ketter laughs. So let's go. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. But we're going to do a quick station ID break. And on the other side, we'll be discussing Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Who is responsible for the child's failure? You guys stay tuned. We will be right back in about a minute.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. Make sure you guys also tune in to the Brother Bakari podcast, Tanzan African Mind, the Forecast Radio, and the Consider Cheek Show. All of them are on KWAZ Radio as well. So, who is responsible for the child's failure? That should be topic number 6. This comes with a link. Let's watch the video. And then
high school where hundreds of students are failing.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, we found a student who's passed 3 classes in 4 years and is ranked near the top half of his class.
We're not letting none of this get the best of us. All right? Be strong, son. We got this.
He's stressed, and I am too. Like, I told him I probably will start crying. Like, my son is, I don't know what to do for him.
This coming June is when Tiffany France thought her son would receive his diploma.
And I'm just trying to fight. He like, Mom, what was all this for? What did I do this for? Like, don't he get a chance? Do he get a chance?
But after 4 years of high school, this mom just learned her 17-year-old has to start over. He's been moved back to 9th grade.
Why would he do 3 more years in school? He didn't fail. The school failed him. The school failed at their job. They failed. That's the problem here. They failed. He didn't deserve that.
France's son attends Augusta Fells Savage Institute of Visual Arts in West Baltimore. His transcripts show in 4 years, he has passed just 3 classes, earning 2.5 credits, which places him in 9th grade. But France says she didn't know that until February. She has 3 children and works 3 jobs. She thought her oldest son was doing well because even though he failed most of his classes, he was being promoted. His transcripts show he failed Spanish 1 and Algebra 1, but was promoted to Spanish 2 and Algebra 2. He also failed English 2, but was passed on to English 3.
I'm just assuming that if you are passing, that you have the proper things, to go to the next grade. And, the right grades, you have the right credits.
As we dig deeper into her son's records, we can see in his first 3 years at Augusta Fells, he failed 22 classes and was late or absent 272 times. But in those 3 years, only 1 teacher requested a parent conference, which France says never happened. No one from the school told this mother her son was failing and not going to class.
Yeah.
France's son, in his 4 years at Augusta Fells, earned a grade point average of 0.13. He only passed 3 classes, but his transcripts show his class rank is 62 out of 120. This means nearly half of his classmates, 58 of them, have a GPA of 0.13 or lower.
He's a good kid. Like, he didn't deserve that. Where is the mentors? Where is the help for him? I hate that this is happening to my child.
In your opinion, did the school system fail this child?
Absolutely.
This city school administrator who works inside North Avenue asked not to be identified for fear of retaliation.
That school community failed this student.
This administrator told Fox 45 News city schools failed because it has protocols and interventions set up to help students who are falling behind or have low attendance. In France's son's case, they didn't happen.
I get angry. There's nothing but frustration. We see on the news the crime that occurs, the murders, the shootings, We know that there are high levels of poverty in Baltimore. Things like this are adding to that.
These children are why I do this work.
Dr. Sonia Santelises was school CEO 4 years ago when France's son was a freshman, but she will not interview with Fox 45 News. Instead, we received this 2-page statement, which explains what should happen when a student is chronically absent or failing. The district says students received a letter about their academic status this past summer, and records can be accessed through the campus portal. When a student is absent, an automated call is placed to the number on file. The statement also said the school conducted recent home visits and the student's parent visited the school. But France says none of that happened. What this statement does not address is why France's son was promoted despite failing classes. It doesn't discuss his class rank or the 58 other students with a GPA of 0.13 or lower. But it does say North Avenue is reviewing actions that impacted student outcomes at the school prior to this year.
It took a lot for me to just build the courage to do this.
If you were to talk to this mom, what would you say to her?
You know, I didn't have a hand on this student, but I work for city schools, so he is one of my kids. I would hug her and I would apologize profusely.
And he feels embarrassed, like he feels like a failure. And I'm like, you can't feel like that. And you have to be strong. And you gotta keep fighting. You know, life is about fighting. Things happen, but you gotta keep fighting. And he's willing, he's trying, but who would he turn to when the people that's supposed to help him is not? Who do he turn to?
France has pulled her son out of Augusta Fells. He is now enrolled in an accelerated school program at another high school in West Baltimore. She is told if he works hard, he could graduate by 2023. And if you would like to read City School's entire 2-page statement, we have posted it on our website, foxbaltimore.com. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Yeah. Couple of things. One quick thing. It's interesting to me how folks use numbers, right? Because they said the kid was absent or late. That's two different things. 250 something times. That could mean he was just absent twice, and he was late 251 times. So it's very interesting how they kind of use this magic when they speak. Refer to gas them up and them talking about spells the other day. How spelling is spells and all that kind of stuff. The next thing, and probably a more important thing, is, and I know folks hate to hear it because we hate to be honest about it, but this is why I have big issues with Black women. I don't talk about it a whole bunch, but I have issues. Like you're around, Black women pretend to be engaged in these things. And when you look a little bit deeper, they're really not engaged. It's all topical. There's no depth to it. You mean to tell me this woman was around, right? They threw in she had 3 jobs and all this kind of stuff, right? Carl, your mic is on. I don't know. Sorry, your camera's on. I don't know if you want that.
Not bad. I got it fixed. I had a problem with the system.
Yeah. So, so what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Black women, what are y'all doing? I understand there's a conversation of Black men. Sure, but I know Black men aren't there for whatever reason and aren't quite pulling the weight they're supposed to be pulling. I get it. But that doesn't mean you have no accountability, no agency to do something. You telling me this kid was later absent all this goddamn time? What happened to parent-teacher night? What happened to shooting an email? What happened to, hey, where's your report card? Let me see what your grades are looking like. You really let this kid sit up here and fail his way up and out of the school system almost? Come on, man. Come on, man. First mother, man. I'm sorry, first teacher. Come on, man. Let's hear from Ike and Fire on this one. Who is responsible for the child's failure? Is it the parent, the child, or essentially the school system? Which one would you choose?
In terms of black people, I hear an echo. In terms of black people, it's all of us fault. Tell you the truth. Listen. In the Caribbean, there's a lot less white control, right? But still, we fail to correct the curriculum. You feel me? So yes, we have a lot of educated people in the Caribbean, but still there's a lot. But not only that, there's a lot. You have to look at the fact that the educated are still idiots. You feel me? And we're not looking at the fact that why are we maintaining turning out idiots? Like educated people that does not benefit our race at all. Absolute assholes and idiots who can read and write. You feel me? So we, the Caribbean, who is at least 70% autonomous. You feel me? All right, I'm Rastafari. And Rastafari has always been saying we need to change the curriculum. There should be African history dominant in the Caribbean since we are Africans. If you don't correct the children's mind and make them proud of us, we will always kill each other. If you don't get rid of this white worshiping from out of our societies, we're going to still kill each other because black is cheap to us in the Caribbean. You feel me? So we're not different from what's going on in America. You feel me? But the black Americans are a lot less powerful. They are more powerless. They have no dictates in what can be taught in the curriculum. They practically have to take it unless they gonna start their own autonomous schools, which that is hard. So they have an alibi right there, but we have no alibi as to why are we turning out pure idiots out of the schools. You feel me? All right. To me, if it wasn't Rastafari, I'd have maybe died already. I would maybe be in some gangster stuff. Either I'd be killing people or people kill me. You feel me? And that's how I see it. Yes, you have Christianity as a choice, but you be in church clapping your hands to a Caucasian. You feel me? You still end up useless to your society, practically. You feel me? You're gonna be just a little robot. So that's what's going on even in American schools, where yes, the mothers have and the fathers have a lot to do with what's going on. You feel me? And I can't blame the mothers alone because we have to look at the overall structure that we are under. You feel me? Including Africans. You feel me? We are under something that is what you'd call colonization and the structure of colonization, because it's not gone anywhere. So that's what I'd say is the main problem, my people.
All right, Real Black Gentleman, who is responsible for this child's failure?
Oh man. I mean, directly. I mean, it has to be. You know what I'm saying? his immediate. I mean, I would suppose the parent or whoever the main parent is. I mean, and that's not to say it's like, you know what I'm saying? There's there's plenty of blame to go around. Even the student to a degree being, you know what I'm saying? Let's not, you know, take away any agency from the young man. He knew he had to go through the work, and he, you know, in his young mind, actively just like, you know, he went against it. He was repulsed by, you know, these things of school. Now again, I'll say this. I graduated with a 1.4. At the end of my junior year, I did 0.9. I'm aware of how, you know, people tend not to like be as involved in schooling. Like I always was like a really studied dude, but I just didn't like to do the schoolwork. Like I knew what it was, but like I just didn't like to do the work. So a lot of times there was a lot of classes in high school I just didn't pass because I was just like, man, I know this. I don't want to write this paper. I don't want to write no 20-page paper. I had a geography class where the class was given a choice between writing a paper. It was like either a multiple choice test or do a project. And I didn't want to do no project. I know geography. I knew geography in 10th grade. I just wanted to do the multiple choice test so I can go ahead and get my 100. But, you know, the class voted, and no, I was like, I'm not doing no project. Failed. It was like, because it was like the way that, I mean, I was like young like that. So like, I knew I could have done those things. But again, like you're supposed to have even more reinforcement about doing the work. And that comes only from the home environment. You know, it's called homework. The person at home needs to make sure that work's getting done. It's a total family effort. You have an uncle in there. And that goes back to a big culture of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? As we grow up, I feel like you know what I'm saying? I could have found myself doing more. And we're all, you know, in a sense, not to like, you know, I'm just going to use as like a springboard, like kind of lightweight guilty, but using that sense of like, could do better. Like, we know why, you know what I'm saying, schools aren't necessarily, you know, schools are designed for a whole lot of nonsense anyways. It's like you send, you know, the kids to school, you know what I'm saying? Parents can't really involve themselves in what's going on. And then there's also the idea that, you know, once they're in school, they're fine. You know, schooling in itself is a total quandary of a lack of accountability, lack of, you know, really understanding what's going on. Like someone has said, like, we're, you know, being, you know, producing graduates that can actually do something. And I mean, you know, the best way to do that is by, you know, if you want to, I mean, ideally, if I had all the resources and all the food and all the books and all the equipment, yeah, I think every person would teach their child in their own locales to be the best version of themselves as possible. And that would residually, through competition and cooperation, lead into a much, much, much better society. But naturally, that's not the case. So we all just throw all the kids, and especially in American public school, in the hopper. You know, say that they're each student's worth, you know, however much $1,000 a year, and just try to pack up the school so that the schools and the school unions get their money. You know, and you know, as long as the seats are filled, that's what's most important. That's why there's a lot of campaigns about making sure the students stay in school, or they'll be set back a year. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was it's like there's no solution to that. If there's already a problem with getting the kids in school, then like, you know, the whole trying to punish the kid is like, you know what I'm saying? You really have to like, you know, you've already failed, because obviously the school, for whatever reason, like you really can't teach this kid, you know what I'm saying, reading and writing. You can't get it through his head. You're not imaginative enough to teach this student. Every English student in that school couldn't figure something out in, like, you know, in about a week or something like that. This is the type of stuff where it's like people are like criminally just negligent about, like, you know, making sure that like the basics are covered. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know, there's 20 teachers in the school, and no one can, like, the maths teacher couldn't like break off some English, you know, tips for the young man. You know what I'm saying? All these students, it should be all hands on deck for, like, you know, students are like, yo, like, look, I need everyone to talk to the student and encourage them, do what you gotta do to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, the work's getting done, because we gotta make sure that the students are at least, and we're talking about like basic skills like math and like, you know, fundamentals of like, you know what I'm saying, like language and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't want illiterate people, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't care about, you know what I'm saying, some secondary like type classes, but as long as, you know, we have basic students, people, young people who are aptitude and have the tools to at least, again, when we talk about the society that we're already born into, you know, the past is prologue, but at least they have, you know, sharp wit to at least at 18 or at least after the 12th year of schooling to really be sharp, young, and ready to be strong and a benefit to themselves, their community, their families and stuff. I'm gonna pass.
I appreciate that. The Julianism. Who's responsible here?
The mother's 300% responsible.
The who?
The mother is responsible.
Okay.
Because most of these people say that, though, if you ask them, if I was in the street and I asked her for $20, she might be like, yo, the world don't owe you shit. Most of these people believe that the world don't owe you shit. You have to work hard. So why is your son not working hard? The teachers are not here to make your son do the work. And also, we can't say that these people don't care about us and then complain about those same people not caring about us. You out there, mother, working probably 3 to 4 jobs to buy him Jordans, Gucci this, Gucci that, but you can't make sure he's doing his schoolwork? How are you finding as a mother that your son is not graduating 4 years? Maybe the first year, your son gets left back. Maybe that's the school's fault. I'll give you the second year, but all 4 years, no, that's your fault. Because you're too busy probably chasing the bag. You're too busy probably running the pops off. Where's the father? So I'm not blaming the school system and the idealistic world. Yeah, they're supposed to do this, to come and tell you. They're supposed, because I guess according to her, we pay taxes and taxes go to fund, yeah, whatever. Where's the accountability to hold the parents responsible for their kids? How is it 4 years you're a parent and you don't know that your son didn't pass one class? What was he doing in all 4 years? And she acting like she crying? No. So now not only that, you teach your son not to have no accountability for his failure, and you yourself have no accountability for failing your son. I think the mothers are to blame for this one.
I appreciate that, Uzuli. That brings us to Carl. Carl, what say you?
Man, there's a lot of blame to go around in this situation. You know, I'm not gonna. The mother, first of all, she has to be responsible because, you know, I don't know how many of us in here are parents. You know, I have a child. Many of us are parents. You know, I'm actually starting to be, you know, go into teaching myself. So the fact that your child got Fs and then he's being passed on to the next grade, that should have triggered something. You know, the fact that she was called to a parent-teacher conference, didn't show up. So I don't know if she's not looking at his report card or not, but at some point you got to say, okay, he's being passed, but he's not getting the material. So as a parent, you have to step in, and, you know, kids, it's not, I don't know what to say. There's no instruction manual to this stuff, but at the same time, you have to be, you know, actively involved in your child's education. So the fact that your child was able to go for 4 years and literally fail all his classes, you're not looking at the report card, you're not speaking to the teachers, you're not involved, and you have to be involved in your child's education. She wasn't doing any of that. I understand she got other kids. I understand she works 3 jobs. I'm not ignoring any of that. But these children don't ask to be here. So you got to be 10 toes down on their education. If you need help, then you need to say something. father, grandfather, mother, uncle, play cousin, somebody should have been involved in this child's life, to get this boy the help he needed. And also, I'm going to look at the school too, because they said that he was out of all the students, he was 68 on the list. That means there were other students who were lower than he was. So this is not just the mother. Yeah, she bears a great deal of responsibility, but the school as well, because why are these children failing and you're passing them through to the next grade? So I'm looking at the school as well, because he's not the only one. There's probably students who have not passed any classes in that school based on just the way they were describing it. So the school was not invested in these children's education because, it's Baltimore, majority Black kids. And I understand how hostile the school system can be to Black children, especially Black boys. We're automatically seen as a problem. There are some stories I could tell you that I went through as a child, that if it had not been for my mother fighting for me and going out to the school and staying on top of these crackers' necks, where I would be in life, because she was on it. But I understand how hostile the public school system can be towards Black children. You're automatically seen as a problem. You're suspended for things that white children don't get suspended for. You're held responsible to a higher degree. You're told you're inferior. You're told you're not as smart as the other kids. And it just seems like this young man just checked out and nobody cared to check in. And I'm including his mother in that. I'm including the school in that. So there's enough blame to go around for everybody. I hope she takes him out of the school. She need to homeschool him, maybe send him to an adult school and I don't want to guess or speculate what she's doing with her time, what she's doing, where the father is. I don't know. Man could be dead. He could be in the military. I don't know what's going on with the father. But, she has to stay on top of her son. And I hope there's resources for him and help him get where he needs to be at. Like you say, if he can grind and get to 2023 and graduate, more power to him. I wouldn't even worry about graduating. Just get your GED, bro, and do that. Get him in the trade. Maybe school's not for him. School's not for everybody, and I understand that. Some people want to go to college, some people don't. Some people do very well in trades and whatnot, and I think maybe that's an avenue she should explore for him. But for him to go 4 years and pass 2 classes, no, I'm looking at her. I'm looking at school too, because she should have been more aware of what her son was doing in school. Like when you hear about these young people who are, there was a young man recently who was shot breaking into a car at 4 o'clock in the morning. I wish my son would be out at 4 o'clock in the morning breaking in cars. He wouldn't have to worry about nobody shooting him. I would be on top of him. So again, I'm just wondering, where was she at during all this time? And then also the school has to bear a part of the blame as well for passing him and all these other kids and not really investing in their education. And I know there may be some sort of financial incentive to continue to do these things. So that's just my thoughts on it. Everybody bears a share of responsibility for this. And I'm passing it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Everyone has a share in it. But at the end of the day, that mom is in the same home with that kid. And like Azuli and a few of you pointed out, she's probably doing the most to make sure he looks good going to school and this, that, and the other. Will do the most when it comes to looking at his grades. The other thing, too, a kid who spent 4 years in a school who can't pass any of the classes at the various levels, you would see that in their behavior, too. You'll know a 15, 16-year-old kid who ain't been doing nothing for the last 4 years because he or she will act like a 12-year-old for the most part. Their reasoning and logic will be like a 12-year-old. You could pick that up. Something's supposed to rub you wrong. Like, wait, what's going on with him? He kind of ain't where he's supposed to be. Something's off here. Let me look into this a little bit. Let me take a day off. Let me go do, let me miss a shift.
And all that fake crying, doing on TV, these TV not holding her responsible. Not one time did they ask her the question, you never checked his report card? You get like, how many reports? Look, I'm in New York City. You get, when I used to be in high school, you get 3 report cards per semester.
Yeah, 3 market periods.
That's 6 a year. And you don't know? Nah, she's responsible. And the problem is, this world does not hold. Look at her. She's touching his back, petting his hair, or it's not like it's not his fault. And her. No, she's responsible. 6 report cards per year. That's 24 report cards for 4 years. And you didn't know your kids was failing? Nah.
You actually have a point. She is partially responsible. You feel me? She has the groundwork to do in which she was too busy to do. And then she's not she don't look like a conscious woman. She look like, you see her here, you can see she don't think about consciousness. You feel me? It's a everyday woman that's crazy as cat shit. You feel me? But she's just partially responsible. You feel me? I mean, if parents was the ones to teach their kids, then there would be no need for a school. You feel me? So the school has to take a lot of the blame, at least 80%. You feel me? I think the parents should have a 20% blame in it, but the school is 80%. As you can see, it's a colonized. It's a what you
call. Bro, I disagree.
No, listen, we are POBs. You feel me? You have to understand that we are POBs. Education was illegal. You feel me? In actually recent history, you feel me? Education was illegal. You feel me? So you have to put these things in perspective. So even now, education is not what you call permitted to us on the grand scale of things. Feel me? Like how is engineer what you call frivolously taught in schools? Like just when I mean like is it just they just throw it around? You feel me? Is nuclear science just thrown around? You have schools in Switzerland. You have certain schools that the things they teach, they're not going to bring it in the hood and teach us. So they have apartheid education system going on, and everybody knows that. So we're not supposed to act like these white people are going to teach us this equal education and give us this equal treatment in education. You understand? So that's what's going on. There is a lacking.
Yeah. If I can add something onto that too, and I think y'all might want to play the lottery tonight because I'm agreeing with Azuli too much tonight. But also something they mentioned about the number of absences this boy had. This boy had so many absences, coming in late, not coming to school at all. Again, mother, what are you doing? There's no way. I know she's working 3 jobs. I know she's trying to survive. But how is your son can miss that much school and you not be aware of it? I don't know where she's at. I know here in Florida, you miss too much school, they're sending a truant officer to your house. So she might have got locked up behind some mess like that. I don't know. Everyone's different.
Yeah, you're right. She has a lot to do with it. You feel me? She knows that boy is a a tyrant. He doing all type of things. Because that's more than 50. That's more than 50 days a year. You feel me? Like
Let me
damn.
tell you.
Even in the video, what's he doing on the? He's playing video games. Why is your son failing classes and he has a PlayStation? That is a reward. That is not a right.
Exactly.
Take that game and don't give it back until I see some A's and some B's on that report card. That is not a privilege.
Bro, that
I'm sorry,
kid.
I don't mean to cut you off, brother. I apologize.
Bro, that kid will be wearing pennies in a minute. Just hold up.
Let's
That's what these women are producing out of these boys.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I'm saying I enjoy playing games as a recreation. And my son has a video game system, but he's a straight A student. If you start bringing in F's and D's, that game is mine, and you won't see it until I see some results. This woman, and I know she's overwhelmed, but she dropped the ball. Seriously.
Let's let me hold on. Let me read some of these comments. Nama X had a bunch to say. He says he always remembers telling his parents things he learned in school. Yeah, he's agreeing with that point I made earlier. As a parent, you'll tell if a kid is doing their schoolwork by how they communicate. It's supposed to change. It's supposed to mature. Someone's mic is on. Please mute your mic. The matron is with us. She's out there in the chat. She says it's the mom's fault. And she has 2 more children in that household we need to worry about. The school is at fault because their processes failed. The child is at fault because he can't seem to get to school on time, right? Trigger Happy 262 says our education is colonial. And there's partial blame there, but it's something you have to navigate. Yeah, that's what I always say. Listen, you might have to send your children, because Nama X mentioned he would never send his kids to the public school. And I understand you. I feel you on that. Some folks won't have the luxury to not send them to the public school system, but your job as the parent is to help them navigate that system so they're not indoctrinated completely by that system. Let's hear from Bwana Hagaziki on this.
Yeah, so my position is any parent, any parent who would leave their child to be completely educated by the American public school system have to be out of their minds. You know, in particular, I could understand if you have no knowledge yourself. But if you have any knowledge yourself as a Black individual, to completely leave your child to be educated by the public American system, you have to be out of your mind. You have to be out of your mind. So I think that we should start there. That's an important thing. Because after he is thoroughly indoctrinated, because that's what it is, it's an indoctrination process. You first have to disabuse the child of all the nonsense that he would have heard within that time frame, the 8 hours a day. You have to disabuse him of some of the stuff that he would have learned there. Then you have to ensure that he have at least the basic level of education that would cause him to be a functional adult in American society. What's that? That's English and that's mathematics. You know how to count his money, and you know how to at least speak in a way that a regular reasonable person would be able to understand him. That's really, for me, is very important. And if he is not at least getting that, you are crippling him as a human being in that system. You know, and we even going to talk about the levels of the fact that he have to know himself. That's a whole nother gambit that he would have to run. So I think that would be very important. But I think that the parents' duty, the parents' job, because the woman didn't make the child by herself. The woman obviously made the child with some other individual wherever he is. So I think that this is about choices. It's about choices, man. You know what I mean? It's a lot of I can do it all by myself. I don't need no man to do nothing for me. Come on, man. Come on. You know what I mean? I think that there would be there would be good help if she were to have assistance from the other's perspective and the other sides, because the woman obviously can't do it by herself. Obviously, she can't do it by herself. Obviously, because what this is going to produce is insanity, and you could tell by his grades, and what he is doing. He ain't even going to school. He missing class. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is he gonna do after? Because they are socially promoting him, moving him along until he becomes of age to leave the school. And then what social skill is he gonna have to be able to function in that society? None. He'll be primed and ready for the penal system, school to penitentiary project. That's what they're trying to introduce to these guys, and it's unfortunate. As far as the Caribbean is concerned, because I heard that mentioned, and let me talk about that briefly. It for me, when I see young children out of school at school times, I always run them. I say, why y'all ain't in school? I tell the children, especially the boys and the girls too, why y'all ain't in school? I'll run them.
That's a very Caribbean thing.
Or you have me. Yeah, you either I can run them, or I'll call the police on you. I'll call the police on you, and I don't give a damn. People call that snitching. I'll call the police on you because I understand the importance of being at least at a minimum level, being able to function. You know what I mean? Because if it can't count, people go always fool you about money. If you can't speak to people, if you're living in a country where the majority of money is garnered by people from all over the world, if you can't speak basic English, you are at a disadvantage. This is the first thing. The second thing in regards to knowledge itself. Now, I have taught an after school programs at African centered high school called a Catherine school, high school and primary school. The school teaches, well, when I used to offer my services there after school, I taught about Marcus Garvey. I taught about the laws of the society where they existed. I taught of many things like that. Now, there are small institutions, but they are not growing because the government is not going to do it. Our colonial formulated governments are not going to do it. So the men, I feel, the men and women who have a level of knowledge of self have to be able to do it for themselves. We have to
Where's
create
that
institutions for
school?
ourselves. So
Where's that
it's
school,
in
Mr.
Nassau,
Untouchable?
Bahamas. Look it up on the internet. It's called a Catherine. It's called it's Nassau, Bahamas, in Nassau. Look it up on the line. You will see it. It's called a Catherine. Okay, look it up online. But I feel like the onus in terms of knowledge itself is on us, the people who have a degree of knowledge. Like you say, the brother say he's a Rastafarian. The Rastafarian, I don't know how many schools they have in Jamaica in teaching about Marcus Garvey and teaching about knowledge itself. I don't see, because there have to be an institution that these brothers and sisters could go to, not only for training of mathematics and English, but knowledge itself, information, learning about who they are, because the government is not going to do it. So we got to do it for ourselves. So the onus is on us. So we have to either find the institutions that are there and contribute to them financially, or create them ourselves. And if we ain't creating them ourselves, then we are responsible too. We are responsible too. So this is the conundrum that we in. You see little pockets, institutions that's being built in throughout the Caribbean, where children are being taught purposefully and being taught how to think yourselves first, but it's not to the level of where you have masses among the young children, because the government ain't gonna do it. So you have pockets, and I personally think, and this is what I think that since the Rastafarian community, which is a big musical community, they are able to garner monies from all over the world. They are at the forefront of providing institutions financial educational institutions to educate the children correctly in
Listen,
Jamaica
Rastafari,
and for the other
listen,
rest of the Caribbean island. Let me finish.
Mr.
Let me finish. I'll let you
Untouchable.
rock.
Yeah.
Let me finish. I'll let you rock. For the other rest of the Caribbean communities that don't have that institution, don't have that musical institution where they could garner money to educate the children properly, they could, I guess, find other ways. They use marijuana, they use other ways to properly educate their children. So when they get into this big global world, they'll be able to function correctly and have a you rock, brother.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to comment, go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to say something. Rastafari is not that privileged in Jamaica. See, man, we don't own any large schools. Of course, they have small pockets of people that have small schools, mostly basic and all that stuff. Because the rest of the people who I consider as the dysfunctional people, they oppress Rastafari in Jamaica too much for Rastafari to extend itself. You feel me? So even a lot of the Caribbean are being smarter by accepting a lot of what Rastafari is saying. But Rastafari itself is kind of subjected by the rest of communities. That's how I look at that.
Yeah, but
all right,
Icon. Hear me out for a minute.
Yeah,
I think I might have a delay, but
Yeah,
but hear me out for a minute, bro. Yeah, so people like Sizzler Kalanji make a considerable contribution to the global community spreading this message of Rastafari. He is respected. Many people respect him. If he was to build an institution like a school, there are many people who would go to that school. Not even Sizzler. Muta Baruka, man like him. If there was to build an institution in Jamaica, many people would patronize that. Many people, Jamaican people, just like in other islands in the Caribbean and stuff like that, where you preaching consciousness or trying to educate the children correctly. If there was to build educational institutions, many Black people would patronize that. It's just that they don't have an alternative. And I feel like the men of our society who
you
have
got
knowledge
heathen.
and who have the
Bro,
financial capability should do it.
Bro, you got heathens that will tear that shit down. I'm telling you, you got heathens that will tear that shit down. You feel me? Especially in Jamaica. I'm not even fronting. Seriously. They'll tear it down. If you try to make their children smarter, they'll tear it down. Only white people are privileged to change anything in Jamaica. I don't know about the rest of the Caribbean, but I'm telling you, only white people have the privilege to tell Jamaicans what to do. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying? Seriously.
No, I hear you. So what about so what about enclaves like I used to hear about this place called Bobo Hill and things like that where they have their own community. What are they doing with the children in that community? Aren't they educating them in that community correctly? You know what I mean? Are they giving them the things that they need as far as land and farming and all these other kind of agricultural things? Why wouldn't that be able to extend to teaching mathematics and English and things will cause them to be able to function in that society?
Yeah, but what that got to do with the rest of the other society, the rest of the larger society? When
The large
Rastafari,
society don't want it.
no, when Rastafari is doing things, that's just for Rastafari. The larger society think they are smarter, and what we are doing is inferior. You see, you don't understand about how these colonized people think. They actually think they are smart, even though their country is going down in the goddamn mud. You feel me? They actually think they are the smart ones. So if you're the smart one, who can tell you anything?
Somebody needs to move away from the microphone. Like it's I hear a lot of static.
It's scratching.
Is it from me?
Yeah, it's while you're talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Of course. So I'm just saying that um our people are arrogant. You feel me? Especially when it's someone of the same hue talking to them and telling them, hey, don't go that road. There's a hole in the street. You feel me? They'll pass you like you don't have no sense and go in the road. So that's what's going on. We have to when you see Rastafari put out reggae music, it's a soft power. You feel me? It's soft power. It's what you call subliminal work. You feel me? Where you don't direct to the people. You don't do a direct infiltration of the people's mind. You do an indirect infiltration. So that's why Rastafari reggae music is so strong, because no one's talking to you. People just doing their thing. If you want to take it, you take it. You feel me? But these people do not take direct encouragement towards African history or African consciousness or Black consciousness. They don't take it. They heard, but they don't take it because it's not a popular thing. It's not. There's no money in it. At least you don't understand. Christianity turned us into prostitutes, practically. You feel me? As soon as it becomes something that they can profit off, or they see that there's value in it, financial value in it, they'll do it. You feel me? So that's why a lot of people are corrupt, because they see value in corruption. You feel me? So of course that's the part.
I would. What? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so Rastafari is trying to do things. A lot of it has been usurped and abandoned by or abandoned or disemboweled by the larger community. You feel me? Which has been rejecting Rastafari. Or a lot of them are even shamed that Rastafari is right in a lot of things, and it's coming in, and it's right there in their face, and they will be arrogant about it. And I'm telling you, these people, listen, they'll never do anything until their back is against the wall. That's how I see it. You feel me?
all right. There's no other comments there. Let's push on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. For time's sake, we're going to end at 2 a.m. as per usual. Let's try to get through all 10 topics tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, oh, I thought woman was caring, loving, and peaceful. Who is to blame? Please mute your mics. Please mute your mics.
Yeah, I'm going to take off. I appreciate the host for letting me on. I respect your panel. Mr. Untouchable, respect also to you. You feel me? And thank you again.
Thank you for
coming. Yes, big bro. Next time. Yes, that's not next time. Yes.
All right.
All right. So this is Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 7. Oh, I thought women was caring, loving, and peaceful. Who is to blame? Let's watch this video and then comment.
It was the last thing Amaria Osby heard before her mother suffocated her with a plastic bag in their uptown apartment last month. It was an explanation. Police say that mother told her 8-year-old she was doing it because the little girl loved her father more. Tonight, only on 2, that father is speaking out, talking with our Chris Ty about the Illinois child welfare system that he says failed his daughter.
Hi, it's Maria. It's a day. She smiled every day, all day.
She was the 8-year-old DeMarcus Osby called his heart. The father that tried, but says was repeatedly denied custody of the little girl,
I love you.
had a Disney cruise planned with her next month. But a phone call last month changed those plans and his life.
When I got that phone call from my brother, and he told me my daughter was dead.
Murdered just after evening prayers in her bedroom at the uptown apartment she lived with her mom, Andrea Hagler. Hagler confessed to police that Amaria refused to drink some bleach she poured for her. So, high on PCP, she covered her head with a plastic bag as her daughter shouted,
"Mommy, stop." She knew her mama was trying to kill her.
her last moments.
Her last moments. And that's what eats me up even more.
Hagler says she explained to her little girl why this had to be done.
I killed my daughter because I felt that she loved her daddy more than me. That's a load of girls should cling to their fathers. Boys cling to their mothers. It's just human nature.
So, why did she do it? DeMarcus Osby thinks it had everything to do with a visit to the house just hours earlier by the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services.
To be truthful with you, that's the reason why my daughter's dead. Because she told the truth to the agent. She told the truth. She didn't lie.
What truth did she tell?
That my mother was beating her.
When he came up from Texas to identify her body, he noticed evidence of that abuse.
I saw bruises all in her face. That lets me know that her mother was beating her. And she wasn't lying.
Where did you see the bruising? On the cheeks, you said?
Back.
Back.
Her back.
But in a statement to CBS 2, DCFS said during their visit to the apartment that day, the investigator noted no signs of abuse. The DCFS workers that were here just hours before that murder are no longer on child protective duty. Why? Department policy says they're supposed to make contact, or at least try and make contact, with the family of a neglect call within 24 hours of the call coming in. DeMarcus himself made that call back in March, and DCFS did not make contact with that mother and daughter for 60 days. And on 59 of them, they didn't even try. What do you make of that? 60 days.
60 days, honestly, a slap in the face. They could have got her. They could have got my daughter. They could have got my daughter and saved her life.
We've asked DCFS for case notes on what they saw and what Amaria said that day, as well as what will happen to those employees. They declined comment, saying this is still an open investigation and there are ongoing criminal proceedings and we will not be commenting further. What is your message to the head of DCFS as you sit here today?
You need to clear the whole building out and put people in there that really want to do this job.
The little girl that smiled every day, all day, has now been laid to rest. But this father says he will not rest until some sort of change is made.
Because it don't make no sense that my daughter is laying in the ground 60 days after I made a call, begging for help.
And they never came.
Never came.
Chris Ty, CBS 2 News.
Child advocacy experts have called on DCFS to release all documents related to this case. Andrea Hagler is charged with first-degree murder.
Yeah, I see early reactions. Nama X says both are at fault, but more so the mother. Real Black Gentleman says in this case, this is 120% the mother's fault, period. I'll be honest, it's her fault, but this guy here, man, because he's around. You didn't know you had a daughter with a dope head, man. A dope head is capable of doing anything. You left your perfectly sound daughter with someone who's a PCP user, man? Come on, guy. And you're around. If you were like a deadbeat or whatever else took you away from the little girl, I would say, okay. Yeah, that could happen to that child. There's no father around. But you were around.
Goku, you can't say that. You can't just take the kid. He said he was fighting for the kid. You can't just take the kid.
Man, I get
Jesus,
that.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Azuli again. Listen, do you understand that what a mother has to do to lose custody in America? Her being on drugs means nothing. It's a black man too? Oh, no. Oh man.
And it's also about the poor choosing too. Like now my ex said. Like you chose a woman who would be a goddamn dope head.
I mean, we don't always. It's easy to
You can't say that.
We can't. I mean, it's easy to be Monday morning quarterback, but these broads is crazy. You don't know. You know what? Many times people put up a good front and a good appearance until they don't. So he may not have known she was a dope fiend. I don't think it's good to blame. I consider this man to be a victim. I'm not a fan of blaming the victim. At the end of the day, his daughter is dead, and he tried to get her back. The person who needs to be held responsible is the trifling ass, garbage ass mama. And I'm gonna say something else. I'm sorry, Coco. I kind of just jumped in here. I'm gonna say something else. We often hear among some of the black feminists and the black women who hate black men, the swirlers, the divestors, how dangerous it is to be around black men. Black men kill women. We hear this, but we don't hear about the violence towards black children. And the majority of the violence done to black children is committed by black women. We do not have the ability to hold women responsible when they do wrong and when they commit acts of violence. Her being on drugs, notwithstanding, there's a lot of people, a lot of women who take advantage of the fact that they are preferred in child custody. They have this whole what they call the tender years doctrine, that under a certain age, it's best for the child to be with the mother, and any type of custody or anything from the father is generally ignored. You get limited visitation. But I think that there's a lot of selfishness involved. This woman would rather see her child dead than to see him with her father. I'm not even going to say it's mental illness, because she was on drugs. She was on that shit. First degree murder seems appropriate. I don't know what type of punishment she'll face, but the hurdles that black men have to go through in the court system. Like, we understand the criminal justice system treats us, how it treats us, and how we're seen as guilty until proven innocent. So imagine what we go through in the family court system. We're automatically seen as deadbeat fathers. We're automatically seen as he's going to put the child in danger, even though black men, from a statistic point of view, are the most actively involved fathers, whether we're in the house with the mother or not. We're still the most involved fathers, above white men, above Hispanic men. But this stereotype, this image of us carries over into the larger society. And I feel for this man, because I'm pretty sure he fought as hard as he could. He tried to go through the proper channels to get his child, and it didn't work. So on some level, he has to feel like he failed her as a parent. And I can understand why that, because that's your baby. And your job as a father to protect your child, and you didn't do it. And he tried to get the state involved to do the right thing.
He completely failed.
He completely failed. And I mean, what was he supposed to do? Kick in the door and snatch the baby away from the mother? Was that what he's supposed to do? He tried.
He should have. I believe that since he use the so-called proper channels, like as you suggested, to ensure that his daughter was safe and wealthy and wise. If that system failed, then he should have used improper channels. You know why? Because his child would still be alive today. I would take me and my daughter and go to Mexico. I would leave the country because if the country said, I would, right? I would,
I understand that. I'm not saying
I would go.
Mexico
I would
has
see
an extradition treaty. So as soon as you got off that plane, got
whatever
that
extreme means.
The federales would be on your butt.
No problem. No problem. Whatever extreme means that would ensure that my beautiful queen, my beautiful little queen, is still breathing. I would take them channels because there's no reason a crackhead should kill my beautiful daughter that I helped to create and bring into this world. Before the child would leave this world, that woman would have left the world. This is what I'm saying. That woman would have left the world. I mean, because anyways, let me be nice. It's all good.
I understand. I understand it, man. I do. I feel what you're saying. To me, a solution like that would have him in jail. So say he takes her out the world. Now he's in prison for the rest of his life. He's not going to be a father to her. So the child basically lost both their parents. So I understand the sentiment. But
Mr. Kai, she would be alive. She would be alive though. But she would be alive. I mean, oh goodness.
But this is the thing, though. I mean, it's kind of hard. As long as the baby was in her orbit, she was doomed. I mean, you can say he could have done more, but it's just the nature of the state and women's control over children. It's so difficult to cleave the child away from black women.
I don't accept.
They will use that as a human shield.
I don't accept that, Real Black. I do not accept that whatsoever. I don't accept that, Real Black. I think that he should have used drastic methods to ensure, because the woman is a crackhead. If the state is going to protect the child, you must use informal means and methods. You must. I mean, everything. What are you going to risk? Going to jail to ensure the safety of your child? If it means jail, you go to friggin' jail. If it means death, you die. You die. You know what I mean? This year, maybe I have a different philosophy to life, and I understand the brothers. I understand. I'll leave it.
I agree with Buana on that one wholeheartedly, man. You got to exhaust all opportunities, man. Even that means you have to go against the system and risk your freedom. At least let your child know that you did your damnedest to save them. You did your damnedest to save them, man. You know? Razuli, go ahead.
What I would agree with what Buana said is that he could have done more. But this is what could have happened. He would have went there, bold girl, trying to get the kid, all of that. All Shorty have to make one phone call. He hit me, he hit the kids, or whatever. The police could have came, and a total different outcome could have happened, right? But this is the thing. I'm gonna have to agree with Goku and Buana. The men in America, and Gassim said this, have been muted. The masculinity has been taken away from them. This is why this brother was hesitant to do what Buana just said to do. The men in this society, especially the black men, has been neutered. Because like Buana just said, no, I'm going in there. I'm not leaving you with the kid. But what's going to happen? He might get arrested, lose his job. He can't pay the child support. Now he back in jail. So I get what everybody's saying. But the male culprit is that this society breeds neutered black men. They don't know when to use their masculinity, and then when they use it when they're not supposed to. So like Buana just said, that's your daughter, bro. And I know his intuition told him that day not to leave the kid. I know his intuition told him that technology that we don't know, but told him today's this lady's gonna do something to my kid. But at the end of the day, the warrior side of the father that does things, that is there to protect his kid. That shit has been bred away. Because you know why? They passed it on to child protective service. All the things that men are supposed to do have been turned into a commodity. Fire department, police department, construction department, and protected. So now a lot of men, men are turning into women now. Oh, let me run to protective service. You're the father, bro. You're the daddy. So at that point, I understand. But in this situation right now, I blame the mother because she ain't shit. And I also blame the system. So I get what Goku is saying.
So now that,
I can't hear you, bro.
so now can you hear me now? Now the child is dead. You follow all the rules with the state. You follow all the rules of what the state said that you need to follow, and the child is. And this ain't to you, Urzuli. You follow this to the brothers. You follow all the rules, and the child is dead. So now you get to eat that for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, you got to eat that. The hell with that. I rather be dead. You know, I choose that. You know, I choose that. It is what it is. They're gonna catch me. Either they can catch me and lock me up forever, or they're gonna kill me. But you're not gonna willingly allow the state. If my custody, let that child know I die fighting at tooth and nail for her life to under life.
But listen to this.
My life for hers.
Hey, Buana, go out for me and come back in because you're breaking up and you seem to be on a delay. So go ahead and come back in. Urzuli.
I'm sorry. I just don't see the point of blaming the victim in this case because this man lost his daughter. I'm not saying that he fought. Maybe he should have gone through some unauthorized channels, but everyone here understands the result. Had he kidnapped his daughter, you got an Amber Alert. You go into prison. You could die. So now you're dead, and now there's no chance of you getting the child. At least if you're alive and you go through the proper channels, you have an opportunity. But to say this man's daughter was murdered by a psychopath, I can't blame him because the family court system has been structured. It's not that so much as that black men have lost their masculinity, but it's the fact that we live in a society that penalizes black masculinity in such a way that if you take a hold of your masculinity, you take your life into your hands. If you would have stood down and said, you know, I'm coming to get my baby, kicked in the door with some of his homeboys, boom, Amber Alert, boom, you go into prison, boom, you could die. How does that help his daughter in any way? It doesn't help her. It's a damn exactly trigger happy. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I feel the state, because we all know that nobody gives a damn about black children. And unfortunately, that includes us too. I mean, black society as a whole doesn't care about these babies for the most part. This man was damned. You know, he should he have been more circumspect about who he had his child with? Again, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. But the baby was here. The baby should not have been murdered by the mother. For whatever her mental illness, maybe she felt like, you know, he loved her. Who the fuck cares if your child loved their dad? They're supposed to love their parent. So throw the book at the bitch. You know, cut her head off. And whoever was in charge of this investigation, they need to work at McDonald's. They don't need to work in any type of social work, anything whatsoever. And we have to organize to change these laws. Sometimes a mother is not the best parent just because she gave birth to the child, you know. And I think that's kind of because we're going on, you know, certain ideas and certain prompts. Okay, harsh reality. Prison should never be a deterrent. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, him going to prison, how is he going to be there for his daughter? If he's locked up for 30, 40 years for kidnapping, the mother still has a daughter. How is that helping in any way? It's not helping. That shit sounds good when you type it, but in reality, he's not going to be there for his daughter.
I'm not blaming the brother. What I'm trying to say, I'm not blaming him because I blame the society that takes masculinity away from the man. That lady could have never did that if she was in the Caribbean. You know that, right?
I know. I've heard stories about y'all brothers.
That lady could have never did that if she was in
Y'all
Africa.
don't play that type of shit. I heard.
What I'm saying is, if I'm in Haiti and I hear, I'm coming to get my daughter, and whoever's in the way is gonna get it. But the society is not gonna punish me for being for this society will punish you for that. So I get it. I get it. I don't want to pile on him because I know this brother is gonna feel it for the rest of his life. I'm not piling it on him. That lady, and the reason this post is this topic is crazy because I was on another show where somebody, and I know she's not here today, talk about women are more caring, more loving, and than the man. I'm surprised she's not here today to defend this. And like somebody said on the chat, women are very abusive. You know, a lot of black women, I'm not saying all of them, a lot of are abusive to their kids. But nobody wants to hold them accountable. So this is a tragic story. This young lady could have gave birth to the next warrior. This young lady could have gave birth to the next person that's going to discover this and that and the third. Gone. Because a woman was mad at her daughter because her daughter loved her daddy more. And if she loves her daddy more, it's probably because her daddy treated her nice. You evil witch. And then watch. They're not even gonna give her the book. I bet you they don't throw the book at her. How you do that to a little baby? And then for you to suffocate, that means you're evil. You watch your daughter take her last breath. Now this black community, there's something. This is crazy. So yes, I understand what the brother said about him, but I'm not putting the blame on him. That lady. And then those, like you said, brother, those people who work in that child, they should go to jail too. There should be an arrest for dropping the ball, or there should be a bit that they sue you in civil court for dropping the ball like that. And that's not the first time. I hear these stories all the time. Where kids don't show up at school for 6 months, they don't go check, and all of a sudden you find, there was another story where this black mother killed one of her kids, had her other kids help her put the body in a freezer for 6 months.
I remember that story. I remember that. Yep, I remember that story.
Nobody went and that lady who killed her daughter, who killed the kid, said the kid was possessed. And you know, even though she was mad, you know what she said? She said something that was important. Where was all the family members? Even though she was the devil herself. Nobody checked in. The kids are the most precious thing. Kids can't defend themselves.
Well, you know what? We always say it takes a village, but the village has been destroyed. You know, now everybody's like, oh, don't say shit to my child, don't talk to my child, don't do this, don't worry about my child. So now instead of us being a village and we all looking out for each other, now everybody's so individualistic and the children are suffering. You know, Malcolm X said the black woman was the most unprotected. I got to disagree with your brother, Malcolm. I think the black child is the most unprotected.
I'm gonna disagree with you. I think the black man is the most unprotected, but
you know what? I would agree. Because they coming for our necks.
But that's all, man. That was a horrible. This is very heartbreaking, man. You young, beautiful girl, and it's only the boys. The thing that hurt me, I don't think people understand that you cannot remake that daughter, that little girl. You can't remake her. You can't make her personality. This is a unique person that just came out to do that what they were supposed to do in this world, and you just took it out at that age.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
And women can be as violent. Women can be as violent as men. I think we don't. I mean, I think that, you know, women being loving, caring, and peaceful, women can be just as violent as men. Women can be more violent than men because, you know, women tend to be weaker than men. They're more likely to use a weapon.
Bro.
So, you know, women, this whole narrative about women being, you know, better or superior or, you know, more nurturing, we know that's not true. You know, women abuse children, women kill people. Women have the same capacity for violence as men do.
I heard the story. Oh, you moving on, Goku?
Yeah, let's go.
Go
for
ahead, go ahead,
times.
go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead, go
Let's
ahead.
move on. Shoot the breeze topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the breeze topic number 8 says, should fathers strive to maintain a relationship with their children, even if their mother is uncooperative? Let's check out the video that came with this prompt. And by the way, you guys could post your prompts. Just join the Discord. I'll give you a role, etc. Why does these things start like this?
Why, Daddy?
Talk to your mama. Don't call me for nothing. Y'all don't even have to call me no more. Talk to your mama, not me. Deal with your mama. I call your mama and talk to your mama about it. Ask her why she did what she did. You better explain why I did what I did. I would not be coming to get y'all no more. Yes, I am home. I'm not coming to get y'all no more. Talk to your mama. She don't care about how y'all feel, so she don't care about the kid. That's home. So that shit. I'm not coming no more.
Yo, that was tough. Damn.
Why, Daddy?
I guess everyone got it in that first run. You know, usually I play those twice. It seems like everyone got it. You know, I think this black man was trying to shame the mother, and this is why he went this route. So yeah, it's a weak kind of a move, but he's trying to use the shame. I guess he see the thing that we also have to be honest about, even in the previous prompt, dealing with these scenarios, you have to be honest, is exhausting. These scenarios are exhausting. So sometimes I do get why guys will check out, like in the previous prompt. If the guy had checked out, I mean, shame on him still, but if he had checked out and what happened, you know, at least we could say, well, there was no dad around. So we could kind of expect anything to happen. But he was around. You know what I mean? He stuck around. If you're going to deal with the exhaustiveness of it, then deal with all of it. You know, go all the way out. But sometimes these scenarios with these situations, these women is overwhelming, man. And we got to be honest. And
This is when I would check out.
Go ahead.
This is when I would check out. If my kid is letting the mother brainwash them till it's detrimental to my health, I'm paying the child support and I'm checking out. When you get older, when you're 15, 16, you want to come talk to daddy, I'm here. But I understand. The way that boy is talking, he's not being mean to, he wants his daddy in his life. So he's an asshole for doing that. I've seen video where the kid is rebelling against the father with the mother at that age. Yo, I'm clocking out. I'm giving you the child support. Don't call me. But this young man is not checking out on his father, and he's wrong for doing that. I cannot agree with that statement what he just did. No, the only way I think it's okay for a father to check if the mother is shitting on you and then the kids are shitting on you at the same time. Like, perfect example, 50 Cent's his son. No. But this young man right here, that dad, for doing that, that's not good at all. Because the young man is crying for his daddy. And right now you're being emotional. That time, you have to bear that. You have to bear that. Your son is not being mean to you. Your son is not trying to reject you. So I disagree with him on that part, on that situation right there.
No. I think what you just added there is on point too. What I'm saying is, I'm saying that we often talk past just how exhausting this stuff is, and we gotta sometimes give some credence to that too. This shit can be exhausting. I forget who used to be around the show. Was going through. Someone who used to be in the chat was going through. Oh yeah, I remember now. Someone in the chat was going through this stuff, and was basically saying in the chat in their comments, like, the shit is overwhelming, like heart attack overwhelming. So I understand, even in some other cases besides what you said, I understand where a guy may check out. I mean, obviously the father didn't do this well, and I think that's the mother recording. The father's on the phone talking to the kid, and I think the person recording is probably the mom, right? To show how the father dealt with the son, to kind of make him look bad, right? Which he does look bad in this. But I think that's the thing, man. Like, just keep those things in mind.
I would say this: the mother is gonna use this to get full custody. Apparently, from what I can infer, it sounds like she may have went to court to either get child support or maybe to get a child support increase. And the dude is acting out, and now he's upset. I don't know what his income is. I can only infer that. Maybe he couldn't afford it, but that's not the child's fault. And this is a personal thing for me because my father didn't say this, but he definitely did it. It wasn't so much of the fact that he was, my mom put him on child support. It's the fact he didn't. I mean, it wasn't so much increase. He didn't feel like he should pay at all. So this young man, it's not his fault. He loves his father. That's your child. He didn't ask to be here. So whatever the mother did, that's between you and her. You don't let that get in the way of your relationship with your child, because this child is going to remember this. And I think a lot of times people don't realize we don't stay young forever. That same child that you reject, one day you're going to need that child to hand you a glass of water. So when you're 75 in the nursing home and they won't change your diaper and your catheter hasn't been changed in a month, you're going to remember that child that you said, fuck it, don't ask me for shit no more. So he needs to get out of his feelings. He's acting very, very, very bitch made. That's not the child's fault. Still pick up your child. Don't badmouth their mother. Yeah, you may feel how you feel. Yeah, but the mama might not be shit. But again, let the child come to that conclusion. You don't do that. So this father, whoever said it, he needs to grow up. He needs to build on his big boy draws and be a father to his children, regardless of how much child support he has to pay. You know what? Kids cost money. It costs money to have kids. You lay, you pay. That's part of the deal. So he just needs to, be a man and take care of that shit you got to do. So he claims she's money hungry. If you feel like it's unfair, I would say go back to get a modification. If you feel like it's unfair, but you don't abandon your children, that's not an option. So fuck that guy. My thoughts.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. I dislike when men pull these shaming tactics. To me, that's kind of a girly thing to do. Let me shame you. I'll say something to our son and I'll shame you. Like you said, let the son come to those conclusions later on. So that's why I call him weak in that part. Like, We're using these weak, kind of womanish shaming tactics. I don't like that. Marcus Garvey's way seems to be on a big delay. I think she's several problems behind.
But yeah, she's gonna get full. She's gonna take this video, show it to the court. She's gonna get full custody. He'll be lucky if he gets supervised visitation, and they're gonna raise his child support even more. Congratulations, you played yourself.
My thing is, if you to me, the kid seeing you might be more important than the money. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know the money's important, but yo, that the way that boy is crying, nah, bro. That's nah. The kid is not gonna, nah. I can't. That shit. That hit me to the core. Like, I don't like seeing, especially to little black boys. Nah, man, that's not a good way to do it. That was terrible. Even if that's how you feel, don't tell the boy that. If that's how you feel, tell the mother that. Cuss the shit out of the mother. So you're trying to use the boy to guilt trip the mom and to be like, okay, since my son is hurting, I won't do that. She ain't straight anyway. She's gonna still keep doing it. That's why she's recording it.
Let's hear from real black gentlemen.
I mean, I feel a type of way about child support because it goes back into the context of, you know what I'm saying, it's messed up as men, how much manning, men have to do. Child support, this goes back to the 10 years doctrine. Child support is a concept of when women were stay-at-home mothers. This is child support in general really needs to be seriously re-examined as a social net. It's traumatic. I mean, we understand that we're not anchored with any of our familial institutions and with custody and making sure that parenting is stable in America. When you opt for this is kind of like security versus freedom kind of argument, because when the woman is trying to ensure a sense of security, it winds up not necessarily. This goes back into the cycle. This is not this child support isn't what it is. What women use child support in 2023 is not what it was designed for when even the initial of a lot of these custody precedents were even conceived of, and that's something we have to be honest about. Yes, is his reaction much? Yes. But these hoes be greedy. These hoes understand that they can use the state as a tool against men and be very glib about that shit. And I would say that shit is at most treacherous. There has to be a lot more agreeability in understanding manhood, and naturally America does not facilitate that, and this is where men have to pick and choose their battles. It's hard for a man to tell that to his son, and maybe it's not indefinite, but sometimes men have to say, son, I have to separate you. And again, maybe at some point, maybe in a year, but this is a man telling his son, like, son, this is the challenges. This is life. And because this is life and that these are the terms that the woman is imposing. Well, son, the way that money goes, I then gave, the mama the money to, because, that's how it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to, have money to support the family and all that. But, what I'm saying? Because this is what it is. I'm telling you, son, it's not easy. And this is just, of course, it's not easy. Naturally, you know what I'm saying? What's again, men not naturally being at the seat of power in any of these situations, and women really not, you know, saying already, like, son, like we already know what the time it is. And women not being on time when it comes to, you know, men being at the seat of power and the natural parenting head. Any talk besides that, I say it's up to, you know, psychic treachery. I know the kids need money. I know this. But if we gotta understand that we you know, people, I've heard things said about Betty Shabazz is that I don't want to be a builder bet, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be Betty the builder, as in someone who assists a Malcolm X, who makes sure that whatever it is that, look, if you're not on that type of time, I look, if you're, look, the men should want to look, and you know this, so like, why are you in the way? And anyone with that kind of energy, kind of like trying to drop and throw sandbags on the man, I don't. I'm a yield, man.
I appreciate that. Buana, should fathers strive to maintain a relationship with their children, even if their mother is uncooperative?
Definitely. I don't know if real black on that Appleton like me probably right now. But let me just say that he on Appleton. But let me just say that I think that it starts with value. You know, I think that black men need to understand that they have value. They have value. They are valuable people. They are valuable people. And with that value, you have to be very, very picky on who you decide to lay down with. You know, I know the black women look beautiful. They beautiful, man. You really want to lay down with all of them if you had an opportunity. But the reality is that there are women out there, you know, Kara say the girls look so good, but their mind is not ready. You know, some of these women, they beautiful, but they are not ready to produce children. They are not ready for you to pass off your genes to, you know, your generations to. And your generation is your legacy. So you have to be extremely picky about who you decide to give your legacy to, C2. So I would suggest that the brothers, them when they decide to lay down with a woman, and I know you won't bust off all kind of women, but for the woman who you want to pass off your legacy to, don't be on no Appleton, don't be on no marijuana, don't be on no kind of drugs. Make sure that you level-headed and clear-headed when you decide to give your legacy, pass off your legacy onto a woman. And she is a clear-headed woman and a thinking woman and a woman who really have your best interest at heart. Because if you don't do that, what's going to happen is you deal with issues and situations like this. You know what I mean? And I think that there is, the issue is value. I think that ultimately the issue is value. And I'm not going to belabor the point, but the issue is value. You have value. You have value. And don't just lay down with any woman and give your legacy like a pot cake to all different kinds of women out there just because they get a big booty. No, they don't do that. You make a decision with a clear and level head to say, I love this woman. I think this woman will produce good seed for me, a functional seed for me. And I'll be proud to say that these are my children and that's my woman. And even if the situation don't work out, you will still be willing to invest your time into the legacy you would have created. This man right here who on this video, he's a man, he's not proud of what he produced, with the woman he produced with, the legacy what he would have created. You know, because it was probably a Hennessy Friday night F. You know, probably he was coming out of the club and meet a big booty woman who, you know, wasn't clear-headed and didn't have, you know, he had no reason to lay down with her. And all of a sudden he have a child from the situation and they're in a situation they don't want to be in. No. when you make decisions like that, you must be very level-headed. And if you can't be level-headed, and if you must sleep with a woman, boss off a woman just to get off, protect yourself. Protect yourself, or go mess one prostitute, but that's a whole other matter. That's a whole other matter. But I'm just saying that if you have to give your legacy, which is your seed, to a woman, and make sure that you ain't drunk or high or stuck on stupid. Make sure you're making a reasonable decision, because you have a choice in the matter too as well. And it's not only the woman, you have a choice too, and you have value. You have value to what you bring into this world. You know what I mean? So I just think that you shouldn't be willy-nilly with that. You know, be very decisive in who you decide to give your legacy to, so it wouldn't be a fight. Because if I am passing on my legacy to my child, I would give him all my money if it needs to, if needs be, and suffer and give my child all my money, because I know that I produce a legacy that extended from me, that I want him to be greater than myself. So just don't willingly give that away to any woman. She don't deserve it. If a woman don't deserve to hand you off her legacy, why are you laying down with her? These are the questions you start just to get off. You might as well go watch Pornhub and masturbate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you watch that.
Well, that's a whole other matter. But I'm just saying that your legacy is important, and you just can't pass it off to any woman. You have to we as men need to make decisive and reasonable decisions on who we decide to pass off our legacy on to. You know what I mean? If you have any value to yourself, and you have to make reasonable decisions to do that, not willy-nilly Friday night Hennessy, I drunk, so let me go bust off this woman too. You can't do it like that. So I would just advise the men to just consider these kinds of things. But I'll stop there. I don't want to ramble, because that Appleton in me right now. So I'll stop right there.
In the chat, Nama X says Buana is correct. House Rally Podcast says, when you create kids out of wedlock, you allow the state into the situation. Child service dudes who just make kids without consequence, but also think it should be kept. He says, and I say this as a man who has created kids out of wedlock multiple times, LOL. He says, got to have the mindset of planning your children's life. So that would mean picking the right partner. This is also why we need better cultural systems, because it shouldn't just be the individual. I think I got to everyone in that prompt. If you have any last words for that prompt, you could say it now. If not, let me just copy paste this from my Word document. We'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9, and we say RIP in advance. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is, who is Lord Kitchener? And I put an RIP because he passed away about 2 weeks ago. Who is Lord Kitchener? So let's check out the attached video.
St. Joseph Street. We used to call this season the guava season, which means hard time. Because in those days, a family, if they couldn't help themselves, never mind to help you. I used to get along all right. I was born in a musical family. He was a blacksmith, he was a singer, he was a whistler. When he making the horseshoes, he used to make a kind of rhythm with the anvil. I wish I was a mango tree planted at Laventille. I wish I was a mango tree planted at Laventille, and my quality is mango bear. A bearing ones are here, but my children must never fall. I don't care if the bluebirds and them eat all, and look at dropping Brook, Brigo, Biggie Dig, them school children run below. But when they reach, they hold their head and ball. For when they think is mango, is me branches fall. I drop Brook, Brigo, Briggy Dick, them school children run below, but when they reach up, they hold their head and ball. For when they I left Trinidad in 1948, went to London and made my first record. And then, I was a big hit in England. I used to sing at the Churchill, where Princess Margaret used to visit very often. Western them would explain to the English friends what I was really saying. So eventually, the English people caught on my song. Ah, Bonis, don't call me so. I don't like it. I want you to know. Ah, Bonis, don't call me so. I don't like it. I want you to know. When you call me all this sweet name, stupidness, then you leave me and you gone. I stop foolish. Well, darling, you will give me misery. Well, hear the sweet name that Burn is calling me. Keach, come go to bed. I have a small comb to scratch your head. Keach, don't make me cry. You know I love you. You playing shy. Well, the people went crazy over that song. They thought it was very sexy and things like that. And then they started coming to the club in the hundreds. Things started working good for me. Until I was eventually singing in 3 clubs. So then I was in business. That's when I enjoyed life in England. I love the cold then. I got accustomed to the cold.
Lord Kitchener, now I'm told that you are really the king of calypso singers, is that right?
Yes, that's
Well,
so
now, will you
true.
sing for us?
Right now.
Yes.
London is the place for me. London, this lovely city. You can go to France or America, India, Asia, or Australia, but you must come back to London City. Well, believe me, I am speaking broad-mindedly. I am glad to know my mother country. I've been traveling the country.
They called upon me to go to America. It was a big calypso craze. That calypso button, calypso shoes. That was 1957. Everybody was trying to get to America because all what was happening in America is calypso.
In Puerto Rico, there was family with more confusion, take it from me. There was a mama and a papa with one child alone who wanted to be married and have a wife of his own. So he went to the papa. The papa said, no, that girl is your sister, but your mama don't know. Wow, 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 why is me? A shame and scandal in the family. Wow, 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 why is me? A shame and scandal in the family. So he went to the mama. The mama shook her head when she found out what her husband had said. So she paused for a moment, undecidedly. This time the boy waited patiently. Then the mama, she laughed and said, go, man, go. Your daddy and your daddy, but your daddy don't know. I tell you. Wow, 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 wow.
Belafonte was the only man that the people accept as a calypsonian. Although we know that Belafonte is not the authentic calypsonian, but to the people outside, he was. And he helped calypso in a big way. The outer world understand Belafonte much better than they understand us. Because his accent is more foreign than us.
Interesting comment. at the end there. Very interesting comment at the end there. I've never seen that video of Kitchener, but yeah, when I was growing up, one of my favorite musicians was Lord Kitchener, and then after that was the Mighty Sparrow, as well as Bahamian artists too. So it's very interesting to see that. Erzuli, you're from the Caribbean. Were you familiar with Kitch?
Nah, I don't even know who this man is. You gotta also remember I'm from the French Caribbean. I've never heard of this person, so I can't really comment. But all I heard he said he was singing for the motherland. What's the motherland? Africa or London?
Yeah, that was an interesting bit right there too.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know who he is. That's the first time. Was he a conscious singer? What was he? Was he like Bob Marley or something? I don't know this man.
Yeah, the music they were doing were there's a term for it, man. It was I don't want to say liberation music, but it was reality music in a sense, because they were singing about the conditions at the time that the people was going through, the thinking, the trends at the time, and their outlook on being under the thumb, under the foot of these other people. Again, being in someone else's
He's from
reality.
the Bahamas. He's from the Bahamas.
He's from Trinidad.
Oh no, I don't know. I heard of what's her name, Caribbean, Calypso Rose. Were they during the same era?
No, Calypso Rose is more recently.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Real Black Gentleman, have you heard of Kitchener before? Lord Kitchener?
No. I haven't. I mean, his sound is nice. I don't want to say any, I don't want to make any needless comments. He had good music. I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. Namba X is saying kind of like the blues. Yeah, if you listen to especially older Calypso, it was very bluesy, very, very 12-bar bluesy. Yeah, 12. Yeah, so you will find those similarities. With that said, Carl, what did you think of what you saw of Lord Kitchener? Were you familiar at all?
I've never really heard of Lord Kitchener. What was he speaking? Is he was that Calypso he was singing, or what was that?
Yeah, that's Calypso.
Okay, I've never heard of him before. I'm not too familiar with him. Rest in peace to him. I guess he left his home and he made it big in Europe, and he made his fortune. So yeah, I know. I don't have anything negative to say about him. I think that he did what he thought he was going to make it big, and he became a success in what his chosen field. So big up to him. I hope he passed it down to his family, and they're benefiting from his success.
Buana, I think Kitchener is one of your favorites.
Yeah, he is one of my favorites, and I know the American audience may not know who he is. So, and that's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to make a mental note. If there's an echo coming in, Koku, I just wanted to make a mental note of Lord Kitchener, because Lord Kitchener, in for his, let me first say this: he was a man of his time, and like all of us are, whether we know it or not, we are men of our time. So him being a man of his time, he grew up in colonial Trinidad and Tobago, where they was taught that England was the mother country. Even though there's a lot of history, a lot of baggage, but because he was a man of his time and not necessarily as educated as the other intellectuals who would have come out of Trinidad and Tobago, he just went along with the general process and program. But Lord Kitchener's genius is that he took nothing and made something with it. In in terms of calypso music. And I know that American music is so popular that people don't realize there's other genres of music that is just as popular. Not maybe not as just as popular, but it's very, very popular in other parts of the world and dominate in other parts of the world as well. And this particular individual would have been considered to be the king of calypso, and the kind of music what I would consider his music to be would similar to the bossa nova. I don't know if you all know what bossa nova is. Bossa nova is more like the music in Brazil, the kind of music that's played in Brazil, but with an up tempo beat. In terms of what they do in Trinidad and Tobago and the steel pan, but he is a musical genius, and coming from where he came from and the situation he would have come from, and producing the type of music that he came from, he was phenomenal at what he did. And I know the world knows the first selling millionaire artist in terms of music, black music itself, was Harry Belafonte. He made the first $1 million record of Daylight Come and Me One Go Home and all that stuff like that. Well, he was singing in the same genre of Lord Kitchener, but it's just that Harry Belafonte was a Jamaican. This brother was a Calypsonian from Trinidad and Tobago, where the music was spawned from. So Caribbean people would probably more or less know who he is, because he didn't necessarily visit United States. He went to United Kingdom, but Harry Belafonte went to the Americas. So it's kind of like a split, yeah. But in audiences that who would be familiar with him in terms of the Caribbean and the UK, they would understand that Lord Kitchener is a world-renowned musician. World-renowned musician. He is just operating in another genre of music. Very, very popular artist. And if the brothers have time, they could probably listen to some of his music. Shame and Scandal. And my favorite song is and she lele, but that's a whole nother matter. But the reason why I appreciate his music is the fact that he was able to, learn the music by himself on his own, and be able to go around the world and create the impression he did in the world, just like Bob Marley and other artists who came from out of obscurity and was able to do things that was genius to the world. And my reason for using this video is just to show that without university, without education, the black man still has his level of genius, still have his level of genius to contribute to the world, where the world has to take notice of it, whether they want to or not. We have a level of genius that is not necessarily taught in no school or university. And we are able to produce certain things that is so astounding. The world has to take notice of it. So I just want our audience to recognize that and take note of that. Don't necessarily need to go to formalized education, even though I don't disrespect formal education. Don't necessarily need to go to university, even though I don't disrespect that at all. But there are some things that are innate within us, that if we work on it and perfect it, the world will one day have to take notice of it. And not only in music, in different kind of genres and industry. You know what I mean? What one man could do, another man could do as well. You know what I mean? But I'll stop there.
Yeah, while you guys are at it too, look up a guy named Joseph Spence. Joseph Spence, I don't know if Untouchable is familiar with who I'm talking about, but Joseph Spence is was a Bahamian folk guitarist who really added a lot to the folkway tradition in America. They brought him up here because he was doing stuff on the guitar and vocal riffs and stuff like that they had never heard before. So he's added a lot to the folk genre of music in America. You should look him up. If there's nothing else to add, then let's go to the last topic tonight. Should be topic number 10. Is I'm not Aboriginal, or a Jew. If I remember correctly, this is a Shakara Speaks video. Go check it out.
I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Hebrew. I'm not an Israelite. See my ancestor them no name Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. See my ancestor them name Odudua and Orunmila. See my ancestor them name Abrewa and Kwekuanansi. See my ancestor them name Moyenge and Mochunde and Mondongo. See my ancestor them name Nana or Nani. See my ancestor them name Taki and Opongo. See my ancestor them name Busa and Klas. See my ancestor them name Nganga Zumba and Zumbi. See my ancestor them name Adbaraya Toya and Shaka and Nandi. Them are the name of me ancestor them. We not beg nobody else ancestor. And furthermore, we not give praises to no divine being. But don't recognize and can't overstand the name of me ancestor them. A war. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Hebrew. I'm not an Israelite. See my ancestor them no name Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. See my ancestor them name Odudua and Orunmila. See my ancestor them name Abrewa and Kwekuanansi. See my ancestor them name Moyenge and Mochunde and Mondongo. See my ancestor them name Nana or Nani. See my ancestor them name Taki and Opongo. See my ancestor them name Busa and Klas. See my ancestor them name Nganga Zumba and Zumbi. See my ancestor them name Adbaraya Toya and Shaka and Nandi. Them are the name of me ancestor them. We not beg nobody else ancestor. And furthermore, we not give praises to no divine being. But don't recognize and can't overstand the name of me ancestor them. A war. I'm not a
Absolutely. Shakara Speaks. Seemingly good brother. I'm connected to him on Twitter. Seemingly good brother. He also subscribed to the channel recently too. So hopefully he's seeing this prompt. Let me start with Real Black Gentleman. I'm not Aboriginal or Jew. What did you see in that video as it pertains to the prompt?
I saw 100% black excellence, man. I saw is what it is the energy is essential. We are what we are. And that goes back to breaking down, everything in the West, like our names. It's like the names of the week, the months. I think black people could change. The nomenclature has to be, these are little things, but they add up. People speak about learning other languages. Learning African languages. You have to get our languages back. We have to get. I am so comfortable with English. It's not even funny. But I can always afford to learn an African language. I have an African book on grammar that I don't really read as much as I should, but it's right there on my nightstand. The names, mean everything. It's like when names are connected to divinity. Like if your name means like, I went to see an Igbo, went to an Igbo ceremony, and I was given a name. What was the name I was given? I think it was Chinedu, what I think means son of the land. And you know what I'm saying? I know names mean things, and anything that would encourage that affirmatively without question, I stand behind. I stand with. I'm a pass.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I did a show one time where I read this Obadele Campbell paper where he was talking about Pan-Africanism through our naming practices and stuff like that. And he made several good points in that paper where he said, we'll name our children some shit like Richard. not knowing that what Richard means. Richard means the one to kill or to murder or some shit, right? Like we will name them these foreign names, right? When our people, our ancestors had these naming traditions. Now, we did follow some of those naming traditions. It's just an aside. We did follow some of the naming traditions, but we use European names. Because I could tell you, in my family, where I'm from, the Africanism in naming came in the form of, well, you'll name your child after a great elder, like your uncle or your aunt or something like that. So, like, for example, in my family, my father and all of his brothers and sisters, they're named after some uncle of theirs, some sibling to my grandparents, right? That's like an African thing to do. In the South, you saw Africans who named children after days of the week, like Friday and stuff like that, you know, months of the year, April, and all that kind of stuff. That's another Africanism, right? So sometimes we've done it. Sometimes we have done it. I'll say that. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but yeah, we will name our kids these foreign names, not realizing what connections, what spell, you know, to sound like a black pentagrammer for a second here, you know, without understanding what spell you're putting on your kid. And then later on, we wonder why ourselves and our children don't get along. Well, you name the guy the devil worshiper or something like that. You know what I mean? You name the girl the loose one. You know, something that means the loose one. You know what I mean? So I agree with Shakara. If your deity can't pronounce the names of your people, doesn't have a tongue for it, what kind of deity is that? You know, but we really do, especially as Pan-Africanists and as Gaviites, we do need to re-Africanize. And one of the first things you can do is reach back and name your child, give your child some African name. You know, just go through it and choose one. You know, based on the kind of output you want to have. Let me hear from Zuliism on this.
I don't know, man. What he's saying, his name, but you don't know if your name is what he just said. Did he do a DNA? Did he do a research? Like he got his family tree? I don't know, man. Because some people said, if all the languages came from us, I don't understand. But I guess what he's saying, he's African and he's not none of these other races. That's what he's saying, right? Is that the idea?
I
Hello?
forget it. I forget you just have to give Zuli the cliff notes at the end of the presentation. Yeah, he's saying, listen, his ancestors carried a certain name, and it's for us to continue those names, and in continuation of those names, your deity, if you're gonna have a deity, that deity must be speaking those ancestral names too. You understand? When you look at that Christian thing, they're not talking our ancestral names and that shit. You understand? They're not talking our ancestral names. You know, who's Matthew and John and all this old shit?
Well, I mean, I get what he's saying, but the thing is, we can't also say that they're not talking. We don't know how people were named from back in the days.
So what?
We don't know what people were named back in the days. Like he's saying he's not. His name is not Jacob. His name is not. But at the end of the day, the name was not Jacob back in the day. It was Yaakov or whatever. But I guess what he's saying, your God is supposed to look like you or whatever. I agree to what he's saying, but some people say that the Bible is talking about black people. So what is he going to say about that? So if some people say the Bible is talking about black people.
It can't be. It can't be. When you look at where, and I don't want to get into it right now, but when you look at where Abraham and these people were, these people weren't us, man. We were, if those stories have any truth to, or if those times were any, if those actual literal times, right? Those years, BC and AD and all that shit. If the world was like it was, we probably played some, little roles here and there, but that's not largely our people they're talking about, right? That's not largely our folks. So again, you got to go back to your God, right? And if you're doing that type of thing, you got to go back to your people. Your ancestors come from this God. So your God's supposed to be speaking that name. You're not supposed to be answering to other names. You see, we don't understand, and I think Shakara says it, or I think he said it. We don't understand the power in names. Like I said, I repeated that Black Pentagram type talk that Gas and them do. The spells that these people cast in these names. You name this African kid to come from 2 black parents, right? And come from a lineage that goes back to the continent. You name this fucking kid Dave. This kid whose ancestor had, some great name, Shaka or some shit. You gonna name this kid Dave. Well, what spell did you put on that kid in doing that shit? He's not a Dave. Dave Chappelle. He's not a Dave. You understand what I'm saying?
But this
that's
is what I'm
he's getting at.
But this is my pushback. Everybody know the name Candace. Candace is a African title. Coco, you just sent me something the other day that spoke about Sarah Magui or whatever.
Yeah.
People would think Sarah is a European name, but it wasn't an African. It's an African title. Do you get what I'm saying? Nancy.
What?
Nancy, hold up. Nancy is not a European name. It comes from Anansi. So I'm just saying we just got to be careful. Just because many of the Europeans of today uses those names, that don't mean it wasn't ours before. Because we know we know the European.
Listen to what you said, right? Why say Nancy when you have the ability to say Anansi?
No, but I'm saying, because we don't know that. I found out to research. Like Candace. I thought Candace is an African name. It's Kandaki.
Candace or Kandaki, yeah.
So I'm just saying that I understand what the brother is saying. I'm just saying the language is diluted. Sometimes it could be our names and they tell us it's not our name. That's all I'm saying. But I get what the brother's saying though.
Yeah, like Real Black Gentleman said in the chat, Richard means strong in rule, for what it's worth, because he did a search. Yeah, now Richard means strong in rule. In what rule? Whose rule? You understand? But you give them these names that you don't know what you're bestowing on our people, and you see the problem is our people don't. We've forgotten that understanding, the power in naming stuff. We've forgotten that understanding.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting you, Goku. So because Erzuli's I don't know, maybe it's because it's 2:00 in the morning and Erzuli's be getting off. But Erzuli fully well know and understand, because his name is Erzuli, and that's connected to Erzuli Danto or Erzuli Frida. He fully well know that name is connected. That name reaches way back into the past, because the same Erzuli he calling on right now, or labeling his name as, not only did the Haitians in revolutionary Haiti refer to Arzuli Dantor, but the people in Benin was calling Arzuli as well. So what? Maybe I don't know. Maybe Arzuli playing right now and he messing with us. he messing with us right now.
No,
But he
what
needs
I'm
to
saying
stop.
is that what I'm saying is that a lot of people in the Bible who name their kids after the Bible, right? In the Bible, they speak about the if you go to Deuteronomy speak about the people who suffered those the Ma'afa. And when you look at the only group of people that happened to that the Bible described, that's only 2 black people. So what I'm trying to tell this brother, how do you know that these names didn't belong to you before they got supplanted? Because Jacob means supplanter. So you know what I'm saying? But I'm not like I said, when I have my kids, I'm gonna use those names that this brother's talking about. I'm not gonna use the other names, but I'm just saying some people believe that the people in the book is about them. Some people believe the 12 tribes are them, like the chosen people are us.
The fact of the matter is, in present day Africa, we don't have those names, and we haven't had those names anytime in the recent millennia. You understand?
But we get our Zuli though.
I argue with that.
But we get our Zuli though. The people in Benin still talking about our Mama Arzuli though.
Exactly.
They still talking about her though.
Exactly. We haven't had if Yakub or Jacob or some shit was in our shit, we ain't had that for a millennia at least, if it ever was. Did I get Carl on this one?
No, he didn't get me. But I just want to say, I'm gonna make it quick. I don't know if it's so much about naming, but I think he's just really just pushing back against a lot of the pseudo history that's been going around the internet lately. So I think maybe he just wants to identify that, hey, my ancestors came from a particular place, and he recognizes that, and these are their names. But just to mention about not being Aboriginal, they got a lot of the Aboriginal Americans, them not being Jews. That's talking to the Hebrew Israelites. They're loud and they're proud out here now, saying we're from the Bible, and the reason we're suffering is because God is punishing us for not keeping His word, and we return to honoring God. It's just magical thinking. And he's just pushing back against that, and I respect that, because we do need more people out here pushing back against that. I mean, every day people get online, they say retarded stuff. Space is made out of water. We're not really Africans. We're really aliens from this Andromeda galaxy. It's just all type of nonsense that people are pushing online. I think it's just him just pushing back against that, and it's good to see that. That's all.
I appreciate that, Carl. Well, it's 2 a.m. I don't know if anyone had any last word they wanted to add there, but it's 2 a.m. We've done our due diligence. We've done our 10 topics. Before everyone leaves the panel and I close it out, let's see if anyone wants to shout out anything this week. Let's start with Bwana Hagaziki.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to shout out to Mama Arzuli, because Arzuli talking crazy right now and he knows better. But maybe I'm drunk right now. But yeah, and shout out to the panelists for the discussion tonight, or everyone who contributed. They did a yeoman's job in their contributions. And don't forget, the PayPal and support and Cash App, support your channel that you believe that is being giving good contribution to the Black community and the Black diaspora. Don't forget to contribute. Koku is too shy to push it, but I can push it because I ain't shy. So all the brothers, them, Y'all make your monies, but contribute to the channel that y'all love the most, so he could do more things on this platform. So don't forget to do that. But I'm out. I appreciate y'all, brothers, and thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, Buana, you finally saw Zuli's film this week. What were your thoughts off the top
Oh,
of your head?
yes. Thank you so much, Koku, for reminding me of that. It was a beautiful movie. By the way, if you all haven't seen Erzuli's film, I don't know how much he is pushing that for, or what the pay scale is, or whatever. Erzuli could expand on that a little bit more. But it's a beautiful movie. It has a lot of abstract things inside of it, that you could possibly ask him about later, because I'm asking him about some of the things. But it's a beautiful movie. He is a brilliant filmmaker, and I would like to see more movies and films from him in the future. And I don't know where the direction he's going to go in, but I would like to be a part of it financially if I can, whatever he decides to do. But usually he is on these panels speaking a lot of nonsense, but he is actually a very good filmmaker, very professional at what he does. And if you guys could, I don't know if you all could watch his movie. His movie is called something Elephant. He'll let you know, but he is a very, very brilliant filmmaker. And if you could support him on that effort in his next film. And I think that he is the next big thing. He's the next big thing. He wants to go into Hollywood, but I think it's a horrible idea. I think it's horrible. I think he should remain an independent film producer. And I think that I expect greatness from him. So I'll leave it there.
I actually, I've been thinking about this for a minute. I actually want to do a film project. Developing a script. It doesn't have to be a feature-length film, but I think we got to start creating the things that we want, even if it's not, whatever standard, but it's our standard, right? It's our thing that we created. I think we should do that, man. I think we should be putting out, even if it has to be short, somewhat abstract pieces, but it gets a message that we want, a bit of propaganda, if you will, out to our folks. I think we got to get into that visual, that audio visual space a little bit heavier. And I've been thinking about doing that for KWAZ, like creating something separate from the radio side to film side, and investing in those types of things, and looking for writers and stuff to put out scripts. Because this guy Tyler Perry is putting the shit out that he's putting, and he's like a one-man army doing that shit. I don't see why we can't scrounge it up and be able to put out something comparable that has a totally different message. But in the chat, Trigger Happy's asking, how can we watch? So I'll throw it to Zuli. What do you have to shout out and tell the people where they could see your film?
First, I want to say thank you to Brother Boana for watching it, and thank you. One of the first person to say I really gotta appreciate is Goku, because Goku came to see the premiere of it when he came, he interviewed me. So I really appreciate that for whatever I could say. If I never produced anything, I could say that people came to see the premiere, and then Brother Goku interviewed me, and it was really good. To watch the movie, you have to email me, or email. I'm gonna put my email in the. If people could get in contact with Koku could give me their email, give them my email, and from that, I could share it with you to the email.
I'll make it easier. Go to KWAZ Radio, join the email subscription list. I will, once you join, I'll make that the first newsletter where you could go and check out not only the movie, but also I did, like Erzuli just mentioned, which had slipped my mind. I did do an interview around the time that he released the film. So you could go on my YouTube page and look up Raging Elephant after you've seen the film. So join the mailing list. That's how we're going to do it. But if I think I could host it on the website. So join the mailing list, and we'll organize that to be on the website.
So I'm
Zulu, you have any
gonna
last?
no, I'm gonna say this. You brother Goku said Tyler Perry has a backing. Tyler Perry get like $40 million per movie. Tyler Perry is not just he has a backing. So
Yeah, but he started those movies started as stage plays. Like he started at simple. He was selling. I remember he was selling VHS tapes or those stage plays.
And the content he was doing was soap opera, the same shit as the Nigerian.
We can counter that with our own story. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you like I said, the way I write, I don't write like he does. So maybe somebody could. And team, I'm all down to team up with anybody to write stuff. So, like I said, like Boana said, I might have, if the right money come along, y'all might be talking about me as a cool.
Erzuli, let me plant a seed in your Haitian head. We are if you are serious, so will your fan base, so will the people who support you be. If you are serious, so when you see Tyler Perry was serious, he was willing to do what he needed to do to get his message out there. So when you are serious, so will your audience be, and you will find your audience. You will find your audience will be serious and as devoted to you as Tyler Perry audience is to him. So become serious in what you do, and you will find your audience, brother. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I understand. So, Boana, I'll answer you any question you have. We'll speak to the email or whatever. But yeah, I'll join the Goku. You said I'll follow what Goku does, and then anybody I could just give people. I could share it with people who want to see it.
Right. Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout anything out this week?
Yeah, I don't know if Gas Him Up is here, but he I think it was him cited a book, Chinwezu's The Anatomy of Female Power, and that was a gem from the jump. Dude has great sources, you know what I'm saying? Chinwezu is a great author. I've been reading him for years, but I didn't know about this one. You know what I'm saying? I just want to thank him for pointing me out to that.
Nice. Very nice. All right, guys. Again, join the mailing list. Join the Discord. Link is in the description. Volunteer to hold a corner, man. Volunteer to hold a corner. Sometimes that means a lot. 1 hour of some volunteer work, look up something, whatever, organize something, just try to help to build the thing that you like to see, the thing you like to indulge in, right? With that said, I'll be back next week, Saturday. Who knows? Maybe I'll pop in during the week sometime. But like I said, you can check out the Raging Elephant interview. It has spoilers, so you might want to do what you got to do to be able to check out the film first before you check out that interview on the channel. All right. I'll see you guys next week. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Goku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.